stress and deterioration just around the property. You just seemed that, the other environmental concerns, the overgrown grass, illegal dumping, it became a magnet for just not only bad behavior, just for blight in general. And so with the leadership of Councilmember Nguyen, she went and make sure that we clean it up. Again, this is part of that city of no to the city of yes. This site will be also staged and be ready for redevelopment in 2021. Dear to me, something that the mayor wanted us to do is to make sure we think out of the box. How can we begin to think smarter, leverage our resources, partner, and just work in a unified way with other city departments, state departments, and independent departments, nonprofits, around our enforcement of blight, but not just blight and thinking that people think blight is just only associated with vacant property and overgrown lots and illegal dumping. One of our biggest challenges around blight is the enforcement of substandard occupied dwellings throughout the city. And so in doing so, we have, within the Department of Code Enforcement, we have established the CEA with HANO, similar to the issues Councilmember Nguyen is very all familiar with, our challenges with all the large apartment complexes in New Orleans East, not only there, but also throughout the city as a whole, but primarily issues with departments in New Orleans East, where for some reason, it just fell through the cracks with a lack of enforcement across the board. So this partnership with HANO will allow us to be more aggressive, more proactive, and work with their inspection contractor to make sure that we're, not allowing issues to just jump up on us at the last minute, but we know that they're life safety issues. So by coming together, we're going to be performing sweeps, inspection sweeps, comprehensive inspection sweeps of these apartment buildings to ensure that they're meeting not only the city code, but the life safety codes that deal with the fire code, the fire marshal, and any other issue of quality of life that ensures that everyone has a safe environment to live in. And the other issues around partnerships that we've established is with Covenant House and the Center for Employment Opportunities. These contracts are with a lot of abatement contracts where they are utilizing kids that are transitioning, from going to, that may have criminal backgrounds and trying to get them to be, if you will, good citizens. And this is part of the mayor's, goals for ensuring that we leave nobody behind, that we reach out, we reach back to provide the skill sets. And this is one way we're doing it. And the other piece is the Tulane and Columbia University study around blight and neighborhood violence, and to see how we can use that study and metrics to better enhance our programs.
Next slide.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you once we're on slide 10.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Winston.
Yeah, we had a little technical problem on this end. Thank you for your patience. So we'll move forward. We want to talk about some of our code enforcement goals moving forward in year 2021. You've heard me say before, not only being better stewards of money, but we need to make sure that we're being calculated in our thinking around our programs and how we approach abatement, whether it's from the lien foreclosure program, lot abatement, and demolitions, especially demolitions. As we get to talk more about demolitions, as you've heard me say before, demolitions always should be the last resort. Generally what happens is you remove one element of blight, you inherit another element of blight, which is overgrown grass. So we want to make sure that we marry and we tie all of our programs together, think smarter about how to properly leverage those resources as we move to perform a level of abatement around one, we're bringing in reinvestment and redevelopment around the other. And so again, it's just smart thinking. As we want to make sure that we're bringing in all the right tools before we make any decision around abatement. So again, we want to be very calculated in our thinking, be smart, and be strategic and be deliberate about our abatement method. We're going to increase our foreclosure program. We want to make sure that we, in year 2021, that we begin to focus more on the large scale and commercial properties. Yes, you know that those tend to be the anchors of blight in many of our neighborhoods throughout the city. And so we need to make sure that we target those, again, being calculated in our thinking, to make sure that, you know, we start to not only build around those anchors of blight, and those individuals who property owners did not take care of them, we're going to be very aggressive through our legal processes, through the court process, to make sure that we begin to move quick and be deliberate about our approach around our redevelopment methods and schemes within these areas of the city. Pool compliance, as you know, pools has always been an issue for us. But I think in the last couple of years, because of our proactive position, our proactive enforcement, our proactive inspections, and adjudications around pools, we haven't had many issues this coming year. And so I think, again, that's a compliment. Hats off to our team for thinking again, being calculated about our approach, performing sweeps of the city, partnering with other city agencies such as mosquito termite to help identify those areas where they have pools. So again, we really haven't had that many issues with pools this past summer. So again, hats off to the team. Again, when we talk about calculated thinking and being strategic in our approach, we have to begin to think about thinking out of the box outside of using money to trigger abatement. We have to be very, if you will, conventional in our thinking around our messaging, public awareness, and community outreach, partnering with the community presidents of these neighborhoods to assist us with our fight against blight. And I think by being able to leverage all those resources, those external resources, we're going to begin to see that we're going to gain a lot of more traction with our volunteer compliance within the city. As you know, you can throw money all you want, but eventually everybody has to have a hand in the rebuilding, the stabilization, sustainability, and definitely for reinvestment. So again, these are our primary approaches. These are just, if you will, a couple of many of the tools in our toolbox that we plan to use for 2021 to make sure that we've been proactive, aggressive, and again, not to belabor the point, but again, to be calculated in our decision thinking or how we begin to go into neighborhoods and start performing redevelopment and reinvestment. Next slide. Supported core services. This is a snapshot of how we evaluate the spending by our services to provide insight for our policymakers into appropriated funds and yields to the community. As you see, support services, you see we have management and administrative services, human resources and employee support, facility security and maintenance, fleet and equipment management, job-specific supplies and equipment, performance and data analysis, technology, data management, training, and professional development. And those are tied into our core services around property inspections, violation and adjudications, lot abatement and demolitions, lot abatement, clearing and maintenance of those lots. Again, with making sure we have a maintenance side of just not just cutting lots, but have a ongoing maintenance program to ensure that we are mitigating the hazards on a regular basis. And our lien foreclosure program to make sure that, again, that we are calculating and thinking, being able to push the properties that we can back into commerce, because as we know, the only way to get our tax base up is to push these blighted properties as many and as much as we can, strategically, that is, the ones that we know that will provide value in return, and immediately get those processed to the lien foreclosure process. The next slide, please. Our historical spending, this is a snapshot of our historical spending. I think it pretty much speaks for itself. As you know, with all of our setbacks from year 2020 with the cyber attack and COVID and the storms, we've had a slowdown in operations in year 2020 as compared to 2019. But we're still on track to, if you will, to be parallel the accomplishments of 2019 and 2020. And so when you look at this number, I don't want you to think that we're not going to meet our goals for 2020. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the performance analysis of the lot abatement, clearing and maintenance of lots. Gives you an overall picture of the personnel, the salaries, the monies that the funding streams to go into maintaining our operation. Again, I think it pretty much speaks to itself. If you look across the board, it speaks to the number of lots in 2019 that we were able to achieve with our lot maintenance program. We think that we've had a, if you will, a shift in our management. We're excited by the opportunity that we'll present in 2021 with redesigning and redirecting some of our services, again, calculating our thinking of how to properly streamline our approach to be able to not only efficiently carry out the program, but be able to get to the blight quicker. And so we are all excited over here to be able to step up and make things happen in 2021. Again, as the mayor says, we're going to be fair, but we're going to be aggressive. And we tend to be very aggressive, especially with our lot abatement program. Next
Mr.
slide,
Chair,
please.
can I just jump in for a minute?
Sure.
When?
Yeah, Winston, am I reading it right? In 2019, contracted services, 1.1 million, but in 2020, it's 150,000?
No. We intend for, that might be a error typo.
Okay,
But our contractual services should mirror one another from 2019, 2020 to 2021. The only thing that's going to change is we're going to streamline some of our administrative, if you will, handicaps through the code, our internal operations of adjudication and the process to make sure that we still allow for due process, but being able to expedite the services of lot abatement. So I apologize for that little error in that number.
okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your presentation.
it's okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here's a snapshot of, if you will, of the 2020 budget summary and a 2021 budget request. Again, as you see in the variance, there's not much difference. It kind of mirrors our 2019, 2021 budget summary from the previous years. Again, I think that speaks to us being very good stewards of the money. As you know, we will begin to have some decrease in our funding streams, whether through furloughs, through reduction of funding at a level maybe 20% or more. We also anticipate having a reduction of our HUD funding source, which has been happening throughout the last 3 to 4 years. But you know, I think that challenges us to be, as I said earlier, to be more calculated in our thinking, more streamlined in our thinking, and creative and conventional in our thinking. Around 14 property owners to be, if you will, more responsible. We're going to use, again, every external tool as possible to either force voluntary compliance, or we will use what we need to do to expropriate or lien foreclose on those properties to accelerate putting them back into commerce. And I think, again, if you will, we want to narrow that focus and the scope, that lens, if you will, just with the part about putting properties back in commerce. Because again, where we fight blight and we just spin our wheels, cutting grass, tearing down buildings, we just really we're not moving the dial forward. So with the leadership of Peter Bowman, he's bringing in other resources. We're thinking together. We're thinking with different, if you will, tools. We were looking at best practices. We're looking at every aspect and every possible piece of creative thinking to make sure that we're pushing volunteer compliance first, but if not, find a way strategically, using the right tools, again, being very place-based in our thinking to make sure that we're strategically going to touch the properties that we know that will provide good value and reinvestment in our neighborhoods. And that alone will bring about immediate sustainability and stabilization in our neighborhoods and bring up our tax base. I thank you for this opportunity. I hope I have been clear enough, thorough enough in my delivery so you can understand where we were, where we are, and where we're going. I appreciate that opportunity. You have any questions?
Councilmember, thank you, Winston, for and Peter for your presentation. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Winston. Good morning, Peter. And thank you for your presentation. I know that we have had several conversations around code enforcement, particularly impacting blighted property in District E. I know that I have expressed on numerous occasions my frustration, and I know that there is a system or a process that things have to go through in reference to code enforcement. As I am listening to your presentation, and I think I hear a lot about, being innovative, being very strategic about how do you really move a lot of these properties to the next stage. Can you maybe share with me and the public in reference to some of those uniqueness, some of those unique strategy in reference to maybe timeline that we're looking at? I think many times, based on my understanding, is that these property gets bottlenecked into the process, and the time that we have to allow it to go through, how are we going to tighten that up in reference to really give a win for residents in neighborhoods that are extremely saturated with blighted property? And my district very well. You guys was just recently in my district demolishing several blighted property that needed to be gone like several years ago. And so I do appreciate the one off of Bullard, the one off of Brownlee and Curran. But I think we still have several hundreds, if not thousands, that needs to be addressed. And so I don't think that the citizens should have to wait another 15 years to get some sort of quality living in their neighborhood. So if you could elaborate on just your innovative thinking in reference to how we're going to move some of these blighted property that has been sitting for the past 15 years.
Chairman Brissett and Winston, if you don't mind me chiming in, there may be this is Clarence Lyman from CAO's office, budget.
Hey, Clarence.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to remind everybody that there were some positions that were asked for previously regarding code enforcement. And I think they were probably, a note was probably not included in the presentation, but just wanted to remind everybody on the budget office side, we have included in general fund funding an additional 5 positions to be phased in during 2021 for code enforcement. I just wanted to remind everybody of that. So as Winston answers your question, Councilmember Nguyen, I'd like him to kind of be mindful of those 5 positions that are included in general fund for this year, for next year's budget. I just wanted to kind of remind everybody of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Clarence.
Wait, I'm sorry, this is Kristen. I'm sorry, I don't understand. There are 5 additional positions that are not reflected in this budget?
They are in the budget, in the system, but I think what Winston, we probably should have included a slide with the general fund portion of that funding, and these are our grants and special funds that are on the slides. So that's just a little tidbit that was excluded from the presentation. But however, those positions are in our budget system under general fund allocation.
So does that mean there's not a loss of personnel in this department for 2021, or there is?
With respect to those, with respect to those positions, we are adding those. Now, if there is an overall loss, I have to defer to Winston how these positions will augment and supplant the lost positions under special funds and grants.
Can I ask one technical question here too, Clarence? In the budget, where is OBS in the budget codes? I can't find it.
Okay. I have staff on the line as well.
My name is Hubert.
Can you chime in on that technical?
I got it, Clarence. So this is Hugo Britton-Shy in the budget office. So Councilmember Opus, because it's a new, pretty much a new program, it's comprised of multiple costing centers throughout the agencies, like in safety and permits, code enforcement, and things like that. What we're going to be doing is actually creating a new code that will house OBIS and its administration so that we can clearly see this throughout the budget. It's just because it's a very new program and it's very new in its inception. We have to really kind of cordon off that funding and pull it from those responsible agencies and put it in one area. It's just that throughout the time, and we're trying to really find the best place to put that administratively, just so we can kind of display it in a way that's most appropriate and most effective for its operation. So it's going to be pulling funding from different areas. We just want to make sure we have that right. So it's going to be showing up for the adopted budget in the correct area. But that's why you can see it now, just because it's a new program.
So to make sure I understand, and I know code enforcement is in this boat, it could be from a number of different codes right now, and then the goal is to eventually amalgamate that into a single code that will be in the adopted budget.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting, Councilmember Nguyen. Thank you.
No, you're good.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yeah, no, I thought I asked my question already.
And I apologize. I probably
Yeah,
got
it's okay,
everybody
yeah.
sidetracked.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
So to me, okay, I guess I'll just do it again then. So I guess going just to summarize it, Winston, I know that your team has been working really hard, and we do appreciate all the work that you guys have done for District E. And I think for District E, basically that we still have a large number of blighted property that's been sitting for the past 15 years. And so I hope that you guys can understand my frustration in reference to those properties, particularly in neighborhoods that are trying to revitalize. And guess being in city council for the past 2 years, I understand that many of it is that there's a process that we have to go through. And I think that is one that is very frustrating, particularly the fact that your average citizen is looking at a piece of property that has been vacant since Katrina. And even though the process may be tedious, but 15 years, that's quite a long time. And I know that we've been able to make improvement, particularly around nuisance property by doing our demolition. But I know that we still have quite a lot of properties that are sitting there. So as I'm listening to your presentation, and again, I appreciate everything that code enforcement do for the city of New Orleans, from not just addressing blighted property, but also enforcing a lot of the issues during COVID-19 that we had to reach out to your department as well. So I don't want you to feel like I don't appreciate it, because I value you and your team greatly in reference to the work that we have to do for District E and moving it forward. But just on your goal, you talked about increasing use of the lien foreclosure program. That is a program that we're using now, right? We are exercising that program. What are we going to do differently that's going to really show some win for the community?
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you. Winston?
Yes. Can you hear us?
If Mr. Bowen's talking, we can't
Yeah,
hear
Mr.
him.
Bowen, yes.
I can see Peter talking, we can't hear him.
Can you hear us now?
We've been hearing you fine, Winston. We're just
Winston?
kind of waiting.
Yeah,
Yeah, Winston, we can hear you. We can't hear anyone else up there.
yeah. My boss, Peter Bowen, was speaking. Are you able to hear him as well?
No.
We'll switch laptops. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Much better.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
So I dove into this topic as quickly as I could, because I know it's a top priority, for the city, but especially for the East. We identified a number of areas that included the process, by which we're assigning inspections and working internally with Llama to streamline the process as these properties, particularly for lien foreclosure, go into the legal queue, for title research to go to be foreclosed on, and on all the way to a number of properties that have failed to be sold at SOAP or dope sales. We also looked deep into the lot maintenance piece as well, and we really saw that the use of technology had been a tough adoption, and we realized there was a lot of opportunities to upgrade the Llama functionalities to streamline how quickly inspection results are coded and processed to legal. We've looked at the noticing process as well, and found tremendous opportunities there to get different notices out faster, and then to streamline the actual hearing process as well. So that's as it relates to the lien foreclosure process. But what was really interesting was, code enforcement uses primarily Chapter 6 for all of these abatement issues. And, when I learned about Chapter 66, which is more about vegetation, we realized there's a huge opportunity to separate and use two separate tools. So lots that are overgrown, and we really just need to quickly get on and cut the grass and maintain the property, should really go through 66. And that process can actually be streamlined down to about 30 days from complaint to lot maintenance. And then putting the properties that really are blighted vacant structures to foreclose on through the Chapter 6 process, again, streamlining the technology and the noticing piece as well. So we've been kind of resetting. We changed our leadership in our lot abatement program that I'm very excited about. We've tied in a number of our colleagues from ITI, GIS, and the like to really dive into the data and be more strategic about which properties we're targeting and when. Winston, talked about compliance obviously being the best road. And so if we can very quickly with these two tools drive compliance by, streamlined noticing and adding, the cost of grass cutting the tax bills to the right properties, we can quickly get properties into compliance and then really target our efforts on the lots that we want to foreclose on and require constant maintenance.
Peter, do you have a list of properties that failed to be sold? Do we have that list?
We have access to that. I don't have it in front of me. The last I heard from, I believe, Civic Source, I'm sorry, was that there is a number that had not been sold. There's also, I believe, the sheriff's sales had been put on pause, I believe, due to COVID. So there is a longer list of properties that are to be sold at a sheriff's sale once they restart that process.
Okay. If you could give me that list, that would be great, because I definitely want to have a better understanding of properties that are just sitting there. And we really need to move the needle for those property, of course, within the law that is set. But as Winston presentation talked about, innovative ideas, strategies that really get things going. And whatever my office can do, that we're there to support you guys, to help you guys understand the process, but also to educate the community as well. But going back to the lot maintenance program, and I know that the lot maintenance basically cut grass, provide, get it back to where it needs to be at. But are looking at putting accountability onto the property owner? Because while I appreciate the department using limited resources, and as we move into 2021, I think it's going to be more of a challenge in reference to resources, but the blight is still there. My office will continue to get calls in reference to property that you guys have been taking care of, but I don't know if that's going to be the same for 2021 or not. And so my question is that are we looking to put accountability onto property owners that have neglected and abandoned their property and really take an aggressive measure to go after them?
Winston will take that.
Councilwoman, absolutely. But I would like to remind you that many of these properties that you're speaking of, these are properties that are carryovers from Hurricane Katrina. Many of these property owners are deceased. Many of these properties are caught up in succession issues. So that's why Peter has mentioned about being more strategic and our approach and using other tools in the toolbox, leveraging resources with other agencies and services that deal with redevelopment. We are focusing on, again, as I said, using calculated thinking, strategic thinking, place-based development, targeting those properties that we know in those neighborhoods that can be put back in commerce. So we're what we call priority channeling properties through the system that we know that one can help the neighborhood out through sustainability and help deter crime activity, because you know blight is a magnet for crime activity. And two, for those properties that we know that may not have any significant value right now because the market just not it's just not there right now. We're going to use the Chapter 66 program as a way to, accelerate the mitigating of the blight and the hazards that exist on those lots. But in the meantime, look at other ways to deal with putting those properties back into commerce too. Again, there are programs that are hope to pop up in 2021 that the potential mode to own. Is one program that you talked about being innovative, and that was something the mayor had wanted us to look in closely. And lately, we've looked at every aspect of how to untangle, if you will, some of the legal hurdles around that. And so I think that, with programs like that, you'll see that we're not just sitting thinking in the vacuum, right? We're thinking collectively, just as you said, how to, when to, and which ones, okay? We don't want to just use a slingshot approach. This is, again, a very calculated approach. And so when we talk about District E, and again, in fact, not only District E, all of the districts, I want to, again, be mindful and be cognizant of the fact that, we were all pretty much not doing anything in many offices, core services, if you will, deliverabilities for at least 6 months. But the Office of Code Enforcement never stopped working, okay? We may not have had adjudications until the month of July, the first part of August. But we did stand up. We did what we had to do to make sure that our operations kept rolling and moving forward. So again, yes, we're a little behind the ball, but we do plan to catch up in 2021. We're very excited about the opportunity to resume normal hearings the way we used to, whenever that can happen as soon as possible in 2021. But in the interim, we will still do virtual hearings. So we're not stopping, as the mayor has challenged us and has told us, we're not stopping. The music is not stopping. The demand and the calls for quality life is not stopping. And indicative of that statement, as you know, yesterday, all of the council members, I think I sent the email to you, 13, 14, 18 French Street. Show you how we're being proactive and aggressive, leveraging our resources with other agencies such as NOPD, the Quality Life Task Force. We removed 2 buildings, in fact, 1 building, and through the assistance of leadership from the council, been able to have a donation to Rebuilding Together to put that property back into commerce. So again, these are the tools that we all have to use. We are also very excited about the opportunity of working with you. We want your hands in this, as you all have been playing an integral role in this, but we all need to come together because we know that money is not going to be the complete answer. So we all have to come together, think smart, think big, and be creative about approaching 2021. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Winston. But I wanted to ask you guys, so how are you guys finding the virtual hearing? Do you find that those that need to come to the hearing are showing up for the hearing? And if so, is that something that you hope to continue for 2021 as we're still dealing with COVID-19?
Question to my deputy director of the adjudication process, our legal advisor here, Ms. Keefer.
What we found is a mix. I mean, I think that it has to be equitable. So we do still provide the option of coming in if that's what the citizen needs to do. And we provide social spacing in different rooms within our office to keep everybody safe, and of course require mask and screening for COVID. But we feel that virtual is something that we always should have had as an option, because it gives us the opportunity to meet citizens where they're at. We're also looking at setting up maybe satellite places so that we can be kind of embedded in neighborhoods. So maybe people can go to their hearing, at the public library or other places. We're experimenting with all kinds of ideas so that we can have less burden on people and interacting with our department.
Okay, yeah, and if you decide to come out into community, please let our office know. We would love to help you guys in reference to that, because a lot of our residents would love to attend some of these code enforcement hearings to provide a true assessment of what people are going through as we are trying to deal with blighted properties in our district.
Yeah, we currently do have a satellite. Oh, we are? Okay. So we're currently going to be opening a satellite office in New Orleans East, and we are looking at ways to we do have, if you go to our website and our calendar, we do have options for the public to join in and listen to our hearings through WebEx. We do have that as a platform that is available to everybody. We can't necessarily open it up to everybody like we used to, but the public can listen to our hearings by clicking on the link on our website.
Thank you. Winston and Peter, I do look forward to working with you guys on the mode to own and other strategies in reference to how do we aggressively address many of these blighted properties. And I do understand about being to work smart and look at placemate strategies and not just kind of throw a ball out there and see who's gonna get hit. But I feel like the swing approach also could help many of those that are in isolated neighborhoods as well, because at the end of the day, they also deserve quality of life as well.
Absolutely, and I assure you that our commitment is we work for the citizens of New Orleans, and they're all tax-paying citizens. Mm-hmm. And we're here to provide the deliverables to them, the core services that we talk about. We're not going to leave anybody behind. We care. We're here to work for them. We appreciate their confidence in us, and we plan to come through. As the mayor says, there's no excuses around that. We will not leave no neighborhood behind. I assure you of that.
And one last thing, Winston, you mentioned about the CEA that code enforcement have with Hano properties, particularly around a multifamily, around housing inspection. Can you kind of walk us through in reference to how does that look like? So when they do a housing inspection, they give you guys a report, or how does that work?
Well, I don't want to get too much in the woods because we are in the initial stages of the development of this awesome, I think, potentially awesome program in collaboration with Hano. But I'll give you a snippet of it. Hano, as you know, they've had to outsource their inspections to contractual services. And as a result of that, many of the voucher programs, the tenant-based voucher programs, whether it's residential, commercial, or family or multi-family-based housing, many of those inspections have fell behind. And with Hano's leadership, the direction I sat down, the mayor, this is something that's dear to her, something that she pushed, and we sat down and we talked about calculated thinking, strategic thinking around how can we leverage and share the information to work together. How can our inspectors work together? It's better to have, again, that slingshot approach. So when the inspectors go out and perform an inspection, right? Generally, they perform inspection for a single unit at a single time. We want to be able to leverage our resources to perform a sweep of the entire complex at that single moment, right? We want to be able to capture every potential violation or deficiency that may affect the quality of life of the residents of that complex. This is not to trigger any potential evictions. We have had buy-in from the management of these apartment complexes because, again, these are mostly life-saving measures, you know? So again, not to get too much in the woods, but this would be sharing of information with Hano. This would be sharing and working in tandem and boots on the ground with their contractors, performing inspections. These will be place-based and targeted specific inspections or locations where we know that for years have been neglecting their maintenance on their units. Again, we're looking across the board at how we can be fair but aggressive. But I assure you this, we will be aggressive to the ones that are not willing to bring their buildings up to city code and provide a certain level of quality standards for their tenants. We don't want to trigger any type of hardship. We're not trying to, again, trigger any evictions. That's why we're working directly with the management of the facilities, as well as with the property owners of rental-based housing. So again, the approach is to be soft but aggressive, and you hear about it more soon in 2021.
Great. I would love to know more about it. My office has started a housing committee with all of the property management in my district. While you're dealing with the quality of life, the units and everything, but we also are dealing with other issues in reference to multifamily. And so we'd love to kind of partner with you, because when people have decent housing, I really believe that they'll make better decisions and better choices in life.
Absolutely. And as you know, if we don't get to and maintain, be proactive around stabilizing substandard or occupied housing before they become substandard, inherently we have what we're dealing with now, blighted properties. So, you know, we want to, again, be holistic in our thinking to make sure we're thinking across the board and touch everything that may affect and impact the quality of life throughout the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Peter, are you still on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So the way I'm looking at this, and please tell me if I'm not correct, let me pull this up, that according to your budget, we see that there are 12 inspectors are cut from OCD HUD-line, and then 7 are added in the OCD grant line, so that there's a net loss of 5 inspectors. Is that correct?
So we're certainly not laying anyone off. We saw some natural attrition due to COVID. Some of our older inspectors took the opportunity to retire. And so those were, you know, open vacant positions that were just cut for 2021 to hit our cut goal.
Okay, so we have a net loss of 5 and they're not going to be reestablished.
Correct.
All right. And then when do you feel, okay, and so I just want to also be clear, y'all have restarted code enforcement hearings via virtual settings, correct?
Yep, that's correct. They restarted in August and really paved the way for figuring out the technology and the process that enabled safety and permits to restart in October.
Okay, and then do we have a start date for the sheriff's sales? Like, when are they going to start again?
Lateefah can answer that question.
Yes, sheriff sales did resume in August of 2020. We are ramping up. We have 221 active cases over at the sheriff's office that we are strategically ramping back up to sale. And going through the servicing and all the things that have to happen prior to the sale with the sheriff. We are also partnering with NORA, and we will be filing cases in the lower 9 opportunity zone. So that will be a part of our major priority for the remainder of 2020. And then we just are moving forward and kind of looking at like Winston was saying, looking at different strategies and combining them to see what should move forward, what would be best poised to go to sheriff sale. We are looking at that, and to look at that, we look at MVA, we look at what could make a high impact in an area based on what's around it. We look at everything. So we're going to use a multifaceted approach going forward in 2021 and partner with all of our other departments that do economic development to get a lot more insight than we've had in the past.
Okay, I think it would be good to have community input as well, or at least from the council offices. I know 2800 Sullen and Cutoff has been on the market twice. They say it hasn't sold. I know that we have at least two interested buyers. We also hear from folks that they don't even know anything about the share of sales or what's going on. It would, if we talk about, if y'all are strategically trying to get these properties to the marketplace, I think we also have to talk about marketing them and letting the general public know as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We want to increase our use of social media. And I think that we all are happy to do maybe a community sort of meeting to maybe talk more about the sheriff's sale opportunity. I don't think enough is known about it. And in terms of 2800 Sullen, that actually is one of my cases. And unfortunately, there was an administrative delay in the fact that in putting it up for sale, in that the owner filed for bankruptcy. And that does legally stop a sheriff's sale from taking place.
I know, but we also, I mean, that place has been lighted for a good 15 years.
Oh, absolutely. And it's still on my radar. It's still an active case and we plan to move forward.
Okay. Can we go back to Peter, please? Thank you. Peter, I've also heard from initial report and that it can take up to 60 days for a location to get inspected after a complaint. Is that true?
Winston's sitting next to me and he's adamantly saying no.
No, Councilwoman, that, I don't know where you're getting your report from, but I can assure you that is not true.
Okay,
In
can I go
fact-
back to Peter? Thanks, Winston. Can I go back to Peter, please? Then what we would like to see is, I want to go back to what Councilmember Nguyen recommended and said, is that I would like to see a very clear strategy when we talk about code enforcement, because I appreciate y'all talking about it. I think that's great, but I'd like to see something in writing, how we're prioritizing these properties, because I agree with Councilmember Nguyen 100%. It's been 15 years, and we've got to start expropriating, taking property, and getting them back into commerce. Just cutting grass. And I know you agree with this, Peter. I mean,
I do.
we just are selling out money, and the only way to stop that is to develop the property. We have an unprecedented affordable housing shortage, and it's hard to get these properties back to the marketplace. And I'm not sure how we're prioritizing. I heard everything Winston said. I appreciate his work. I love working with him, but I need, since you're at the top, I need a very clear plan that we can see in black and white how y'all are prioritizing it and how are you changing the existing systems. For example, how are we prioritizing properties that have not paid their taxes in 5+ years, in 10+ years? How are we getting these, how are we constantly going after them on expropriation list? Which properties are bank owned? I think we need to have a list of properties. The property that Winston is referring to is because I picked up the phone and I called the bank and I told the bank that they need to donate this property, or there's going to be a lot of, other things happening there. And it was easy enough. And so now they're donated to a nonprofit. So do we have an active list of because banks don't want to hold on to these crappy properties either.
Councilmember, absolutely. I heard the passion in your words a few months ago at the Quality of Life hearing. That was right around the time that we started to make the leadership change. At that time, the benefits of this office, we put together a Tiger team that included the Office of Community Assets and Investments, Economic Development, the City Planning Commission, to build this strategic plan that's ongoing, but we intend to have it completed by the end of the year so that January 1, we are all in alignment and moving towards all these goals. I completely agree with you. And what I realized when I dove in is that we didn't have one. It wasn't a picture, and we're creating that now. So we will share that with all of the council members by the end of the year.
Great, I appreciate that. And so maybe we can go ahead and, I'm sorry, can go back to Peter, please? Maybe we can go ahead and schedule a meeting with the CDC meeting, the Community Development Committee. For when will this be ready?
Our goal was to have it locked and loaded by the end of the year, so that January 1, it's a fresh start.
Okay, great. Well, then let's go ahead and plan that. I'll talk with Councilmember Banks. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yeah, my main question was about the codes, so I got that answered. I appreciate that. Thanks, Winston. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Winston, can you give us an idea how code enforcement processes as it relates to the, Peter Bowen touched on it earlier, major parcels of land, vacant lots, as it relates to high grass and vegetation, where large equipment is needed to clear out the particular lot. There have been some progress throughout District D in regards to that. Of course, much still remains, especially in the Florida Desire area. But can you just give us a idea how you all move forward in tackling that particular form of blight?
Absolutely. And again, as I stated earlier and Peter touched on, you know, we're retooling the whole program to be comprehensive in our approach around which contractor to use, relative to which type of, you know, property we plan to tackle for abatement. We're not just looking at it from, again, a slingshot approach. We plan to, when we go out, we plan to approach this a block by block type approach to ensure that we leave impact. That once we go to an area that the community know that there's been some significant improvement in the area because the city has been there. Again, speaking to the deliverable. The retooling part that I'm speaking of is, as Peter talked about, Chapter 66, allowing us to streamline the process, to be fair and give due process, but yet be able to accelerate our ability to get to the blight quicker. I think some of our challenges and issues is getting to the blight in an amount of time where, you know, we can, again, be smart about it. Be smart about it, have larger levels of impact, using the right tools, using the right contractor. Again, just speaking, being holistic, being comprehensive in our approach.
Are you anticipating a legislative change and speaking to Chapter 66 as it relates to streamlining it? I believe I heard earlier that Peter said reducing that timeline to 30 days. I think Peter was addressing Councilmember Wynn's concern.
So Councilmember Brissett, we did reach out to some council offices this week to sponsor an ordinance around 66. The primary change is actually, we want to reduce the height requirement to become non-compliant from 18 inches to 10 in line with our sister parishes. So that'll allow us to actually address some of these sooner before they're really overgrown. As far as streamlining the rest of it, we've seen some opportunity to integrate through LAMA, the noticing process, so that the noticing can happen much faster. And so that's what's really going to shrink the timeline down, is getting the notices out so that we can get on the property sooner.
And thank you. And back to Winston, relative to, you said the type of contractor. Explain more, what do you mean by that?
Well, you know, when we talk about use, for example, the CEO, the Covenant House, you know, those are individuals that's going through, if you will, skill set development. You know, they're not used to handling, managing heavy equipment. So they can do basic cuts. They do have some type of equipment that can do some grubbing, some cleaning lots. But when we talk about the type of lots you're talking about, you need a contractor to have, that has, if you will, all the tools. You know, they have the equipment size. You know, they're equipped to do that on a regular basis. And we do have a contractor under contract that's capable of doing that. So again, going back to being calculated, our thinking, strategic about, using right, the right source. Make sure we're not just throwing money behind money, right? We are looking at the type of approaches relative to a level of abatement, whether it be to grub a lot, cut a lot, seed a lot. Again, the mayor has charged us and challenged us to be, again, comprehensive in our grass cutting program, not just go out and cut grass. Because again, as we all know, that is just, you cut grass and 3 months later, or in fact, a month later, you're back cutting again. So again, we've been very strategic about thinking, how can we mitigate, how can we retard the growth of some of these lots and some of these areas where, again, we know that it doesn't benefit us to keep cutting them on a regular basis. So again, we have to be very strategic in our thinking about what method of abatement we utilize and use to cut certain lots in the city, okay? And then if you will, I'd like to just real quick to go back and touch something relevant to Councilwoman Palmer said. And Councilwoman Palmer, thank you for working as closely as you do with our office. In fact, all you guys, we appreciate your support and your confidence in us. But I want to just let you know, when people talk about inspections is one of the easiest part of our process. In 30 days, I assure you, most inspectors get to a property within 5-6 days. If you come over to our office and take a tour, we'd be willing to give you a tour and show you exactly how robust our office is in terms of, it'll give you the metrics. You can see the metrics. You can see the type of operations we have. And again, I think you'll have a better understanding of what we do. And I know Councilwoman Palmer, you do because you've been here, and unlike the rest of you guys. But again, I think it's important to highlight the level of operations that my inspectors are doing. And let me be clear, we're doing COVID, 311 COVID complaints. We're working at night until 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning. We're doing regular 311 complaints around housing, multifamily. We're performing those type of complaints. We're doing grass complaints. We're doing sweeps from the hurricane for the incident around the tropical storm. So again, these are 12 inspectors that are not getting overtime, but some work extensive hours just to make sure that we're covering our bases. So again, I just want to let you know, I feel strongly that we're stepping up and beyond the call of duty when it comes to inspections and the operations internally, because again, we're the only ones that have really been standing up for the most part around adjudications and still fighting and moving our operations forward, given all of the setbacks and delays that we've experienced. But I appreciate every last one of you guys for all of your support and then working closely with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winston and Peter. Council members, are any more questions, comments?
I do, Mr. Chair. Peter, earlier you mentioned about, I think we're looking at amending the chapter 66, and you looked at our sister parish and getting our code aligned with them. Are we also looking at other areas that they're doing that could also help us as well, since we're making all these changes? And might as well let's get a true win for the city of New Orleans as we're on this path of innovative thinking.
Absolutely, Council Member. This has been a very collaborative approach, looking at best practices across the board. Certainly, St. Bernard has been very successful in this process. We've been inspired by their work. Winston has been piloting a number of kind of different approaches around seeding lots after they've been cut, so that it actually slows down the growth but creates a healthier, greener look. So we've already started piloting some creative options that will ultimately reduce the total number of cuts required to keep these lots maintained. So it's really been about not only the data-driven approach to what we tackle, but streamlining how quickly we can tackle them, and then reducing the number of times that we need to go revisit lots. So it's been really creative, and I'm excited to share the plan with you all by the end of the year.
I look forward to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Druso, did you have?
I think Winston's answered a lot of questions at this point. Winston, you want some more? I can ask some more.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Winston. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys too as well. Thank you so much for all your support. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Well, that completes the Office of Code Enforcement. Thank you. We look forward to working with you through the budget process and your plans for 2021. Thank you, Winston and Peter. Next, we will have the Department of Safety and Permits.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Jackson. How are you?
I'm fine. And you all on this beautiful Friday?
Doing well. It's Friday. We got here.
Right.
You may proceed when you're ready and introduce any of your colleagues, staff, when you, if you have any with you.
Okay. Well, good morning. Of course, I'm Tammy Jackson, the Director of Safety and Permits. I do have my Chief Zoning Official in the office with me, Ashley Bagnell. I know you know her well. And we are here with Peter Boeing, the Deputy CEO of OBIS. We're excited this year to be a part of OBIS. Putting all of this together is extremely important to us, and we believe that it will improve our missions and vision for this year and the coming years. So with that in mind, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I'm going to start with our mission and vision. Our mission is to administer and enforce the comprehensive zoning ordinance, building code, electrical code, mechanical code, and floodplain regulations to ensure compliance with international standards for the construction, alteration, repair, use, occupancy, and demolition of buildings, structures, and properties. We have a single point of intake and issuance for permits and licenses dedicated to ongoing quality improvement and relentless focus on customer service and streamlining processes. Our vision statement is we will strengthen our focus on customer service through more efficient internal operations, improved technology, and efficient and timely processes for administering the permitting processes for residents and businesses. We will utilize technology to simplify processes and create greater access to government. Next slide. This is our organizational chart, and it encompasses all of our bureaus and divisions. And it goes directly with our mission and vision to strengthen our focus on customer service. Our new plan is to be customer centric. Next slide. Next slide, to our 2020 accomplishments. We've increased online permitting capabilities. One thing about 2020, it's been very unique. COVID-19 has shifted our gears, and this is one good thing that has come out of it, that our online permitting capabilities have increased. We see that the public has actually accepted it, adopted it, and we're looking forward to increasing it in the future with permitting online. Of course, in New Orleans, we love our community, but like I said, in the future, we want to adopt this model where we can actually increase our efficiencies. The Ground Transportation Bureau increased customer service by cross-training employees, streamlining the inspection process for vehicles, and providing curbside service for all transactions. The Ground Transportation Bureau really uniquely took this year to ensure that they can still make sure that all of our vehicles are safe for use. And so they took a model where they're not seeing people inside, much like City Hall and safety and permits, but they are making sure they're still accomplishing their goals and producing all licenses and inspections for vehicles. Next slide. To our 2021 goals. Assertive enforcement action. We want to provide effective education via inspection, guides, and video tutorials to ensure every applicant is aware of the responsibilities associated with a license or a permit. We want to ensure public safety concerns are proactively addressed to ensure compliance and reduce violations. Internal compliance and controls. We want to monitor and encourage employee quality assurance controls to instill integrity in the process and restore public trust by educating staff to ensure consistency in the application of the procedures and rules. We also want to increase outreach. We want to promote awareness and educate applicants about the online process to increase usage to 80%. And encourage and support access by using locations within the community. The evolution and revolution of the One Stop Shop app and website. We want to implement user-friendly application processes and continue to explore system enhancements and modifications for ease and accessibility to the system. And lastly, but certainly not least, we want to provide excellent customer service and empower employees with the resources and education to respond timely, effectively, and efficiently to the needs of the public. Like I said, we're becoming customer-centric, but we also do not want to leave out our associates. We want to train and appreciate associates so that when you meet them here, instead of I gotta go to work, it's I get to go to work. And we want you to see that in every aspect of what we do in safety and permits. That's why we're becoming customer-centric, but we do not want to leave out our associates because they are valued and they make this process work. Next slide. Short-term rental enforcement. We knew you guys wanted to know all about this, so we wanted to make sure we let you know about the Quality of Life Fund. The city has received $6.1 million from the state Quality of Life Fund in 2020. $1.9 million of this total was due to a delayed reimbursement of 2019 expenses. In 2021, the city expects to receive approximately $4.3 million from the Quality of Life Fund. Departments across the city work together in order to holistically and robustly write and enforce all regulation and policies related to short-term rentals. For example, the department's short-term rental responsibilities are for safety and permits and code enforcement. We administer the short-term rental program and take the lead in the adjudication process. Law provides representation for appeals as well as advising on adjudication training and processes. The police department, fire department, and health department provide immediate response to complaints and provide reports needed to pursue adjudication. The Bureau of Revenue facilitates tax collection and audit efforts related to short-term rentals. And the CAO, mayor, and council set policies and ordinances related to short-term rental and enforcement.
Tammy, can I ask a question though?
Sure.
I mean, I don't think you're suggesting that the 4.3 goes to all those departments though, right?
Yes. And Clarence is on the line. Clarence, you can speak more to that about all of
The council
money.
gets part of the $4.3 million?
So,
Well, how about, I just want an answer to my question. Does the council get part of the $4.3 million? Yes or no?
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the way the CEA, the answer is yes. Okay. However, I think what we need to explain is the manner in which the CEA is approved and works with the state. It's set up to allow for a maintenance of effort type approach to drawing down funding that's made available by the legislature for our efforts of administering and enforcing the STR program in the New Orleans area, similar to what others do in their areas as well. Of course, New Orleans is more robust in most, if not all, areas in the state as it relates to STRs. Under the CEA, which we could help you understand that approach, as I appreciate it coming in, this is the approach that was agreed upon by the state. It's what we submit to the Treasurer's Office annually to certify our methodology and our drawdown of the money. As Tammy mentioned, this CEA, we identified up to about 20 different agencies and entities within city government that actually participate in ensuring that we provide a robust approach to administering our STR program. Now, that includes about 20 different agencies, as I mentioned, from a small percentage of your operations, say from 2.5% all the way up to 21.1% for safety and permits is what we do. So what we do is allocate expenditures by the various agencies as part of this CEA, which the state has agreed that this represents our maintenance of effort regarding and relating to the STR process or our STR enforcement process. So I'm hoping that answers your questions, but I'd certainly like to answer any questions you might.
It answers the question in terms of where the money's going. I guess what I struggle with is we've all talked about setting up this robust STR office. And according to the budget book, we don't have attorneys hired. We don't have code enforcement inspector. We're down a building inspector. And so it just seems like the best use of this $4.3 million is to making sure there's robust investment in the actual enforcement. And so, I'm trying to get to the bottom of how is the money allocated among these sources when it seems as though we are missing personnel and there hasn't been an administrative hearing on STRs in a long time. And so it just makes it really hard as we're trying to tell people we've reinvented the rules. We're holding platforms accountable, not to have the personnel you need to enforce.
And as Tammy mentioned, I think enforcement does occur in more than just in code enforcement in her area. There's a great deal of enforcement occurring in finance, in our Bureau of Tax Collection. So their activities certainly weigh in on our ability to manage STRs in the city through audits. And also we're reaching out to the state as well collaboratively to identify all of the STRs that are operating in our area. So it does take a collaborative effort, not just within city government, but with the state as well to identify these entities. So I would say a great deal of work is actually an effort is expended toward making sure we do what we can to identify the STRs located within the city.
And Councilmember Jerusalem, we did have an adjudication hearing on October 21st when code adjudications resumed for safety and permits on 1327 to 29 Saratoga. That's in District B. That was the first date we had a hearing, and also the first short-term rental adjudication we've had in a long time. We do have at least 4 scheduled by the end of the year. We are still doing enforcement, and enforcement doesn't only include adjudication. Next slide, please.
Well, wait, Tammy, can you go back to that? Because I think I guess that begs a number of different questions too. Like, that means there's been 5 adjudication hearings the whole year. How are they being prioritized? Are they being prioritized on basis of number of violations, severity of violations, the first time they were reported, why only 4 or 5 before the end of the year? I mean, I just think, look, we all collectively have made this commitment to trying to do enforcement in a good way, and I just think we need to show how that's happening.
Yes, absolutely. And we prioritize based on the evidence that we have. Certainly, we've started back with inspections on the night and weekend. We were doing COVID enforcement more robustly. And so where those intersect, we were able to do some of the inspections, but starting now, as well as continuing into next year, we're planning to ramp up, investigation of these events. For Saratoga, the police department is involved. And that's one of the things that has improved, making sure that enforcement action is just not solely based on safety and permit inspectors, because a lot of times there may be criminal action involved. And so we have the participation of the New Orleans Police Department, and that's always a great case when you have an officer that has an investigative report, and then that's made part of our adjudication process.
Okay, but can we all agree that if we had more attorneys and inspectors outside of police, A, that would facilitate better enforcement, and B, better left to agencies outside of police, particularly at a time when people are looking not to criminalize things that are really administrative?
Well, we're focused on the resources that we have now. Of course, if I had more money, I can do more things. And so that's why we want to focus on the resources that we have now. And these are the things that we are doing. Next slide, please. The enforcement mechanisms that we have multiple paths we can pursue to enforce short-term rental rules and regulations. And of course, not all short-term rentals are just illegally operating, right? And we have quality of life violations as well. And so for illegally operating short-term rentals, we now coordinate with the platforms. To date, we have delisted 54 of the illegally operating short-term rentals. And also, we have to have the proof that the advertisements are illegal, incorrect, no license number, overcapacity, to send to the platforms. And they have been, great in checking out that information and delisting these properties.
Delisted the 54 or delisted for 2020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And so those listings are removed from the platform. And of course, we can adjudicate everyone. We like to adjudicate when we can, and we want to make sure, like I said, that we're using the resources that we have. To adjudicate, we need verifiable evidence. So that's how we prioritize, making sure that we're not wasting anyone's time. We're not wasting the owner of the property's time, and we're not wasting the city's time pursuing properties that we cannot win. We want to win. Okay, so we need verifiable evidence, inspector reports, neighborhood photos or video or testimony. So we're pursuing all avenues. And what's available after that? Fines, injunctive release, cessation of power, and court enforcement. So we're going to use all the mechanisms available to us. And criminal enforcement, like I said, right now we're communicating really well with the New Orleans Police Department. They're on alert, and neighbors know to call 911, and we want to capture that moment. And what's the best evidence or proof and documentation? Police report.
Tammy, can I ask another question? You talked about the multidisciplinary approach that's being taken, which is understandable. You're going to need safety and permits and finance and everybody else. how many employees spend 100% of their time on STRs?
Right now, the STR unit is comprised of 6 people. It's 5 inspectors and 1 administrator.
And those 5 inspectors and 1 administrator spend 100% of their time on STRs?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And for quality of life violations, of course, we still adjudicate and we still need verifiable evidence, but those are those properties that they may have a legal short-term rental license. However, they're not properties that we would book anytime, nor do we want our visitors to book. Okay, next slide. We also will continue to pursue homestead exemption fraud claims. The department reports any suspected homestead exemption fraud to the assessor for further investigation, which allows the assessor to revoke improper homestead exemptions. That is a big win for us, making sure that we don't have fraud across the board. And so we partner with the assessor's office to ensure that we can have continuity in the process. We will continue to develop robust internal reporting and documentation policies to allow for increased success when adjudicating short-term rental cases. We have seen recent success in adjudication efforts against illegally operating short-term rentals. And like I said, our enforcement avenues don't just primarily focus on adjudication, and we're making sure that we're using all of the resources available to us. We're going to pursue technological solutions to enhance the Bureau of Revenue and Safety and Permits' ability to access unreported short-term rental tax revenue, and strengthen existing partnerships between finance and safety and permits, and implement non-technological solutions by the end of Q1 in 2021. Mr. White has been instrumental in making sure that we are communicating and that we're going to get that done in the first quarter of 2021. Next slide. In implementing our zero-based budgeting methodology, we identified our support and core services. We're evaluating spending by services, provides insights for policymakers into what appropriate funding yields for the community. That's the next slide. Yes, thank you. Our support services we've identified as management and administrative services, human resources and employee support, fleet and equipment management, facility maintenance and security, technology and data management, fiscal and procurement management, training and professional development, job-specific supplies and equipment. As I said, we are becoming customer-centric, but we do not want to leave our associates out. We know the best experience is going to be when we, also focus and prioritize our associates. I didn't get to say thank you at the beginning of this presentation, but as you know, I was just appointed in March of this year, and I found some really good people in the Department of Safety and Permits making it happen every day. And so I want to be very supportive. Mr. Boeing has made it a priority to make sure that we are supportive of our associates. Our core services include permanent license processing. We gather, review, and assist constituents with the application process for over 100 permanent license types in support of multiple departments in accordance with laws and regulations. Coordinate permitting and licensing on behalf of the other city departments and facilitate collection. I think this department works well. We're working well with every department. We make sure that we are accessible, and it's been reciprocated, and I appreciate revenue support, every department support, and just communicating, making sure that we can produce for the constituents. Inspections and code enforcement. We promote safety and quality of life for residents through enforcement and inspection to verify compliance with applicable codes and laws from multiple departments, and enact systems of accountability to ensure consistent application of the law. Violation adjudication. Provide a forum for individuals to defend or explain conditions cited as violations, and facilitate resolution and issue determinations and penalties if applicable. And for adjudication, we focus on making sure that compliance is the best output. But if not compliance, then perhaps penalties would make everyone comply. Okay, historical spending by service. Next slide. Sorry about that. As you can see, safety and permits, primarily the spending is in the inspections and code enforcement services, then to permanent and licensing processing, and support services and inspection and code enforcement. And that concludes our presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, I would like to get a copy of the CEA, please, with regards to the spending, so that way we can take a look at that. And then Tammy, the only other question I have too is there's discussion of Notice Me being updated, so that way it can include notice about new construction and renovation. I got a question in a neighborhood meeting last night, whether or not people who are already in Notice Me are going to have to opt into that, or will they automatically be included? And I didn't know the answer to that one.
They would need to opt in.
That's what I assumed, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Lyman, are you still on the call?
I also have questions, Councilmember Barset.
Yeah, I was asking Councilmember Palmer if Mr. Lyman was still on. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm still on, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I was kicked out of the Zoom, so I missed part of the rest of the conversation, so please forgive me. Thank you so much, Ms. Jackson, for being there. I do agree with Councilmember Jeruso's last question. I would also like to see this copy of the CEA to understand, because the way you're talking about, I guess we get almost a little less than one adjudication per $1 million in 2020. I don't know if that's a measure of success or not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nothing, but if we got $6.2 million for the Quality of Life Fund last year, we're averaging one adjudication. That's an interesting concept. Okay, how many total STRs did y'all list this year?
54.
54. Okay. Now, I know some people out there might be thinking that, you know, this is kind of a silly conversation to be having regarding STRs, considering COVID and the state of the city and decreased tourism, and that this might not be an issue. But it still is an issue, because it also speaks to accountability when money is set aside for specific efforts. Not only that, when you have illegally operating businesses, it takes revenue out of legally operating businesses, and it also prevents us from getting legally operated revenues into the city coffers. So I kind of posit that it's very important to talk about this and where the money is going and how we can realize, because we all know that every dollar counts from this point on. What percentage, since he said that, Mr. Lemon said that we all are getting a share of this Quality of Life Fund, what is the actual percentage that goes to safety and permits?
So I'd like to make sure we all understand the maintenance of effort concept surrounding drawing down the funds from the state.
Understand that, sir.
So I would
totally understand that.
Okay. So remember this effort and the manner in which this agreement is established with the state, the expenditure side occurs first. So what we are attempting to do is justify our methodology and approach to administering the program from a compliance and enforcement effort perspective. So the spend occurs first, and then we justify the drawdown of the funds from the state. And the manner in which we've done that through the CEA is we've identified currently about 20 city agencies that participate in this maintenance of effort regarding our approach to administering this STR program. Okay. It ranges anywhere, as I mentioned, from 2.5% for, let's say, fire and police of certain expenditures that they have. And I can provide that information to you if you like. It's a lot.
Yes,
of
and I don't want to look, Mr. Lyman, I don't mean to interject. I know very clearly what you've said, and I think when we see the CEA, we'll be able to look at that a little bit more closely. I'm not saying you're not doing anything outside with the CEA. I just may not agree with the basic principle of the CEA, because my issue is $6.2 million. If we want to look at success, I don't think 5 adjudications and 54 delistings makes a $6 million investment sound. So I'm just saying that we're not getting our money's worth for that allocation. Okay, that's just, that's how I'm looking at it, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong. So I'd appreciate just looking at that CEA, and I think with Councilmember Druso and the rest of the council. I'd like to get back to inspectors, and let's just, I think we've already beaten the STR horse. Let's look at inspectors in general. How many inspectors do you have, Ms. Jackson, available at any time to respond to constituent issues such as illegal construction or illegal demolition?
Currently, the total number of inspectors that we have, well, for building right now, that's a complement of 3. However, we do have like a loan from the zoning. He is a commercially licensed inspector as well. So we have 2 that are commercially licensed, and 3 total that are commercially licensed. And the building inspection unit currently has 3 inspectors.
I'm sorry. So you have 3 commercial inspectors and 3 residential inspectors?
No. So we have 3 that are licensed commercially, 2 of which are in the building unit, and 1 is actually in zoning, is a zoning inspector. So the complement of building inspectors is a total of 3. 2 of which that are commercially licensed, right? And
so we have 3 inspectors for the entire city of New Orleans?
No, there are more. We have 6.
Okay, so we have 6
3
residential,
3 residential, 3 commercial. But we have electrical inspectors as well as mechanical inspectors.
But they don't inspect if there's like a building that's on imminent danger of collapse, correct?
Now, for imminent danger of collapse, we also have code enforcement inspectors.
And how many of those do we have?
Not sure. It's 12 to 14 in the code enforcement department. And actually for imminent danger of collapse, it's a collaborative effort between code enforcement and safety and permits.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like we are responsive enough?
I do, but I always feel like there is room for improvement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is not a dig, Ms. Jackson. Y'all are a forward-facing department, and I believe that you need the resources to do your job. I also feel that people don't take into consideration how much work your department does in terms of making sure that we can produce housing units and do it in a safe manner and an effective and efficient manner. And if we don't have the resources in this department, we can actually prevent housing units from being produced. And also we can also have unsafe situations, right? Like there have been 3 building collapses in my district in 2020. And I think that speaks to, I think, a need of more resources in your department. So when your budget shows that you currently have 6 billion inspectors budgeted for 2020, all of those positions are currently filled?
No.
They're
But
not.
they are
filled.
in the budget to be filled. 2 inspectors, including the chief building official.
Okay. When you're proposing to add the 2 additional inspectors, or there's 2
Yes.
of the 6? Okay. And are they also going to cover the historic districts and VCC? How are y'all
Yes.
doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
So council member, not to get ahead of the historic district's presentation later, but safety and permits is, as a part of the budget process, absorbing 4 inspectors, 2 from each historic district. And this will actually, I'm very excited about, will allow us to actually see greater output. So rather than someone in the historic district having to request an inspector come out and sign off on the historical significance, and then wait any number of days or weeks for a commercial or residential inspector from safety and permits to do the final, they can now get that in one visit from these historic inspectors who are, again, commercially and residentially certified. And that frees up the safety and permits inspectors to inspect more that are not in historic districts.
Great. And so are you going to use a matrix to define what their work product and their success?
Absolutely. We've been very focused on the metrics and how the process will work. We're looking into opportunities to automate much of this through Llama to streamline the process.
Okay. I would again like to see how y'all are going to be crafting that matrix, and maybe we can do it at the same meeting at the end of the year.
Great.
So do y'all actually believe that we can decrease our overall inspector capacity and still expect to provide the proper coverage across the entire city?
Like I said, we do have vacancies, and we're planning to fill those vacancies.
And you think these vacancies, once they're filled, will give us adequate coverage for the entire city?
Yes.
And then that's why I think it's going to be important in December to have that meeting to define what adequate is in terms of timing and inspections going out there.
Okay.
All right. And I just want to jump back real quick to the taxi cab bureau. It appears that there have been 4 investigators that are limited in 2021, reducing the overall staff from 18 to 14. Again, is that going to impede our ability to process the CPNCs timely?
No, we've created a process where some of the inspectors are, well, right now, since we're doing online processing for the first time ever, that's some of the data entry part, the office administration. So no, that reduction won't impede the process, we will ensure that everything is timely. We meet the deadlines.
Okay. And do y'all track what's the average time that it takes to get a permit from the city?
We do. We do that.
And how long is that?
It's on slide. Currently, is that slide taken up? There was one on the slide. I believe the average was 67 days. But of course, with the application can be submitted, and somebody submits an application on May 1st at midnight. They don't have all of the required documents. Well, they don't have all of the required documents. And so then the permit analyst is communicating with them about, we need an executed contract, not an estimate. We need
but what's the trigger for them to communicate? Do they have the same permit analyst for the entire, from the start of a permit application request to a COO?
They can, but we want to make sure that everyone.
It's not required to.
No, it's not required, because we want to make sure, and especially now with furloughs, we want to make sure that if you submit your application on the date that your permanent analyst is on furlough, you can actually get a response.
Mm-hmm.
That's important with
So
cross-training
I've
as
heard
well.
I've heard from other builders and developers that actually that doesn't happen, that they have to be the ones that constantly follow up. Like there's no one that tracks whether or not there's information that's needed and that they get a follow-up.
Well, thanks for that information, and I'll make sure to follow up on that, and that is one of the things we're looking at, operational efficiencies for Llama as well as communication, because we know at the very least, communication is key, right? At least if you tell me that I don't have a document or you're reviewing something, that ensures the person that it was received, it's acknowledged. So we're looking into those operational efficiencies to make those corrections.
Christian,
Right,
if
'cause
I
that's
could
what I'm
just
hearing
jump.
is the main problem. You can just be putting information in, but if you're not getting any communication from your office back to them, they just think they're waiting around for y'all to approve something.
Right, that's agreed. Like I said, communication is key. And so we're making sure that we're putting those things in place so that, and it's not like an empty email, it is an email with some substance.
And if
And
I
how
might
many how many plans examiners do you have now?
Currently, we have 5 plans examiners and a chief plan examiner.
And is that a number that you feel adequately reflects the needs of the city?
Yes, currently, at all times, we are always, reviewing to ensure that we have, adequate staff in place.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember,
Yes?
I would love to share, it's as part of the broader look at OBES and the consolidation. I'm very excited that after today, we wanted to get through this important process. But Tammy and I, our next priority is to really dive deep into each of the workflows to better understand where, from a handoff, something may get delayed unintentionally, where the technology can be more robust to create the more transparent and timely processing of things for customers. Tammy mentioned becoming more customer centric. I think we have a lot of improvements we can make on our digital front door, making sure that it's very clear as opposed to kind of dense text page after page for folks. So that is where we are going next. I really believe that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to improve the metrics and set the appropriate goals. And we intend to take that data and be transparent about it. I have a dream in the next few months of the OBES homepage being the metrics around all of those workflows and our actual achievement of them in real time. So that's where we're headed. Tammy and I are very focused on that.
Well, I appreciate that. I would recommend that you have a small roundtable of builders and developers that can also participate in and they can let you give feedback on what they feel are the problems. Because if we're going to be customer centric, we better have the customers at the table so that they can say what their issues are.
Absolutely. I'm happy to report that we convened the Home Builders Association last week, and we'll be having bi-monthly meetings, and I'd be open to any of your colleagues in the development space who would like to give us that feedback. We absolutely agree with it.
That's fantastic. That's great to hear. Thank you, Peter.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember
Wynn.
Yeah, and Christian, I just also wanted to piggyback on your comment. And Tammy, thank you for your leadership. I know our office has been working, but my office has also been receiving feedback that that they don't get correspondence from Safety and Permit when they submit a permit. They literally have to keep calling and no one is answering the call. No one is responding to email until we intervene. And I feel like, as Christian mentioned, we want to be a customer service friendly to all of our residents, as well as people are trying to make a difference in our community. And we definitely need the Safety and Permit to really be at the table, literally be at the finish line, and be very proactive about really helping a lot of these opportunities to get to its finished product, because we don't want to discourage them if they are bringing something that the city of New Orleans really needs. So, but just to add on to it, I know that, and again, my office has been in communication with you, even when you were the interim. We've been beating you up on many ways and just really trying to understand the process, the format that safety and permit go through. But I think we've been really beat up in District E around Chop Shop, right? We've identified 15 chop shops that actually we believe exist in residential area, in which we know that it is not supposed to. And it's been a huge burden on many of these of our residents. These chop shop is not, this just didn't pop up because of COVID-19, based on our understanding that these have been around for probably a decade. And so I really, and we send you that list already, want to make sure that we continue to move forward with the Chop Shop initiative, and really putting a clear message. While the city of New Orleans welcome businesses, but you need to be doing your business in an appropriate area, not in a residential area at all. And so have you assigned any inspector to look into what we have submitted? And I think we've submitted 311 tickets. We've put together a list, so that way you don't have to find the 311 tickets at all. We put together a list of address as well. And I believe we've also submitted pictures as part of our 311 tickets to show that clearly this is not a residential living, that there's something that is going on in these areas.
Yes, and as you know, we acknowledged receipt, and I told you we were going to have that Chop Shop date, and I'll follow up with you about what that date is.
Yeah, and so, and I get it, and I know that there's a lot of stuff going on, but a lot of these issues, and I know you are just coming in as a director, so you're inheriting a lot of the issues, just like we have inherited a lot of the issues in our district. I guess just to kind of put the sense of that we're kind of behind the race on some of these issues, and then you're dealing with people that are extremely been dealing with for decades. And so I know that you guys want to move things fast, but Chop Shop is one thing. I think we also have several businesses in my district that I believe is clearly in non-compliance. And I know that we've shared that information with your office. We really gotta, and I think there's a sense, and this is my opinion, there's a sense that you could get away with anything in Orleans Parish. And I think it's echoing that in our residential among our citizens. We really need to make a clear statement that we welcome businesses that are in compliance, but those that are not in compliance, they need to go. You know, there needs to be some sort of penalty to send a clear message, particularly when you have businesses in underserved communities and they're taking advantage of it and not staying in compliance. And so I have really great concern about that. And I really need your department, as well as code enforcement, since I get that there's a team effort in this, that we need to tackle this, but we got to make 2021 better for the resident in our city. And I know that this is something that we strive on every year during budget. We talk about things that we're going to be doing in 2021. I'm going to make sure that I hold myself accountable, but I'll also need you guys' assistance as well, because we're not out there citing these businesses. We're not out there, demolishing the home, but we really need the cooperation from not just your department, from all other departments, so that way we can improve the quality of life, not just for our residents, but also improve the quality of life in our commercial corridors as well. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen.
Eric.
Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Tammy. Let me start by saying I know that you did not birth this baby, but you are responsible at this point for raising him or her or them. So let me join in with my colleagues We get calls daily about concerns about the lack of responsiveness, about the speed, about the flow in which things are happening in safety and permit. So I'm happy to hear that there is an intention to make it more customer centric. But I think Kristen was dead on point. The customers need to be involved in that process to make sure that we are making sure that the ends connect. Because right now, I think that there are some deficiencies. I'm asking specifically though now about short-term rental enforcement. And how many inspectors are dedicated to short-term rentals?
There are 5 short-term rental inspectors.
And is that all they do, or they have short-term rentals as a part of their other responsibilities?
No, short-term rental, they are code enforcement inspectors dedicated to short-term rental.
And tell me the numbers. How many cases have actually been dealt with?
Currently, we started adjudications October 21st, and so we had that first case. That was a Saratoga case. And we have more scheduled by the end of the year.
And how many complaints are there requiring investigation?
Let me get that number for you.
Okay. And maybe I'm incorrect, but it's my belief that there are several thousand. And I'm trying to figure out how we're going to get through them, because there seems to be a tremendous amount of issues without a lot of them being addressed. And for me, short-term rentals get to be a real problem. And we get complaints on them on a regular basis. And I do think that whatever we can do to help get the bad actors out, we need to be very, very, very intentional about doing that. I do not think that short-term rentals are the end of the world, but I do think that there are many instances where they have taken advantage and made the quality of life in many of our neighborhoods less than what it ought to be. Those bad actors need to be shut down. They need to be dealt with in a harsh way. And if we have a process that allows a citation, and I'm calling it whatever the technical term is, to be issued, but then the adjudication process takes forever, there really is no incentive to play by the rules, because playing outside of the lines really doesn't do you anything. And that is something that I think we need to be far more ardent about, to make sure that we can address these problems in a more expedient manner, because we've got real issues. And that is something that I get calls on a daily basis. So not trying to throw bricks. I heard Cindy just use that term, but the fact is that that is a real problem that I think we have to buck up the efforts on and be more intentional about.
It is duly noted, and that's why in the presentation I gave you, different paths of enforcement, the delisting module as well as adjudication, and making sure that we're working hand in hand with NOPD.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just have one question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Just one question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Moreno?
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, last time we had talked, you said you were going to provide us a list of the properties, the short-term rental properties that had been, I believe, cited the most or multiple times. Were you able to identify those properties for us?
We have them in the queue. And so we are still doing the enforcement actions on them. As I stated earlier, the short-term rental inspectors were also doing COVID inspections, and where they intersect, they were getting those, they were getting those together. But we'll make sure to try to provide that list to you, because we do have several that we get multiple complaints on, and I'll make sure to get that list to you because we haven't narrowed it down. But that's how we prioritize things as well. With the one that we had, Saratoga, we had great evidence on that, and the collaboration with NOPD. So that was, instrumental in us getting that win. And so as we move forward, those are the kind of things we're trying to make sure that we have proper documentation. Like I said, we don't want to notice in 30 days, well, really minimum 15 days, but we don't want to have a hearing and then we can't the evidence required to actually get that person to compliance.
Yeah, I
And-
do think it would be really helpful to the council offices to have those lists, the list of, you know, the properties that you're getting the most complaints and have the most violations on, just so that we can keep track of things as well. Because we're all getting different types of, you know, complaints coming into our offices, whether you're a district council member or at large. So I think if we had that list, that would be helpful.
Okay, and we have a total of 385 complaints we are currently investigating.
And when you say you have, you're currently investigating, does this mean you've been out to those sites?
Yes, or we've received a complaint and we may have pictures attached to it and we're going out. And as you know, the best time to go out is night or weekend. It doesn't make sense to go out on a Monday during work hours. And so we're making sure that we get those schedules together and we're being intentional about how our enforcement actions occur.
And on these 385 complaints, are these 385 separate properties, or are these just, some of these could be multiple complaints on one property?
It's separate properties.
So 385 separate properties where you're
Yes.
investigating complaints. Gotcha. Okay, well, that's a lot of work for your investigators for sure, with only 5 of them. Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, please, Tammy, you mentioned Saratoga more than once. Can you, for the public's edification, what happened on Saratoga, at Saratoga, and then what is the status of that now?
Okay, it's Saratoga, and this is why we chose it. The police was involved. I'm going to let my chief zoning official let you know what happened there, because she actually brought the case because it was that, and you know, it was that important.
Hi, Councilmember Banks. I'm Ashley Becknell. I'm the Chief Zoning Official at 1327, 1329 Saratoga. We coordinated with police. There had been several reports of criminal activity, including but not limited to a homicide. So the NOPD helped us with our adjudication after they pursued criminal charges on their end. They came to our hearing and testified, and we were able to obtain an order from our hearing officer that levied significant fines on the property, and also ordered, they were not a licensed property, ordered that they cease operating, which is something we can enforce in a court of law if need be.
As of now, what is the status? Do you still have complaints that they're violating? Have they decided to play by the rules? What's happening?
As far as I know, we have not received another complaint, but I will check on that specifically with my investigative team and make absolutely certain that's the case.
And I want to be clear that there was a murder that took place there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so a murder took place, and I don't know of very many criminal activities that are more serious than a murder. So what is the worst punishment that they can receive that can be meted out to them?
So under our city law and state law, the short-term rental department, the Department of Safety and Permits, has somewhat limited authority. We are able to assess $500 fines per violation. That's a maximum capped by state law. We are also allowed to request specific performance from our hearing officer. So in this case, the order includes the order to cease any and all short-term rental activity, which again is something we can bring to a court of law for further enforcement if it becomes necessary. And in the case of extreme life safety, we can go for a cessation of power. That tends to be something that's most beneficial in the moment. And this is something we were made aware of after the fact of the homicide. So at this point, we think that we've addressed the issue. And as I said, I'll make extra sure that we don't have any further complaints on it. And we will continue to work with the police on, especially on areas which prevent a crime threat to our city.
I'm not a lawyer like my wingman Joe, so I need to clarify. Cessation of power means you can turn the lights off, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So with that, why do we have to wait? What are the steps that you have to go through to get to that? If you've had a murder that took place at an illegally run short-term rental, how much more do they have to do to get to the point that you can actually deal with them in that way? I mean, what else they got to do?
So Councilmember Banks, the cessation of power, actually the authority comes from the building code. So it's about, the building, not what occurred there. But at all times, if that's a step where there is an additional safety hazard as far as the building, we will take that step. But generally, it's not surrounding the activities that occurred in the building. It's about the condition of the building.
So Tammy, what's the worst punishment that can be meted out for the activities that take place in the building? The activity that's being facilitated by an illegal or an improperly run short-term rental. What's the worst thing that can happen to a bad operator?
That's what Ms. Becknell just told you about, the violation.
Oh, you just told me about the cessation of power is not related to the activity. That's related to the building. So what is the worst thing that can happen for the operation of the short-term rental?
The fines for each violation, the maximum fines for each violation, as well as, remember, we can take that to a court of law to say that they have not stopped operating.
And then if we take it to a court of law, we go to Joe Blow judge and we get a judgment against them, what happens then?
That is a money judgment. It's a civil matter. So the criminal matters will have to be handled by NOPD.
And the civil matter, what's the amount of this fine that we can go in front of Joe Blow judge and get?
Maximum is $500 per violation.
So a dirty operator has got to go a mighty long way to make his illegal operations unprofitable if the maximum fine is 500, and I'm going to make the assumption that the maximum fine is rarely meted out. Typically, they'll give you an escalating scale, and if they do the maximum, $500 per pop, and how long does it take to get an adjudication through to that point?
Well, that's where it happens. That's where the fines are levied, at the adjudication. So we're there. And that's where the fines are levied.
And the fine is established by state statute or by local ordinance?
State and local.
Okay.
Yes.
So does the city council have the ability to be able to increase the fine for violations?
From my understanding, no, because it's based on the maximum for misdemeanors, which is $500.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Moreno, I believe that was, she finished the questions. And Ms. Jackson, due to the reduction in your budget, how do you foresee the permitting process as it relates to developments being picked up, both residential and commercial, next year in 2021?
I'm optimistic that we won't skip a beat. We have no reduction in permit analysts or plan reviewers. So I am very optimistic that we will maintain the level of services, as well as, like I said, we're becoming customer centric. So we're going to make sure that we can meet all the needs with the resources that we have.
And currently, safety and permits is doing in-person and walk-in?
No, we are not. We're online processing, like I said, it's over 50%, and we're hopefully we can get it up to 80% actually. We find that if that first level, you know, you're at home midnight in your pajamas 24/7, you can go ahead and complete your application and submit it. We're making sure that our website includes valuable information about what required documents are, so you can get to a yes sooner.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions or comments from colleagues, thank you, Ms. Jackson, and we look forward to working with you throughout the budget process to its final adoption. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for your work. Next, we will have the City Planning Commission, HDLC, and then Bukhari Commission.
Rivers. Okay. Very long letter, so we're not reading. Oh, I'm sorry. Sanitize.
Good morning, Mr. Rivers. You can introduce yourself and you can begin when you're ready.
Great. So is Peter doing the slide? Is he doing the slides?
No.
Okay. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. Thanks for hosting us this morning. My name is Bob Rivers. I'm with the director of the City Planning Commission. Next slide, please. Next. And next. So presentation, just like everyone else, starts with the mission statement. And without reading them word for word, just pointing out that the mission statement ties the work that we do with land use regulation and land use policy to the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens in New Orleans. Secondly, and this is particularly relevant to you all, is that it spells out the fact that we exist in large part to provide input to you all in the form of recommendations on land use issues so that you all are better informed as you are making those decisions. As far as the vision statement, the explanation of how we seek to operate, the emphasis is on being a model planning department, responsive staff, superior planning and technical services, and so that we can provide quality and timely development review, so that we can balance the character or work towards balancing the character of our neighborhoods, as well as supporting catalytic development. And then finally, and very importantly, providing a public forum for citizens and interest groups to participate in the work that we do and the decisions that we make. Next, please. So as far as our organizational chart is concerned, you're all well aware CPC is an unattached commission with 9 members. We serve as the staff to the commission. We are co-located with the other city departments in OBES, and our work is generally divided into 3 primary functions. One is land use planning, which is our long-range planning in support of the city's master plan. The comprehensive planning, which is the long-range planning in support of the city's master plan. Land use planning division, which is administering land use regulations pursuant to the master plan. And the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which is a separate board that provides a relief valve to the strict application of regulations for exceptional cases of hardship. Next slide, please. And next after that, thank you. So for 2020, and I'll note that that the CPC has been understaffed for the entirety of the year. We have accomplished quite a bit. First is the development review. We've reviewed a total of 490, almost 500 projects as of this week. Anticipated to approach 540 by the end of the year. That is slightly down for obvious reasons from prior years. We expect that number to go back up again over the next several years. Completed the 2021 to 25 capital improvements plan, which you saw the presentation on earlier this week. We've been continuing our work on revising the subdivision regulations, which have not been updated since 1999. We've initiated work on omnibus revisions to the CZO, and we've spoken to some of you individually and some of your staff, or actually all of your staff, about this. And this is a top to bottom review of the language in the ordinance to make it clearer, to incorporate a number of the zoning interpretations that have been made over the years since 2015, and to make it.
I'm sorry, Bob. Councilmember Brissette asked me to kind of run point on this. He had to step away for a minute. I just want to pause for a second, and I want you to restate that you're on pace to review approximately 540 applications for the calendar year. What does that number mean to the people of the city of New Orleans? Meaning 540 applications, are those projects like housing developments, commercial?
Those run the range of everything from zoning dockets, which could include map changes to rezone property, could include text changes to change the meaning of the law. It includes zoning dockets also include conditional uses and plan developments. It includes design review applications, which the design review regulations apply to large projects and also projects in our major corridors. Subdivision dockets, every time that a piece of property is re-subdivided, it requires approval by the City Planning Commission. The Board of Zoning Adjustment handles zoning variances. Appeals, what we call zoning appeals, which are appeals of administrative decisions made primarily through the Department of Safety and Permits on interpreting the zoning ordinance. And then finally, reasonable accommodations, which is a administrative process that we handle pursuant to the fair housing laws that allow for the waiver of regulations that impede access to housing for those with disabilities.
So question, this 540 applications for this calendar year, how many did y'all do in 2019, roughly?
I believe it was a 590, but I can get that number for you.
Okay, so you really haven't seen a big decrease. I'm hearing that with the historically low interest rates, that there's more building occurring and people are beginning to put in more applications. Is that true?
The applications have remained pretty consistent. They obviously took a dip during all of the shutdowns back in the spring, but they have rebounded, and we are seeing a pretty steady volume for all across the spectrum of the work that we do.
And if we can't, if your office cannot process these applications, work stops. Is that correct? Or is delayed?
So it gets delayed. Most of the applications that we see have built-in review processing deadlines. So if it gets to a point where we don't review something, it automatically goes to you all without a recommendation. Those things that do go to you. For the majority of the other types of things that we do, if we do not get something done within that statutory deadline, or that legal deadline that applies, then it's deemed to be approved. So
That could be a problem if it doesn't go through your process, because your process entails a community input process where it allows the neighborhood to respond to applications. Is that correct?
So yes, for a number of the types of applications that we have, there are community participation, whether it's public hearings, whether it's NPP requirements, whether it's mailed noticing. Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, I just want people to understand the breadth of what your department does. Thank you. Please continue.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Speaking to the omnibus revisions to the CZO, we've been working to finalize that language with the council staff, and hopefully that can be before you all for consideration very soon. Continued support for the Brownfields program. We have been continuing our investigations on 2 of the outstanding loans from 1997 and 2007. We just recently submitted the 2020 report to the EPA, and we are still at a point we have a little bit more investigating to do before everything is fully on staff or on board, but that work will continue. Next slide, please. Land use studies that we've been involved with over the year, over the last year. The biggest one is the Housing Opportunity Study, which we hope to complete early next year. And that is going to be a very comprehensive look at different ways that we can utilize land use regulations to increase opportunities for affordable housing, to protect existing affordable housing, and to overcome years and years of zoning being used as an exclusionary tool, and hopefully resulting in more of an inclusionary tool for us to use towards housing goals. The Transfer Development Rights Study, also anticipated for early 2021, looking at ways to provide protection for historic resources in the CBD. The University Area Parking Study, which we completed, excuse me, looking at on-street parking congestion in the areas surrounding the Uptown universities. The Tree Preservation Study, which we also completed, looking at protecting the tree canopy for the city, particularly major trees on private property. Outdoor live entertainment, also anticipated for early 2021, providing recommendations for clarifying the laws and standardizing zoning regulations applicable to outdoor live entertainment. And then finally, the transit-oriented community study requested by the mayor, which is going to look at what is traditionally called transit-oriented development, TOD, but looking at it from a more of a community building perspective. So looking at design, working very closely with RTA on locating corridors and finding ways to enhance corridors to encourage development. Next slide, please. Next slide. So for 2021, we are looking at hopefully accomplishing the following. Completing the major update that I mentioned previously. Once the study, the Housing Opportunity Study is completed, working very closely with you all to implement the recommendations that we make. Continuing our support of the city's brownfields programs. And then expanding community outreach, building on our neighborhood participation program. And this is really an outgrowth of our Housing Opportunity Study, where part of the input that we got for that really underscored the fact that a lot of decisions about affordability, particularly in the land use arena, are made without the adequate input from those who are most affected by housing affordability. And so we're looking for ways to broaden our access to our processes. Next slide, please. Completing the number of studies that I spoke to earlier, and then finally expanding collaborations with other city departments. Obviously, the Office of Business and External Services is the mechanism for doing that with all the OBES related departments, but also expanding beyond that. And you know, our housing study talks about better coordination amongst all the different housing agencies. And so we're always looking for ways to partner with other departments. Next slide, please. So the proposed budget for 2021, you'll see there is a significant reduction on both the personal services side and the other operating side. It constitutes an overall 40% decrease in our budget. Basically, we have been operating at that level for a year, and I think that we've been keeping up with the development review. We've been basically, the studies have been pushed back, and a lot of the other work that we do gets pushed back so that we can focus on meeting those legally required deadlines on the applications that come forth. But it's through the really hard work of our staff that we're able to maintain that that level of service. And so on that note, I also wanted to just point out that this morning I sent to you all a letter that the City Planning Commission asked me to send on their behalf, which expresses some of their thoughts on budget and how that will impact our work going forward. But other than that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Bob Rivers, I'm sorry, I said Richards. Please forgive me. It's been a long morning. Council members, are there any questions? Or shall I start? Okay, a real quick thing. Last year's budget included $80,000 for the Algiers Renaissance Plan, which I understand has not been bid out due to delays associated with the cyber attack. Is that correct? Is it moving forward, or is this going to be placed on hold with the other studies?
So if you look at the slide on page 12, on the other operating, it actually, the 80,000 was in a prior year's budget. And this year we had a significant amount because we had gone out to bid. We did an RFP on the 80,000 level and got a number of submissions. All of them, I think the lowest bid was 4 times that.
Got it.
So we did receive a significant increase of approximately 200,000. And you'll see in the other operating section that piece is coming out of our budget as proposed for the next year. I will say, and Jeff Schwartz can speak to it when he does his presentation later, but significant elements of that Renaissance study will be incorporated into the work of the Office of Economic Development in the work that they're doing on the West Bank. So it is not totally just backed away from.
Okay.
And we will be working with them on that.
Okay, that would probably make sense considering your reduction. With such a substantial reduction across the board, does this mean, what does this mean for the CPC's capacity to continue providing services to the public and other city agencies? Will you have, for example, will you still have open hours for public inquiries? Will your docketing time be expended? Will meetings be reduced?
So we are in the process of figuring a lot of that out. I think one of the things that we've started doing, we're basically doing a top to bottom assessment of all our processes to see if there's ways that we can maintain the same level of service, but maybe shorten the amount of time and effort that are required from our staff. We are, we'll continue doing what we've done for the last year, which is in order to meet all of the requirements of the deadline requirements for all the applications to come through. That really has been what we've prioritized, meeting those deadlines and making sure those applications get through. What has been pushed back are the studies, and I can go through the different studies, but all of them have taken significantly longer than they were originally anticipated, some of them by up to a full year. And really it's the lack of a legal deadline allows us to keep pushing on those. Obviously, that means that the recommendations that come out of those studies get delayed and can't be utilized for further work by you all.
Can you
The Brown.
Can
I'm
you
sorry.
go back to the slide that shows the studies that are being pushed back? There we go. I think that the first one's the most important one. You know, I
Sure.
think that's something that we've all been talking about. And it's concerning that if affordable housing is the #1 priority in our administration, which I think it is, and I know it is with this council, that this is not getting done.
Sure. So, you know, that one we were expecting to finish in May. Now, obviously, the cyber attack and COVID, you know, interrupted that in a big way. But even during those periods, our staff was working every day and trying to get that work done. And so you know, it's going to be at least 18 months total. So an extra 8 months there. The transfer of development rights study, 14 additional months. Tree preservation study, 6 additional months. Outdoor live entertainment, we're looking at 3 to 4 additional months on that. So yeah, it does push those back. The other things like the subdivision regulations, you all may recall that that was a 2019 goal when we were talking about the 2019 budget. That keeps getting pushed back. Our document retention plan, CPC rules, the brownfields program. We've spoken over the last couple of years about CPC taking over that program. We have always talked about it being predicated on having a full-time, wherever it is, if it's in CPC, whether if it's in any department, it really does need a full-time monitoring, because that program is, it can be a significant resource in terms of funding and bringing monies into the city that will help remediate properties and put them back into service.
Well, this gets back to being strategic and smart about underutilized and vacant property, right? I mean, I think Brownsfields can especially help areas like New Orleans East and Algiers. And I know we already have a list of Brownsfields that have been that have already been identified throughout the city. And you're right, there's definitely federal funds attached to that. Are you just talking, it would only be one position that you would need, a planner just to be specifically on Brownsfield?
That is what we have proposed. It was included in our 2020 budget. We were unable to fill it because of hiring freezes. But we are working with OBES to see if there's other ways to fund it. I think over the long run, the program itself does generate funds. The loan funds that come to the city for distribution to various projects, when those loans are repaid, those funds become program funds, and those program funds can be used to support staff. So I think in the long run, and maybe, you know, there are 2 outstanding projects that that we are kind of doing some investigatory work, one from 2007, one from 1997, that are still outstanding with the federal government, that we have been trying to piece together, and there may be some funding available in those 2, again, over the long run, fund some positions, but those funds are not available right now.
All right, and then so both your BZA, your 3 planners, and your disaster CDBG 1 planner costing centers are being zeroed out from 280,000 in 2020. Are these positions being moved elsewhere, or are they totally eliminated?
So our staff will be, as proposed, losing, I believe it's 9. We're down 9 positions right now. we will, I think as proposed, it gets 2 of those back. So we will be down 7 positions.
And
And
those,
they're not moving elsewhere.
okay, they're not moving elsewhere. All right. And those 7 positions, so that's what represents a 40% cut from 2020 to 2021.
So the 40% is combined personnel and other operating. So, you know, the reduction of, I think it's like $219,000 out of other operating is a part of that 40% as well.
And what
Yes.
is that other operating that's being taken out?
In large part, it is the study, the Algiers study. And there were some equipment costs that were in the budget to support our document retention plan. That equipment has been purchased, so those funds do not need to recur.
Okay, okay. What's funded from the rents and leases, land and building line item? It was funded 27,000 in 2020 and then now at 10,000. I'm just curious what that was.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm not either. Let me go back to that one. Council members, are there any other questions for CPC? All right, I don't think we have any questions. Actually, I know re-looking at your re-subdivision, is that part of your housing opportunity study, or is that a different thing that you wanted to look at?
So there's certainly overlap there, and a number of the recommendations that will ultimately end up in the housing opportunity study are the result of some of the work we've done with the subdivision. But a lot of the work that we were talking about with subdivision, you know, obviously the subdivision regulations need to be compliant with the zoning regulations. So the zoning regulations really need to come first in some respect. But those aside, the subdivision regulations have not been amended since 1999. And so they're not aligned with our master plan. They're not aligned with our zoning ordinance. And there are a lot of, there's a lot of language built in that gives the staff zero opportunities to come up with alternative arrangements on process, not necessarily on what happens on the ground, but on the process. So we've got one application before us right now where we, and it's a very important project that the taxes are being paid out of the escrow at the closing, but the language of the subdivision regulations doesn't give us any wiggle room on collecting taxes before we can release an approval on a subdivision. So there are a number of things that we are wanting to do in the subdivision regulations that that will really make the process a lot more flexible and effective that are not done yet.
Okay. And so I'm sorry, Bob, that's going to be part of the housing opportunity study, or it's separate from the housing opportunity?
So there will be a number of recommendations in the housing study that will call for additional changes to the subdivision regulations. But we
for example, like buildable lands, substandard size lots available for rebuilding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that you don't have to go through 3 or 2 separate processes. And we heard loud and clear from a lot of small developers, not-for-profit developers, that they are turning away from really key opportunities to introduce low-cost housing just because of the excessive processes that exist when you are dealing with having to go through a re-subdivision process on top of the variance process.
Right, that's exactly right. And that's what I'm referring to. So those issues will be studied within the housing opportunity study, yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the big ones.
Okay, good. Okay, because that to me is really important, because that could allow people to get more affordable housing units in highly desirable neighborhoods. And that's not happening now.
Yes. Yes, and there are, you know, there are a number of similar, very logical, very minor kind of process-wise, but very significant in their effect, that changes that can be made throughout the zoning ordinance. And those are, and so we're really excited to get a lot of those out on the table for consideration.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Council members, does anyone else have a question for Mr. Rivers?
I'm good, Christian. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Great.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rivers. We appreciate it. And
Thank you very much.
for your presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Block, good, still. Thank you for being with us. This is the Office of HDLC, Historic District Landmarks Commission. And are you also doing Vieux Carré Commission as well?
Yes, council member, I will be.
Okay, so just so the viewing public is aware, HDLC and Vieux Carré Commission has merged, and I'm sure Mr. Block, who is the executive director for both, will go into those details into his presentation of the proposed 2021 budget.
Yes, sir. Thank you, council, for letting us present this budget today. I'm going to begin with the HDLC, and then we'll proceed afterwards after questions and comments from the council with the Vieux Carré Commission. As, excuse me, right now they're still both distinct departments. With me, with the HDLC, I have our senior plans examiner, senior architectural historian, Anna Pernis, who will help with any questions that we may have. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, one more. Thank you. I think it's very important that I read the actual vision statement and the mission statement. Get rid of this here, because this is exactly why we are of value to this community, and I think it's always important that we can get this word out. The mission of the HDLC is to promote the historic districts and landmarks, the educational, cultural, economic, and general welfare of the public through the preservation, protection, and regulation of buildings, sites, monuments, structures, and areas of historic interest or importance within the city of New Orleans. And the vision statement is to provide property owners within locally designated historic districts an improved and personalized permitting process from application to final inspection. Ensure that proposed work enhances the historic district, the historic character of the building and district as a whole and is executed correctly. Next slide, please. The organizational chart we've been working through to better utilize our staff and all of the talent that we have to make it more streamlined and to make sure that we are maximizing our efficiencies. And so we're working through the Deputy Director, Eleanor Burke, who works directly with the plans examiner and inspector staff on a very, very day-to-day basis. And now that I'm going to be director of both departments, we're utilizing these deputy director positions is very, very important. Next slide. Next. The 2020 accomplishments of the department, we issued 1,277 certificates of appropriateness, and they reviewed 230 projects at the Architecture Review Committee level. These projects include new construction, additions, and major alterations, or things that the staff cannot approve without that level of review. The commission held hearings on 233 cases. This is the next level of review. These are projects, also new construction, additions, major alterations, demolitions, requests to retain work completed without the necessary approvals that does not meet the guidelines of the commission. One of the things that is very important to me, as many of you know that have been working with me for the past several years, it's vital that our staff members serve as outreach officers and not just people seen as regulatory bureaucrats. And the HDLC is partnering with the Preservation Resource Center, holding these bi-monthly Navigating the VCC courses and present bi-monthly by-right classes. These are very vital to first-time homeowners and people that may be interested in renovation or taking advantage of our vast historic housing stock. It teaches them how to navigate through the process to get to the other end of it more successfully. Also, the HDLC is presenting at monthly neighborhood association meetings. And I also find it to be very, very important to develop relationships with all of these neighborhood associations. Next slide, please. The departmental goals, implementation of the unnecessary hardship provision recently adopted by the commission. This is a change to HDLC guidelines that allows greater flexibility within the guidelines for low-income property owners within the HDLC districts. The commission has partnered with Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance to finalize the program requirements and allowances to ensure that it achieves its intended goal. We're also working very closely with the Preservation Resource Center to reach out to potential candidates for these programs. We're also doing proactive mailings to property owners within the districts, also working with local realtors to make sure when people are purchasing properties that they can do their due diligence and understand better that they are in a district, what those implications are. If there are any violations that are outstanding, then they're aware of them during their purchasing process. Next slide, please. These are core services as part of the zero-based budgeting. It responds to property inspections, violation adjudication, lot abatement and demolitions, clearing and maintenance, and lien foreclosures. Next slide, please. So our budget summary, you'll see here, our personal services are 673, 623, which is a variance from last year of 359,234. Our other operating is at 9,698, which is a variance of 30,583 for a total of 683,329. Next slide, please. So if you have any questions, we would be happy to take them now.
Budget Chair. And Councilmember Brissette? Well, Brian, I'll just jump right in. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your report. Can we talk a little bit about the COAs, the certificate of appropriateness that y'all issued? You said you did about 1,277. Do you have any idea about the breakdown of that? Like how many were from new construction and major renovations versus just minor?
I don't have that in front of me. Anna might be able to pull that while we talk. I do know that we are right on track with where we were last year. We're down just a little bit, about 22%, which considering all that we've been doing, I see that Eleanor Burke has joined us, our Deputy Director. She might be able to help us with that question as well. So we have been able to stay on track despite the various setbacks, working remotely, et cetera. We're not finding a great downturn in the number of applications that are coming in and the projects that we're reviewing, which is, we feel we're very proud of and very successful. If you have another question, we can kind of get back to that breakdown.
Sure. Yeah, that actually answers a couple of my questions, that you're not really seeing that big of a downturn in terms of applications. That work is proceeding in the city of New Orleans.
Correct, very, very strongly. And we're finding that a lot of people are taking advantage of this time to take care of deferred maintenance issues that have sort of been put to the wayside now. You know, there's good interest loans, and so it's been a very productive time in our districts.
Right, so it's historically low interest rates, and that's translating into work being done in the neighborhoods, which then further translate into jobs for electricians, plumbers, carpenters, sheetrock, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, to me, that's economic development, right? Housing is economic development. And we don't want to stop economic development during this period of COVID. So how is the loss of 2 building inspectors going to affect our ability to continue work?
Well, we're not seeing these as the loss of 2 building inspectors. What we're doing is we're going to be able to find some efficiencies in that these building inspectors are also qualified to do other kinds of inspections, such as framing inspections, final inspections to close out a permit, whereas before it would be that the HDLC inspectors, the VCC inspectors as well, would have to do an inspection, click that box, and then the property owner would have to wait for the scheduling of an inspector from Safety and Permits to come and do another inspection, which we found to be somewhat redundant. So now the inspectors can come out, do all of the inspections, hopefully at one time, and get this moving on towards a certificate of occupancy.
Look, that sounds fantastic. I'm excited to see y'all trying something new that could potentially cut time in releasing permits. So are you going to track that? I really want to see y'all's ability to track that in terms of the length of time somebody can get a COA to the length of time you get like a COO.
Sure, absolutely. I think it's vital for our entire restructuring under OBES to be able to have these metrics and understand how well we're doing.
Okay. And then I am excited about on slide 8. Let's see. Right, working and being proactive in terms of homeowners in the neighborhoods so that they're not negatively impacted by owning historic properties. I've never seen it as negative. You know, when I worked for the PRC, I worked very closely with HDLC to make sure that repairs that we were doing for Rebuilding Together were not just accurate, but that they were also, that there were cost saving measures. And I think you can do both. I don't think one precludes the other. Sometimes it just takes some more communication between them. So I'm excited that y'all are working on that. I really applaud the PRC. I know they've been looking for grant dollars. They did a program in Treme to really assist with homeowners as well, because we definitely don't want people dinged if they can't afford to, to make some of these repairs on their houses. We want to keep our folks in our neighborhoods.
Correct. We actually had a meeting with them just this week where we were discussing how we can expand the program to make sure that this is available to all of our historic districts, not just the certain ones that were part of the pilot program.
Okay, good. All right, well, I'm going to see if any of my colleagues have anything to say. Eleanor, thank you so much for being on here. I know y'all's department has seen a lot of flux. Brian, I do have faith that you'll be able to be the director of both the VCC and HDLC, but I really would like to see hard information and facts tracking this to make sure that that the public does not have any additional delays because of this merger, and that the level of work that y'all do maintains its high level. Eleanor, I've been very impressed with your staff reports and with what you put out there and y'all's commitment to preservation. And just as an aside, I just want, we always talk about the cultural economy consistently, and I am a huge fan of the cultural economy, but I just want folks to understand that our built environment is also reflective of our cultural economy, and we have to invest in it and we have to protect it, just like we have to protect our cultural economy. And this is an economy, when we talk about historic preservation and our built environment, that it absolutely creates jobs, and it adds to the wonderful character of the city, and we have to protect it. So it's also very important that, again, we are customer based, and that we can also make sure that people can do the work in a timely and safe fashion. So anyway, so thank you both for your commitment to that. Council members, is there anyone else that would like to have any comments with HDLC? Wow. Y'all are lucking out today. Okay. Thank you so much, Brian. I'm assuming you're staying on for VCC.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh. I think I'll continue to chair this since I don't see Councilmember Brissett up there. Can we get the VCC's report on the screen? Paul?
Coming up right now.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just dive right in. The mission of the Vieux-Carré Commission is to protect, preserve, and maintain the distinct architectural historic character and zoning integrity of the Vieux-Carré as mandated by the Louisiana State Constitution, the City Charter, the City Code, and the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. And the vision of the Vieux-Carré Commission is to regulate the exterior modifications to the French Quarter's built environment to ensure that the district's architectural and historic resources are protected. Going forward, we envision an agency that is more proactive in carrying out its mission, offers better outreach and education to its constituents, and affects positive change in blight reduction and violation enforcement in this neighborhood that is both an important cultural district and prominent tourist attraction. Next slide, please. Once again, with our organizational chart, we're working to make sure that all of the various staff members are empowered to not only do their work and also just that we have the open lines of communication between Renee Burgoyne, who's our senior architectural historian, and all the way up to myself. Next slide, please. Right. I wanted to mention the fact that Renee Burgoyne is going to be promoted to the deputy director as we combine the two departments, which is going to be very, very important to how we work on a day-to-day basis. Our accomplishments of 2020, we were able to issue 486 permits. I do show a breakdown here of what these permit types were, which was Councilmember Palmer's question before, which I do think this breakdown is important. In enforcement actions, we issued a total of 187 notices of violation. And also, once again, these are broken down according to type. Next slide, please. These are some very physical boots on the ground kinds of accomplishments, which is one of the important things about what we do. I think it's very important that our constituency can see that there is progress and change from day to day. These are three examples of three properties that were either in blight condition for many, many years. The 1236 Rampart was a large convent that had been abandoned and is being brought back into commerce as high-end condominiums. And 111 Iberville was part of an old sugar refinery that was along the riverfront that's been vacant for probably generations, is now going to be a high-end hotel. And of course, 1113 Charters is one of our purple-rated buildings, the Beauregard Kai's house, which has been beautifully and authentically restored. Next slide, please. And then also just repeating that, most of you are probably familiar with 540 Rampart Street. Also has been in blighted condition for generations. This is on the edge of the French Quarter, one of the first buildings that anyone would see as you're coming off of the interstate or the Claiborne Avenue corridor into the quarter, and now it's being beautifully restored also into condominiums. And then the other two are also examples of buildings that have been in conditions of demolition by neglect for quite some time that have been very, very nicely restored. Next slide, please. One more, please. And this is, these properties were examples of blight. And these have also been brought back into commerce after many, many years of demolition by neglect violations. Next slide, please. The 2021 goals, more regarding what I was saying a minute ago about serving as outreach officers. It's important that we engage with our constituency to maintain maximum involvement with owners and applicants throughout application processes, design review, and permit issuance, to continue encouraging the highest quality of design and preservation philosophy while respecting the treasured historic and architectural resources present in the district, and improve the process to enforce standards and achieve greater compliance through increased district inspections, community engagement, and/or legal channels provided by the administrative adjudication process. In increasing this outreach, it's an ongoing effort to function as outreach officers as well as regulators. VCC staff is always finding ways to provide up-to-date information and access to construction methods, preservation best practices, as well as what materials are appropriate for buildings within the district. Taking advantage of VCC internet presence, we continually update our website to provide helpful information about historic details, web links to important preservation resources such as tax credits, as well as to the new invaluable Vucare virtual library, which is now functional and accessible to the public. These are extremely vital now that we're all working remotely, and there is limited access to the staff face-to-face. Although, for the record, the VCC staff has continued to meet with our constituency on a appointment-only basis. We meet with the staff, with constituents on site. We arrange, appropriate socially distanced meetings, et cetera, to make sure that the work continues. Next slide, please. The updated VCC design guidelines are currently being revised, so they're for a forthcoming second edition. The new edition is going to have updated technological information and a chapter on resilience and sustainability within the historic context. The current edition sold out, so there's been a high demand, so we're excited about having a second edition out.
I'm sorry, when you talk about a new chapter on resilience and sustainability in the historic context, is that going to also deal with, like, what are you talking about? Like,
well, we're talking about
solar panels or rain catchment, things those.
We're dealing with a new environment, and the historic preservation needs to keep up to date. We can't be only concerned with historic materials, et cetera, if there are more sustainable products on the market. So we're always trying to find out, is there a window that will work and that is, more environmentally sound, that will work in our historic context? Are there building materials that can improve on contemporary wood products? That's something that we have been loath to explore, for example, because we don't find that they're always appropriate in the historic context. But we are experimenting right now with, for example, synthetic decking in certain conditions on galleries and balconies. And is it appropriate for us to always deny solar panels in the historic districts? Or are there ways that we can, find ways that these elements work? So also,
I mean, we have to be realistic, right? The reason we have cast iron in the French Quarter was because it upheld better than wood.
Correct.
right? I mean, our built environment's a reflection of our physical environment. So I think we have to always look at the different guidelines. I think that's wise. And aren't there solar panels on the Basilica in Rome? So I kind of think that we need to embrace that.
And we just have to figure out how to do it appropriately.
Right. And so I'm assuming and I'm hoping that these design guidelines are also going to be reflected for HDLC.
Yes, as a matter of fact, they are. Theirs are being upgraded as well.
Okay, great.
So one of the things that we're working very hard right now is the oncoming 5G small cell infrastructure. We are completing a set of guidelines that will be utilized by the various vendors when they apply for permits to install 5G infrastructure, not only in the VUCRE, but in HDLC districts. These guidelines will be submitted to applicants along with the resolution that was just released by the commission last week. As you know, the FCC is requiring the deployment of this equipment, but we are allowed to comment and regulate aesthetics and location. So that's what these guidelines will be doing. We're saying, if you're going to come into our historic districts, then they must comply with these guidelines. And our guidelines do deal with the aesthetics and the location of the equipment. We have been working on this for about a year at least. Part of our research is what other districts such as ours throughout the country have been doing as well. And we're finding that we are sort of at the vanguard of this regulation, because many other cities have been dealing with it and have not been going to the level that we have been going to with, for example, these design guidelines. So we're very proud of this work. We've had a lot of help from our staff. The Office of Utilities has been invaluable. I think this is going to go a long way to making sure that when we do have the installation of this equipment, it will not be damaging to the tout ensemble of the districts. Also, similar to what I mentioned in the HDLC, we are working with the VUCRE Commission Foundation to do a series of navigating the VCC evening lectures. This is an opportunity to help our constituents better understand how to apply for permits, utilize the guidelines, access information about tax credits, etc. Next slide, please. Once again, this is regarding the zero-based budgeting, and our core services are to preserve, I mentioned in our mission statement, to preserve and regulate the historic landmarks, et cetera. Next slide, please. The budget summary, the proposed budget for personal services this year is $319,070, which is $196,355 variance from 2020. And the other operating is $9,500, which is a variance of $48,400 for a total of $328,570. And one of the reasons that the variance in the other operating is so large is that last year we had anticipated certain equipment and infrastructure upgrades, some assistance with the various programs at the VUCRE Commission Foundation. These were not implemented last year, and we were hoping to go forward with them this year, but we have found that at this time it's not necessary. So I believe that's the last slide.
Okay, and I know we've referenced how y'all are going to be using inspectors and cross-training them. That's going to also happen within the VCC?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And then what is your normal timeline for getting a general work permit?
We have a general work permit. We have an average of about 5 days. It's very difficult for us to have metrics that average down to days this way because of the many moving parts with an application. Some of these, we have a paint application that comes in, and that'll generally go out in a matter of less than an hour, versus we'll have an application for doing a gallery or dormers and windows, let's say, and we may or may not have all the information we need at one time. And so often there'll be a back and forth that can sort of skew our averages. So it's difficult for us to have metrics that boil it down that way. But we work very, very hard to make sure that it's obviously as quickly as possible.
Okay. I mean, Brian, I'm going to bring it up. You know, we still get a lot of complaints from residents and businesses about lack of enforcement. I mean, are you feeling like 187 enforcement actions is a success? Do you feel like we can improve upon that?
We've, you know, our inspectors are extremely rigorous in they're in the field every day. They're following up, and we've just been able to finally get back to having adjudication hearings, which is a very vital tool. I do feel like during the time of COVID, we understanding the economic situations that were visited upon our constituency. Our inspectors developed what we called a soft letter, meaning that
I think that's wise. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was not an existential problem with the building, but let's say they needed to get the building painted, or they needed to do some things that were not to the level of destruction of the building, but we were still able to communicate with them and say, these are issues that you need to take care of. So I think that has brought our numbers of violations citations down this year. But one of the things that, as this is dragged on, the COVID situation has dragged on, we did find that we needed to begin to be more rigorous with our enforcement. And fortunately, the adjudication is back on schedule. So we're right on cue.
Great. And then y'all are going to be doing, and are we looking to, y'all are doing that online, obviously, and are we going to be continuing that even after COVID? I just think that that's something that makes it easier for the residents and the businesses.
Yes, and what we're trying to do is make sure that we can do as many as possible, because it's a very long queue to get through the process. So this does help. Great.
Well, thank you so much for your work. And you know what? I would have been remiss, and I should have brought it up on your last with HDLC. I know that you coming on board as executive director of both. I just also want to publicly thank Elliot Perkins for his years of service in the role of executive director of HDLC. I know he's been very committed. I mean, he spent his life being very committed to preservation throughout the city. So I do want to thank him for his service.
And he will be working with us still going forward.
Right, right. Thank you. And council members, does anyone else have any comments? Great. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Next, we will have the Office of Economic Development.
Sir. All right. Yep, economic development. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you all. This is Jeff Schwartz, the Director of Economic Development. I am happy to be here. As a personal note, last year my wife was in labor on the day that I was supposed to come present to you all, and so I'm happy to be here for my first budget presentation, the second budget cycle. I'm especially excited to be here today because, you know, given everything that's happened in 2020, It's still a really exciting inflection point for the Office of Economic Development and economic development generally in the city of New Orleans. And so happy to go through the budget presentation with you all and answer any questions. So with that, next slide, please. Next slide. As my colleagues have done, we always start with our mission and vision and work backwards from there. For our mission statement, our mission at bottom is all about attracting, retaining, and growing businesses in the city of New Orleans. Economic development to me is all about jobs and investment. For anything else that it is, it has to boil down to that for our residents. In our vision statement, we envision an inclusive economy where all New Orleanians have access to quality amenities in their neighborhoods and a good paying job. We believe deeply in equitable economic development, and everything that we'll talk about momentarily is oriented towards increasing opportunity for all of our residents. Next slide, please. Our org chart. So as a part of some of the changes that have happened, the reorg that is taking place under the Office of Business and External Services and its creation over the summer, my office, the Office of Economic Development, as well as the Office of Workforce Development, my colleague Sune and her team have been slotted over from the Office of Community and Economic Development to OBES. We are excited about the opportunities that this presents and still continue to work very closely with our colleagues in OCED. As you can see, this is our current org chart, and I would just highlight that we have a unique and really vibrant relationship with our partners at the New Orleans Business Alliance, where the city has invested in the Business Alliance as our official public-private partnership for economic development. We anticipate continuing that relationship and continuing our investment in the NOLA BA going forward. That relationship goes directly through Peter and flows down through the Office of Economic Development, and our teams work exceptionally closely with one another. Next slide. Our 2020 departmental accomplishments, as you all would imagine, this year has been dominated by COVID, and I am supremely proud of the team. Courtney and Tracy and Margaret do yeoman's work every single day. Obviously, COVID is a public health crisis, but it is also an economic crisis. And so our office has done so much with so little. The city, I'm surprising no one in saying this, we do not have vast resources of discretionary income that we're able to deploy. And so we had to be very smart in how we leveraged state and federal and partner programs in order to help our business community and our workers meet the challenges of COVID, and we continue to do that. Some of the highlights include the creation and supporting the creation of a $50 million fund at Hope, a Goldman Sachs investment in Hope Credit Union that the city supported and leveraged in partnership with NOLA BA by investing in our technical assistance providers to enable businesses that were not able to access SBA funds. We invested in our TA providers to be able to support applications. We also, as I know Councilmember Palmer and others have been very ardent advocates for and great partners in standing up an outdoor dining grant program, as well as what we're currently rolling out on the streets, the curbside dining and parklet permit. And while I know it's taken us more time than I think anybody would have liked in order to stand that program up, what I'm very excited to say is that we've actually done all of the hard work at the front end, unlike many of our peer cities. And this permit is here to stay. And so, in 4 or 5 months, we've actually created a new city permit, which is the process that typically takes years. And all of this is, of course, a part of the mayor's call to reimagine public spaces in the city, something that I know you as council members have all supported in various regards, and something that me and my background as an urban planner know that not only investing in our built environment, as Kristen was saying in the previous department presentation, also makes really good sense as economic development and supporting our businesses. So I'm really proud of our COVID related work. We've had a number of wins in business attraction and retention this year. It seems like eons ago, I know Councilmember Nguyen and her team was very supportive of Area PAC's $7 million investment in New Orleans East, which is creating 25 new jobs out there. We've also been able to, that was of course an ITEP project, the first one approved under the new local regulations that I knew Councilmember Moreno and her team and others have been very actively involved in ensuring that it's meeting both the letter of the law and the intent behind that program. We've also had some wins in the economic development front. Raystone Capital is creating a financial technology hub in the city that's anticipated to create $12 million in payroll and 50 direct new jobs. And New Orleans was also selected as one of Microsoft's inaugural locations for their Xbox Game Studio Camp, which actually went virtual because of COVID. We continue to do extensive work with DXE and some of our other partners, technology firms and others, to ensure that they are meeting their hiring goals. We have also worked on major projects this year. I know many of these are priorities of your offices as well as that of the administration. We have advanced a number of these, including work to keep the National Finance Center here and actually leverage some unique partnerships out at NASA Michoud to build on our federal partners out there. We've done a lot of great work at the French Market Corporation. Leslie Alley, who I know you all know well, is going gangbusters over there in her leadership role, transitioning from CPC over there. And we currently have 2 strategic plans that I know were priorities of both you as council members as well as the mayor to help to start laying the groundwork for some strategic investments and new programs over the coming year. And we are also actively pushing forward some really key redevelopment sites, including the Naval Support Activity, Six Flags and West End, all of which when I came in a little over a year ago, we're not necessarily moving forward as quickly as I think we all would like. And so I made it a priority for myself and our office to make sure that these projects are indeed moving forward. And lastly, the 2 final areas that I would just highlight. One, I already mentioned the launch of the Office of Business and External Services. Economic development is critically important to reorienting many of our land use and permitting departments and the amazing work they do every day towards some of our long-term economic development goals. We know that the city needs to do better in terms of being a business partner. It needs to be easier to apply for permits, to get your occupational license, to pay your taxes and the like. And so OED is going to be a very key partner going forward in that work. And we are also in the process of launching a generational economic development plan, something that the mayor tasked our office with when I came aboard. And I'm excited to say we're making great progress in that and expect to launch it in the first part of next year, the earliest part of next year. And looking forward to sharing that with all of your offices and getting your input as we move towards finalizing it. And then lastly, the Economic Development Fund. Millages are obviously on the ballot in December 5th. We've played a key role in the administration's strategy around the 4 millages, the three propositions, but 4 millages that are on the ballot, including economic development. These are obviously critically important for our office to have the resources that they need, that we all need in order to make sure that our economy is growing and diversifying, and that there is opportunity for all New Orleanians to access economic development. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'll go through these relatively quickly, but please stop me if you have any questions. Our department has a number of goals that reflect what I started at the top of my presentation with. This is in many ways an inflection point for the Office of Economic Development. I'm very excited to say that there's been a great foundation that has been laid over my predecessors' years, but we have a lot of exciting work to do ahead of us. And so 2021 is going to be a really important year as we continue to move forward work to advance economic development in the city. Our goal number one, both from a timeline perspective and in terms of priority, is finalizing and launching the generational economic development plan. We have been having active meetings with many of our private leadership and stakeholder groups to deeply shape this plan and identify action steps that the city needs to be taking in order to further cement our toehold on a number of industries. That includes water and film and food. It also includes things like advanced manufacturing and trade and logistics. Goal number two is to continue to support the Office of Business and External Services, including launching a business services office, continuing to support the physical move to 1340 Poydras, and continuing to develop, as I mentioned, a digital footprint for this office that allows businesses and residents alike to do the vast majority of what they are typically having to come down to City Hall for from the comfort of their office or home. We are also going to be prioritizing place-based economic development. This is something that's near and dear to my heart, having spent the previous decade plus working on corridor-based revitalization work in the mid-city neighborhoods. We are going to be much more intentional about driving economic development to different neighborhoods in the city, rather than letting it being more reactive and allowing developers to solely tell us where they'd like to invest. So we're going to be very intentional about that work. We are going to be much more proactive about catalytic development projects. So many of the projects that I already mentioned, Six Flags, the Naval Support Activity, West End, and many others, we are going to be, fully assuming the leadership role within the administration in driving these projects forward. And so I'm very excited to put the city back in a proactive driver's seat position in that regard. Next slide, please. I should also mention in goal number 4, we are working with a number of partners, including the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority and the Office of Community Assets and Investment, to really help streamline the city's process for getting publicly controlled and publicly owned properties back into commerce. Goal number 5, as I mentioned before, we are going to work with our really amazing entrepreneurship and entrepreneur support community in New Orleans to focus on the priority industries that I was mentioning. We do not want to see hospitality or trade diminish in the city. What we want to see is that those industries that we have long had as a legacy in the city, that we want to see those diminish as an overall share of what is a growing economic pie in the city, and that we are truly assuming our mantle as a national leader in the food sector, in the water sector, in the film industry, which our Office of Cultural Economy does amazing work in already. We want to double down and really invest in those industries. Goal number 6 is around human capital and talent. We have a very deep partnership with our Office of Workforce Development, which joined us in moving under OBES over the summer. And we're going to continue to cultivate that relationship and make sure that we are aligned both internally and externally with our partners. And then lastly, our final goal for 2021 is to really invest in what I would like to call systems for economic success. We are both doing culture change, as Peter Bowen has emphasized for the entire Office of Business and External Services. We are doing culture change within all of our departments. We are ensuring that folks have the resources and the line of sight to know where the ship is headed, and so that they can be better partners to our businesses in the city, and orienting everything towards the priorities reflected in our generational economic development plan. So moving on from goals, next slide, please. Our budget, you can see reflected here. We are, actively working through a zero-based budget process that will continue to unfold through 2021 and into 2022. We've identified these core services. They're probably unsurprising as well. But economic growth, business support, and identifying workforce opportunities are the core of what the Office of Economic Development does. Next slide, please. And so our budget summary for 2020, as well as our 2021 proposed budgets, there's nothing too surprising here. The only thing I will mention is relative to the Economic Development Fund. As I mentioned before, and as I know you are all aware, the Economic Development Fund is one of the expiring millages this year that is on the ballot December 5th to be rededicated. We have a contingency plan both for if that vote would unfortunately not pass muster with voters in December. We also have a scenario, a much rosier scenario where we have the resources to make many of the investments that I was talking about previously should the EDF millage pass. Our general fund budget reflects the more than 20% reduction from 669,000 and change in 2020 to 464,000 for personal services in 2021, with a variance of a little north of $205,000. This is largely reflective of the fact that we have had a very important member of our team retire this year, Ernest Gethers. We miss him every day. He was an institution in his own right. And we are both very thankful for his services and also the timing of his retirement actually made it fairly easy on us. And I don't doubt that Ernest did that very, very intentionally, as he does everything else. And so we are not showing any personnel reductions for 2021 out of our general fund budget proposal. Other operating, you can see, it was a $32,000 reduction, so very modest for an overall reduction of about $240,000. And then going to Economic Development Fund, we have 2 slides on this. As you all probably recall, we actually zeroed out the Economic Development Fund as a part of last year's budget process. There was a significant fund balance that we were carrying over into 2021. And so, or excuse me, into 2020. And so 2021 reflects the remainder of that fund balance, a little south of $1 million that will be spent in the event that the fund is not renewed by voters in December. 417,000 and change in personal services and $561,000 in change in other operating expenses. This ensures that the 3 positions that we have that are in economic development that are funded out of the EDF millage will are guaranteed to have a position in 2021. They're essential positions. And we will have next year in this worst case scenario to figure out how to staff those positions either out of general fund or other sources. So then the next slide reflects the much rosier scenario where the anticipated 4.6 million in the EDF millage does pass muster with voters. We're reflecting hiring 8 or 9 positions within the Office of Economic Development to bring our total team up to 12 people. I can't emphasize enough the amazing yeoman's work that the City Office of Economic Development does every day. I'm in awe of my colleagues. We obviously also have a wonderful partner in the New Orleans Business Alliance, but I think we all feel the city's lack of capacity, I would say. And so, we need to be a partner in economic development for our businesses and for our other partners who work in this space. And this reflects an investment that, I think will be transformative, frankly, for economic development in the city of New Orleans. The other operating budget of around 3.4 million is reflective of a continuing investment in the Business Alliance, as well as some significant investments in priority industries and some additional programming that we would like to undertake, such as commercial corridor revitalization, investing in economic development districts, and other initiatives. So with that, that concludes our budget presentation for OED. Next slide, please. Any questions or comments? I'm happy to entertain them. Looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Budget Chair, Councilman Brissette.
Yes, Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jeff. I'm excited that you're in where you are and your position. I guess I have a different take on economic development as a small business owner. I feel that, do you feel actually that economic development businesses would like just to get a permit on time and to be able to have an application go through CPC in a timely fashion. Don't you think those are economic development?
Without
The
a doubt.
ability to actually get a project started in this city can be viewed as economic development.
Absolutely. I think that's.
Not having a building fall down next to another building that you work at could be economic development.
I think that would be a great place to start. Absolutely.
Right. So how do you feel about that? We're gutting these departments and we're increasing economic development. I don't understand how those two can operate in the same sphere.
Sure. So I guess a couple of points there. One is, our work supporting the Office of Business and External Services is exactly in line with what you're describing, Kristen.
So you're going to be able to help them get permits faster?
Yes. So our goal is to move to that concierge. Well, just for example, I have one team member of mine, Margaret McGee, is an expert in business service management. She does this, every day. There has historically been a disconnect between, her ability to interact with her colleagues in safety and permits or in code enforcement, in revenue, and the fact that we are now all under one roof, I think, is going to immediately pay dividends, regardless of whether or not we get economic development fund dollars going forward.
My point's even more simpler, Jeff, is as a business person, all I want is a permit to get my business going.
Yep.
And we consist, and you heard from all the other offices and all the other council members, if we can't provide a basic service, everything else is just kind of fluff. Because you're sitting there, you can provide all these great programs, but if a business owner can't get a permit timely, then it negates all the work that you do. And I just really hope that we look at these forward-facing departments, safety and permits, city planning commission. They are economic development. Our basic job as governing the city is to give people access to these things. That's our number one job.
Yep. I couldn't agree more. And I think that is foundational to the work that OBES is doing. I think that's
exactly right. That's a great way of saying it. It's foundational. So you can imagine my trepidation when I see, and trust me, I know we all have to be cut, right? And I appreciate that. And I think the mayor's doing a great job. We have to do it. We're all taking cuts. But I also know that if we want to focus on economic development to build up our revenues, right?
Yep.
We have to have the foundations in place and strong foundations. And my concern is that we're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we're going to hurt safety and permits. We're going to hurt city planning commission, and those projects. Like I don't know if you heard Bob Rivers, 590 projects they reviewed. Yep. That equals a significant amount of investment in the city.
Without a doubt. Yes. Couldn't agree more.
And we're cutting that department by 40%.
And Councilmember Palmer, if I might just add on to everything Jeff had noted, the value of the EDF, and one of the first silos we intentionally broke down was between the City Planning Commission and Economic Development, because they are so closely tied. We've talked to Bob that if the EDF passes, we would definitely be committed to helping fund the brownfields program, which is a short-term investment that ultimately becomes self-sustaining. Bob also mentioned the ability to partner with economic development on adding horsepower to the studies that keep getting pushed back.
Yeah.
And certainly if we're able to add the staffing capability, there's opportunities to bring in folks who can do grant writing as their sole duty. I think there's a lot of philanthropic and public dollars on the table that we haven't been able to capture because we haven't had a role there. So a lot of the contingency plan Jeff talked about is using the EDF millage to help back up our colleagues under OBES. So that's why it's so critical.
I don't see that written down anywhere. We just have to take your word for it.
we can codify it and commit to it, Councilmember. Yep.
Well, that's what I'd like to see before we pass a budget, because, because we can also codify and say, we're going to have 2 lawyers in SDR department, and we have $6.2 million in the state set aside for that. But meanwhile, we've only done 5 adjudications.
We'd be happy to circle back December 5th if we get that good news.
Well, I think we have to circle back before we pass a budget if the intent is to ensure that that these other outward facing departments have the resources they need to continue economic development in the city.
Absolutely. I was signaling the vote on the millage, but I hear what you're saying.
You hear what I'm saying? Okay. And again, this is and look, if y'all are not philosophically aligned with me, that's fine. I'm just a district council member. It doesn't, I'm just saying, I really believe, though, from talking to my constituency and business owners, is, they just want to be able to do business. They just want everybody to kind of, let them do their business. And I feel like we're failing in that. And then also, I'll talk about this again because I bring it up each budget season about surplus city-owned property that could be redeveloped. And I feel like I just have to keep bringing it up. And again, in Algiers, we have the Torre Shakespeare site, which is available for historic tax credits. That's still sitting there. We have the incinerator site that is right there on West Bank Expressway. That could be where they're building hotels on the other side of the parish line. And we have the Brechtel Park site that we've been trying to get the CEA out on. So, I've got 3 big sites that we haven't been able to get the RFP out, that I would really like to see that occur.
I couldn't agree more, Councilmember Palmer. We not only want to do that, we need to do that. No city can be successful in its economic development work, its community development work, without thinking about how to leverage publicly owned and publicly controlled properties. And frankly, we as a city have really tied ourselves into pretzels figuring out how to deploy these really key properties. And they're not just the really large transformative properties that you just mentioned, Councilmember Palmer. We know in every district, there's the equivalent of the Louisiana Firehouse or the police station at Magazine and Napoleon, or, they're not all the size of NSA and Six Flags and the Hindi incinerator site. And so, we know that we need to be much more proactive about creating that pipeline. And I alluded to that earlier in my presentation, but we are really excited to be partnering with the Office of Community Assets and Investment and some other internal partners. We would be very excited to come meet with all of your offices to discuss what we're calling the redevelopment framework. It's something that, we know the mayor, has shares this vision, and we know that we need to leverage our partners, particularly the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, which I know you all have worked with closely, in order to get these properties into a pipeline for redevelopment. So we share that urgency, Councilmember Palmer.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, Councilmember Nguyen, I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for the presentation. And so let me just go ahead and jump in. And I know that our office has been working with your team as well as other partners to really get the Six Flags RFQ out. And, are we close? I know we had some hiccups since earlier this year, but I know that you guys have not been, I know you guys have been busy, but this is something that, as I think Christian just mentioned, city-owned property, that we need to make sure that we are pushing it out for development.
Absolutely. No, thank you for that, Councilmember Nguyen, and absolutely, we had wanted to get it out in Q2. But the final draft of the solicitation is with procurement as we speak, and the solicitation will hit the streets in weeks. I know that this has been an albatross of a project for not only you but also of District E, and our office is deeply committed to not only just getting a solicitation out, but finding the development partner or partners that are going to make the transformative project there that we all want to see. So, yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, and I know, and And just lead to the next project. I know that the city has started the study on Lincoln Beach. I think we're going to be expecting the study to be back in the second quarter of next year. I believe we're going to be rolling out a Lincoln Beach Community Advisory Committee. I just wanted to put your team on alert to kind of get that RFQ together and be in motion because we do have included in our bond sale for 2021 for Lincoln Beach in reference to restoration, cleanup, design, and everything. And while the community has been waiting for Lincoln Beach for more than almost 50 years now, Jeff, you know, I just don't want us to lose any time on this. I'm excited. I definitely want to thank Mayor Cantrell and her team and your office for really moving and putting Lincoln Beach on the surface. Previous administration have talked about it, and even prior to that, but really haven't had any substance to it. And I can't wait for the study to be done on Lincoln Beach. So just kind of tag that out. If you guys we could change Six Flags to Lincoln Beach, and then the logistics.
Find your place.
That's right, and then we can roll it out.
Yep.
So, but I also wanted to bring. I don't know if I've had this conversation with you, but my office get calls all the time from small business owners or entrepreneurs like, hey, we've gone through the technical assistant training, we've gone through, every training, and we signed up for this and that, but getting access to capital particularly for many of our small business owners, and I'll be very specific, our minority business owners, has been a challenge. Has the city, NOLA BA, your partners, have you guys thought about maybe putting together a program where minority entrepreneurs can get access to capital? And I think that's the biggest barrier for them.
It's a fantastic question, and there are certainly multiple answers for that. The short answer is absolutely. The NOLA BA and their really amazing staff have a deep network and relationships with all of our TA and financial assistance providers. Lynette White-Colin does amazing work over there. And the city has done a lot of work in recent years with the Build NOLA Mobilization Fund and others. Those programs like Build NOLA are very oriented towards obviously procurement. And we know that not every small business, particularly, minority owned small business, is going to be bidding on a public contract. And so to me, it's a both and situation. We need to look at all the ways that we can leverage procurement, but we also need to be meeting businesses where they are, as you've noted. And so we are currently in discussions with a number of our financial assistance partners, particularly our CDFI community. We have a couple of initiatives that we are exploring to both get dollars on the street out of our CARES Act CDBG dollars, but also looking at some investments. For example, Hope Credit Union has some really interesting programs that they're looking at deploying some additional capital. We're talking with some other credit unions about exploring entry into market in New Orleans, who have a focus of serving underbanked and underserved business owners. And so I couldn't agree more that is a shared goal of our office to make sure we increase access to financial resources for our business owners.
Thank you, Jeff. And one last thing. I wanted to ask, so I was in a meeting last night with a group of community members, and they believe that in other parishes, the city official actually go out to a developer and say, hey, this is a packet for you. This is your incentive packet. This is what we can do to get you to our parish or to our city or whatever. Are we doing that?
Great question. So short answer is yes. We along with our partners at NOLA BA and GNO Inc., we do extensive attraction efforts. So whether it's retail attraction, whether it's working with developers, whether it's responding to solicitations that come out, there were 2 or 3 that came across my inbox this morning. We are very proactive on that front. We also have, as I know you're aware, a suite of incentives both at the local and state level that we are very committed to ensuring, are working in the way that we all want them to work. For example, the ITEP program. But we are extremely proactive and want to be even more so. And so when I mentioned in my presentation those catalytic development projects, the city needs to be in a even more aggressive posture when it comes to redeveloping some of these sites that we know are attractive. And in my mind, Six Flags is just the tip of the iceberg. So the short answer is yes. We always, every day, every week are putting out responses to solicitations, whether it's to specific businesses or for specific opportunity sites.
So when we reach out to them, do we say, hey, these are the reason why you want to come to New Orleans, and this is what we can do for you? Or do we wait until they say, yes, we want to come, but then this is what we need? So how aggressive are we in reference to getting developments to the city?
Sure. We typically don't put, depending on the project, we typically don't put, for example, dollar amounts of incentives into a package or promise, legislative changes or things like that. However, we do explain, the range of incentives that we have. I know your office tracks this very closely. But whether it's through our partners at the Industrial Development Board or the Finance Authority, we have pilots. For example, our office, Tracy Jackson, manages the Restoration Tax Abatement and ITEP program on behalf of the city, and does a fantastic job at that. We have again our city-owned properties that we can put into potential packages, and so I think that we are being aggressive and identifying, different public and sometimes even privately owned sites that would be great for these attraction efforts. But I'll be the first to say also we can certainly do more, and that's where I'm really excited about, for example, our redevelopment framework, which I think is going to be really crucial in creating that pipeline of sites and not just dealing with things on an ad hoc basis.
Well, I look forward to meeting with you guys and learning more about the redevelopment framework. And again, thank you so much for your work and your team. And I can't wait for us to release the RFQ for Six Flags.
You and me both. We'll be out there on the street, putting it in everybody's hands.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments from my colleagues? Hear no comments. Jeff, thank you so much for your presentation today.
My pleasure. Thank you all so much for your time.
All right. Thank you. Next on the agenda, I believe we're going to have workforce development. Sine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I said you are not Zach Smith.
No, we're using Zach's computer.
Yeah. So, hey, Ms. Baravato.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the mission of the Office of Workforce Development is to reduce poverty, increase wealth, strengthen families, improve the quality of life, and enhance the competitiveness of businesses by responsibly leveraging limited public resources. The vision of the Office of Workforce Development is to build a strong and collaborative workforce development system that meets the needs of New Orleans businesses and job seekers, thereby creating a healthy, sustainable economy. Next slide, please. Our organizational chart is the director, executive assistant, and the rest of the members of the OW team are highly specialized in their particular areas. Next slide, please. 2020 department accomplishments. In 2020, we provided over 1,500 new job seekers with employment and training services. We placed 627 job seekers in employment. We enrolled 159 individuals in skills training for high growth, high demand occupations and on-the-job training opportunities. We hosted 72 on-site and virtual employer recruiting events, and we provided over 196 credentials in high demand, high growth industries. Next slide, please. For youth services, youth between the ages of 14 and 24, this summer we employed 220 youth in the Mayor's 2020 Summer Youth Employment Program through traditional placements, internships, and educational programs. We partnered with the Office of Neighborhood Engagement to deliver the Summer GOV online informational component that allowed youth to contribute to slowing the spread of COVID by working from home. And lastly, we enrolled over 156 youth in the year-round WIA employment and training program, of which 110 youth participated in skills training and demand occupations and on-the-job training opportunities. Next, please. Higher NOLA and living wage. The Office of Workforce Development has implemented a more aggressive approach to living wage monitoring. And before we were more complaint-based, and so now we're being more proactive going into this new program year. The higher NOLA policy has been significantly impacted by the recent cyber attack and COVID-19. The current numbers reflect those events. Current local hire performance is 39% of local workers on applicable projects. The goal is 50%. Next slide, please. The National Disaster Resilience, NDR, the City of New Orleans has allocated $3 million of the National Disaster Resilience funding to implement a workforce training program that will provide workers with the skills and certifications needed to participate in green infrastructure projects. The city has procured an operator for the workforce training program, which is currently Thrive. The city is collaborating with the Water Environment Federation and Greater New Orleans Foundation to develop a National Green Infrastructure Certificate program. So I think that curriculum will be completed at the end of this month, right? So that we can start training people who normally do not have the aptitude or the skills to enroll in a 2-year program at Delgado. So we're providing them this opportunity with the hope that it will segue into the 2-year associate's degree program. The workforce training program will consist of technical skills training, work experience, and job placement assistance. And I want to add to this, we had a big celebration around the Advancing Cities where the City of New Orleans received the $5 million allocation. And I want to say that the $3 million that the Office of Workforce Development procured was the catalyst for us receiving that $5 million. Next slide, please. Accomplishments. We partnered with LCMC Health, Kingsley House, and Delgado Community College to combat generational poverty by providing training and certifications in the healthcare industry for adults with children enrolled in Head Start. The results of the first cohort included a 75% completion rate and an 80% placement rate. And so what we did with this, what Kingsley House saw was that generation after generation, the grandmother dropped their kids off, and then we saw the kids dropping their kids off. And so what we wanted to do is combat generational poverty. It was 2 tiers. The first tier, for those who had high school diplomas, we provided them with a career pathway as a patient care tech. For those adults and parents who did not have a high school diploma, our goal was to partner with Delgado Community College and provide them with the GED program. Next, we engaged in a resource mapping convening with mandated and community partners to support the development of a one-stop community network. This initiative includes the alignment of funding from mandated partners, other public funding, and philanthropic and private sector investments to support the vision and strategic goals of the workforce system. As you know, the Office of Workforce Development, in partnership with Job One, we are the workforce system. And what we were trying to do is just have a better understanding of the resources that were available to the citizens of New Orleans. With that, we were hoping to, and we're still in the process of teeing that up right now, since we're hopefully looking at the other end of COVID, and playing to each other's strengths. Everyone has a role in assisting the citizens of New Orleans. And so what we want to do is co-braid all of our funds that we had available. The next one is redesign the Job One Business and Career Solutions Center to provide a customer-centered atmosphere for both the job seekers and employers. The redesign included outfitting the Job One Center to meet COVID-19 CDC guidelines. One of the challenges we had when the Cantrell administration came on was that Job One to most looked like a DMV. And so in keeping with the mayor's vision of meeting people where they are and being a city of yes, we wanted to make it lighter, brighter, and being more welcoming. So we invested $250,000 into the redesign of the center. And so we're hoping, I think it's Thursday, we're gonna have a soft reopening of Job One. We restructured the Job One service delivery model to include the provisions of virtual services, i.e. electronic intake, virtual workshops, and job fairs. With the onset of COVID, we had to be extremely fluid in our operations. So we transitioned from a career center to a call center to assist the citizens of New Orleans. What COVID did was amplify the digital divide that currently exists for the marginalized populations. At one point during the peak of COVID, we were fielding at least 1,200 UI calls and claims per day. Next slide, please. So we secured federal disaster dislocated worker funding to assist workers and job seekers impacted by COVID-19 with obtaining transitional employment and/or training in sustainable industries. The state was awarded $6 million for dislocated worker, in which everyone in New Orleans who was impacted by COVID is technically a dislocated worker, meaning that they lost that job to no fault of their own. Of the $6 million, Job One wrote a proposal for $3.6 million in which we have been allocated. Now we're in the process of connecting people through transitional jobs, in addition to, in our partnership with Delgado, providing them with quick trainings. Next is we partner with SLT Technology, not next slide, an innovative and rapidly growing full service IT consulting firm to deliver Oracle software. That means iCloud and data storage, training of 75 participants. Each participant received an exam voucher to take the certification test for free. In this particular partnership, the state had recaptured money, which they allocated towards opportunity youth. In our partnership with Urban League, we were able to fill all 75 seats here in New Orleans. The 75 was germane to the state as a whole, but we as New Orleanians, we were very aggressive, and so we fulfilled all 75 slots. We partnered with the city's Office of Economic Development and the New Orleans Business Alliance to secure funding from the J.P. Morgan Chase Advancing Cities grant to provide training for job seekers and small businesses to support employment opportunities in the blue and green infrastructure industry sectors. The funding will support the implementation of the OWD Business Strategies Manager position, which will focus on creating direct pipelines to small businesses. And in that role, we will have the Business Strategies Manager working closely with our Supply Diversity Department so that we can look through the database and see those one-man operations with the hope of providing them with certifications throughout, utilizing our WOA funding, and then partner them with the prime with the hope that at some point they will become primes themselves. Next slide, please. Department goals. So we're going to continue expanding our footprint in providing WIA services in the New Orleans Public Library. Before the cyber attack and of course COVID, the Office of Workforce Development in partnership with Job One were already providing WIA services in the New Orleans East Library and the Algiers Library. So we're just going to expand on that footprint now under OBES, who's now going to be providing all city services in those particular entities. Engage additional partners in the resource mapping convening to increase and align the workforce development, employment, and training resources and supportive services available to local residents. In this time of need, there's no way that the limited public funding we receive will be able to capture and fill in the holes in New Orleanians' basic foundation. So the only way that this can work is if we leverage our limited resources together and everyone plays to their strengths. For the Office of Workforce Development, our strength is training and employment. Expand those strategies to combat generational poverty. We're going to build on the current partnership with LCMC Health, Kingsley House, and develop partnerships with additional Head Start providers and employers to assist adults with children enrolled in Head Start programs with obtaining employment in high demand, high growth industries. One of our partners right now, we have a partnership with Urban Strategies currently, and they have a partnership with Hano, who they're working to provide case management with people, to the residents who live in Lafitte and Bienville housing. We are going to combat generational poverty by implementing the same system that we did with Kingsley House with those residents who currently live in the Iberville and Bienville housing and putting them in the pipeline in healthcare to be patient care techs. We're going to implement apprenticeships with the Carpenters Union, Electrical, Plumbing, and Dow Chemical to create customized training programs to meet the demands of local employers and create direct employment pipelines. This was one of the initiatives we were hoping to get off the ground before COVID. We were going to partner with Algiers charter schools to put the pre-apprenticeship program in I guess I could go ahead, Landry Walker. But due to COVID and the uncertainty of schools opening, we decided to delay it into next school year. Same with Electrical, Plumbing, and Dow Chemical. Expand business services. Implement the OWD Business Strategies Manager's position to create direct pipelines with local businesses for the local workforce system and increase the number of participants enrolled in employer-based training, on-the-job training. This is one of the incentives that we offer employers for partnering with us. We may have participants in the database who may not meet all the criteria that an employer is looking for, which we would deem job ready from day one. So as an incentive, we work with employers to say, hey, John has A, B, and C, but he doesn't have D and E. In order to, if you take a chance on John, we will supplement or offset John's salary for up to 50% for up to 6 months if you would take him on as an employee. After the 6-month trial period, then John automatically goes on to the employer's payroll full-time. And this is a direct alignment with the New Orleans workforce development objective to scale small businesses and to train and provide the talent pipeline for those businesses in high wage, resilient, and sustainable industries. One of our objectives to the New Orleans Workforce Development Board was to work exclusively with minority and small businesses and help scale them and then supply them with the talent pipeline. We have been laser focused on making sure that we embed equity and inclusion in all aspects of our lives, all aspects of the work that we do, excuse me. So as I stated before, COVID has really amplified the disparities and the marginalization of Black and Brown people. And so we want to be intentional and we want to be laser focused in making sure that those particular individuals are not left behind. After Katrina, we had an opportunity to do it right and get it right. And for whatever reason, it didn't pan out the way that it should have. Right now, we have an obligation to make sure that we're doing everything we do in all aspects of our work through an equity and inclusive lens. Next. Next slide, please. Again, with the green infrastructure, the NDR, our objective is to train 125 to 250 unemployed and underemployed individuals in the National Green Infrastructure Certificate Program that will in turn provide contractors with the skilled workforce needed to participate in green infrastructure projects funded by the National Disaster Resilience Grant. Promote continuous improvement of service delivery in the local workforce system. Continue to improve the structure and delivery of services to achieve a customer-centered service delivery system to better address the employment and skills needed of workers, job seekers, and employers. Improve service delivery strategies that focus on middle level skills and education. And so we're always in the position of constant process improvement. And a lot of people associate Job One with working with underskilled, underemployed individuals. But I'm here to say that Job One, with the assistance of OWD, we work with everyone from the GED to the PhD. And so as a result of that, we're in the process of hopefully reaching out on the state level or the federal level to receive funds to rebrand Job One to something that more reflects who we are and what we do. We're going to continue effective implementation of the higher NOLA and living wage ordinances. We're going to continue to provide meaningful summer and year-round employment for city youth and expand opportunities to engage system-involved youth and other youth with multiple barriers to employment, partnering with Cafe Reconcile, Kingsley House, the Port of New Orleans, Delgado, and the building trades to provide opportunity youth with career pathways in the respective industries. We're going to identify new funding streams in partnership with the city's Office of Economic Development to secure a project coordinator to serve as a centralized staff person to coordinate work across the New Orleans Workforce Development Board committees, agencies, and partners of the workforce development system. The same funding stream will also support a data and research manager position that will enhance use of and shared access to data to improve workforce service delivery quality, case management, and outcomes across system partners. Next, please. Budget summary. Our core services are employment opportunities, oversee a repository of resumes from residents seeking employment, talent pipeline, work with small and minority-owned businesses to find qualified employees, provide support for new businesses and sustainable industries by identifying their needs and accessing the talent pipeline by convening the Business Industry Council. Job readiness training and certification, assist residents in receiving their high school diplomas, provide scholarships for certification training, provide career advice. And lastly, resource mapping and referrals. Facilitate resource mapping for residents in need of services external to what's provided by the workforce investment system. Regularly communicate with community partners to catalog available resources, share resource database with community partners. Next, please. Our budget. The adopted budget for 2020 for personal services was $854,632. The proposed budget for 2021 is $1,145,661 with a variance of 291. Operating costs, which was adopted by the 2020 budget, was $8,059,095. Our proposed budget for 2021 is $12,338,533 with a variance of $4,279,438. So in the variance of the personal services, projected of staff costs allocated to anticipate new grants to be received by program year 21, COVID-19 and other national disasters. And what's different about our program year starts July 1 and concludes June 30th. Unlike most city departments, I think that it starts on the calendar year of January 1. Other operating, the 2021 proposed budget includes anticipated new grants to be received by program year 21, which starts for us July 1, COVID-19 and other national disasters. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Thank you, Sine, for the presentation. Well, first of all, I want to just take this opportunity and thank you for your assistance during COVID-19, dealing with a number of unemployment requests that my office received, and you were very responsive and follow up with the residents. So I really appreciate that greatly. Wanted to come over just to officially meet you and just to to say thanks, because things that you guys have done in that office has really helped people during that time of frustration and not knowing the unknown of, where their income was going to be coming from. You guys stepped in and addressed that issue. And so I really appreciate that greatly.
It was my pleasure.
Getting to your presentation, I just have a few questions, and I love the work that the workforce development are doing, and then reimagining Job One and the Business Center. I think that's great. One of my questions is that as you guys reimagine Job One, and you talked about being more virtual and more customer service center, are you guys also looking at exploring maybe setting up additional satellite office? Because I know that prior to running for office, when I was running VIT, we had, I offer VIT as a site for job for young people to apply for summer job, because I believe, and it still is right now, the 2 location is off of Tulane and General de Gaulle. And so I know that that is still an issue, and I think COVID is not allowing us to, not allowing us to address that. But as we move forward to the redesigning of Job Center, maybe looking at some of our city-owned facility as a site for satellite to help.
Yes, actually, under OBES, we will be utilizing the libraries to provide WLA services. Right now, we are at the Keller Library on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The New Orleans East Library will go live at the end of this month. And then the West Bank.
When are you guys going to be at the New Orleans East Library? How often are you going to be there?
How often?
Council member, we're still kind of mapping demand, but we're open to staffing it as often and as regularly and as needed to serve the constituents in the East, where it's a challenge to get, to your point, to Jefferson Davis and Tulane. So we're kind of piloting it at Keller right now, but we're here to meet your residents where they are. So
how's the outcome at Keller? How are you guys seeing the demand and how community are responding to it?
There's been an uptick. Traffic has been extremely slow. And so right now we are in the process of really doing a better job of marketing and outreach for the citizens of New Orleans. So it's been an uptick, a slow uptick, but an uptick.
Okay. Another question I had as you was presenting your accomplishments for 2020, love the fact that you guys are partnering with LCMC and Kingsley House and really combating the generational poverty. And I'm glad to hear as part of your goal is to expand that model, right, with other Head Start providers. But also another question I wanted to ask, as you guys are looking, I think the model looks at providing training, right, and certification. But are we also looking at how do we get them out of the poverty of subsidies, getting them into home ownership as well?
Yes, so we're not directly doing that with Kingsley House, but we are doing that with Urban Strategies for those residents of the Iberville and Lafitte housing unit. So part of the program is to move so that there is not a benefits cliff, freeze their benefits for 2 years while they are acquiring the skills needed to go into a high skill, high demand job. They can continue living in the housing unit. The benefits will be frozen, but after 2 years, with the support and case management, transition them to hopefully being homeowners.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
Yeah, because my family used to live in a multi-family, and I just believe that if there's some support system for those that are living on subsidy and just kind of giving them the guidance, but also really pushing and making sure that this is not a generation after generation process, right? And I think many times we get comfortable when we're not being pushed, and it doesn't make sense for me to really get myself together if I could just continue to live this way, but I think if there was some sort of support system and really helping to push home ownership, for a lot of these people. And then I think the resources is there in reference to Handle as well. We've met a few that actually use their Handle voucher to purchase home as well. So that is also a possibility as well.
Yes. I think the 2 years of freezing their benefits, knowing that while they are getting their legs under them, that they can continue receiving whatever public assistance until they could successfully matriculate out of it and into home ownership. So
yeah. No, I get that. And I think that's great just to provide that comfort, because it is nerves wracking when you're having to step out, you know, and you want to make sure that what if something happened, you know, that they are still taken care of. So I think that's great that we put that in place. My other question I have is that I love the fact that you guys are training people in other skill sets, like the green infrastructure, because I know that is kind of like the new trend, right? And as we see how a lot of these green infrastructure really helps the city of New Orleans, what is the average, I mean, what is the pay in this type of industry that you guys are finding?
Yeah, so I think the starting pay is like $15, $16 an hour, which is above the living wage right now, which is $11.19. But the reason we're focusing on green infrastructure, entrepreneurship, radio, TV, all of those different industries, I just had a blank, and IT, is because what we're trying to do is become more of a diversified economic ecosystem here in New Orleans and not be so contingent and dependent upon the hospitality industry. Due to COVID, we had over 44,000 people at one time receiving continuous UI benefits. And so it put us at a loss. And so in order for us not to experience that again, we have to upskill and retrain those particular people in that industry, in that sector, and pivot them towards more sustaining and resilient industries, such as green and blue infrastructure.
Yeah, and I think as I was reading this, it brought me back to when the BP oil spill happened several years ago, when a lot of our fishermen, all they knew was just fish, how to fish, right, and work out on the boat. And I think for some of them, they were forced to basically look at other skill sets that was more sustainable for them. And because even prior to that, they got hit in reference to Hurricane Katrina as well. As Jeff department bring in big industry, big company coming in, are you guys working together to basically do a training match to make sure like big companies that are coming in, we are able to fill the workforce that is needed for those businesses?
Most definitely. The Mayor's Office of Economic Development and the Mayor's Office of Workforce Development, we work in tandem. And now we have Peter, who's really making sure that all the departments that fall under OBES, that we're intentional in collaborating and making sure that whatever the outcomes are, they're aligned and coordinated, whatever the mission and the vision of OBES is.
No, that's really great to hear. And one final thing around your youth program, it's great that we're providing job opportunity for our young people, I think during the summer as well as year round. And you also mentioned that you guys are also targeting many of our young people that are going through the system. How much of those individuals are actually part of the program? So if we had 200 kids in the system, how many percentage of those kids are actually tapping into the workforce training program for young people?
Well, last year we allocated 100 slots for system-involved youth. This year, we didn't, due to funding and COVID, I can't give you an exact number, but going forward, the Office of Workforce Development, right now, we're in the process of writing for a grant, an educational talent grant, to serve 500 system-involved youth in partnership with the Ceasefire program that's currently under Josh with the city. So what we want to do is make sure that hopefully we get the grant, reach out to those particular individuals, provide them with workshops, and then next summer implementing a more laser-focused summer program that evolves around supplementary education in addition to a work experience, doing the assessment, making sure that they have a good understanding of what's required, the soft skills, but also getting a better understanding of what it is that they want to be when they grow up, and not letting their neighborhoods or their situation define who they are and what they are and where they're going. So fingers crossed on us receiving that grant. And what we're going to do is braid the Department of Education funds along with our WIA funds to provide a career pathway for those particular individuals.
Yeah, and Ms. Valavasa, you also mentioned about how employers could actually benefit from the services that you guys have by hiring certain individual where the program would pay 50% of their salary for the first 60 days. Are you finding that?
Up to 6 months.
6 months.
Up to 50% for up to 6 months, yes.
And are you getting the response from different type of employers?
You know, that particular, they're not taking advantage of that particular incentive. And so that's another thing we're doing too through our marketing and outreach to inform employers of the services that we do have available for them. So we're hoping with this aggressive outreach campaign that we're doing with the city's comms department, that employers take advantage. First of all, they have the information and then take advantage of that particular incentive.
Is there a particular employer that you're looking for, or are you just open to a legit employer?
We're open to any employer who's interested in working and partnering with the city of New Orleans.
Okay, I think
the only thing they have to do, the position has to pay at least a living wage. We want to be true. Yeah,
and that is how much? Living wage?
Yes, it's $11.19.
$11.19.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Any questions from my colleagues?
A couple quick questions, Cindy.
Sure. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. How much of the $4 million projected increase includes the grant monies and disaster funds?
Now, the $4 million that we received, that's our normal allocation. It varies from year to year, but last program year, we received 4.5 million. And so we just projected that we'll receive at least that amount of money.
Okay. And then how do you feel that the virtual employee recruiting events are working?
You know, they are working out fine. No one has objectives to them. However, for those who may not have access to computers, we do provide them with in-person assistance. But for the most part, they have been going well. We're averaging at least 300 people per virtual job fair. And we just started, I think it was last week, we had a drive-through job fair. So we're just looking at different ways to assist and accommodate and meet people where they are for this in the city of New Orleans.
Great. And then what is your goal? I see that within your office, you provide more than 1,500 residents with employment or training services. Is that the goal? I mean, did you hit that benchmark, or what is the actual goal for 2021?
So the 1,500 was utilizing the limited public resources that we had. With $4 million is not a lot that we can't service all 44,000 people who are probably in need of jobs, but we can provide them additional services, without expending any of the public funds that we do have. So the 1,500 was us using towards OJT, work experience, training, so on and so forth. However, we do have the capacity with our partnerships with different employers in the city to connect people to jobs in which we can reach over 10,000 if it's done correctly. If we are forming the proper partnerships that we should be doing on the business side, then and supplying them with the talent pipeline, it doesn't take a lot of resources to do that component, but the 1,500 is utilizing our WIA dollars.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think being a connector is the more important way to go, because you're actually putting people in with jobs. And so how are you tracking that?
We track it through our hire system. There's the database that we must use to track individuals, because whoever is enrolled in WIA, we have to track them for at least 12 years, making sure that they not only receive the job, but make sure that they retain the job for at least 12 months. For those who go through our work readiness program, we track them for 24 months.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Any other comments from my colleagues? Oh, I see Mr. Chair is back.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. I just heard you mentioned the living wage, and that was 1119, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Just wanted to, one question relative to enforcement and compliance. Can you give the public an idea of during 2020, how has your office acted upon the complaint-based enforcement relative to the contracts that you all enforce? So, supply diversity is the enforcement arm for the living wage ordinance. And I just want the public to know that the work is actively being acted upon. So if you could let us know how many complaints could you share with us? And could you touch on any specifics for us?
Well, we really didn't have for 2020 any real complaints. However, there was an issue that came up in the news with one of our city partners in the waste industry, and that is ongoing. But we're investigating it. We're looking at payroll. We're making sure that they're following the living wage ordinance as stated in their contract. And then from there, we're going to determine what's the best course of action to take if it is deemed that they did not comply with the living wage ordinance.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, you're referring to the sanitation issue, I believe.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Without calling any names, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you for presenting Supply Diversity's budget to us, and we look forward to continue to work with you. Thank you and your staff's work throughout 2020, and look forward to finalizing the 2020 proposed budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Brossett.
Thank you.
Thank all of you.
We'll have the Office of Cultural Economy.
Mr. Chair, I think you skipped over. We're actually at Office of Community Development.
Oh.
Hi, good morning. Maybe it's afternoon.
I'm fast, ain't that fast, okay?
We were counting on you, Cindy, to push it through.
Push it through. No. Office of Development, our workforce development was very critical, but we're actually on Office of Community Development now.
Office of Community Development, Ms. Ellen Lee. See there, Councilman?
Good. Hey, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you all. My name is Ellen Lee. I lead a team of amazing professionals and offices that work at really the intersection of providing stable neighborhoods for our residents and expanding access to opportunity for our small and minority businesses. Leading policy work around how we really can be strategic around where we do investment in neighborhoods and why. And of course, doing all of this in part to preserve the very unique culture and fabric of our community. And so Camille Hazor is here with who directs the Office of Supply Diversity. Ms. Lisa Alexis is the director of the Office of Cultural Economy, and Ms. Marjorie Anna Willman is the director of the Office of Community Development. And so with that, council members, we are pleased to be presenting the 2021 budgets for those respective offices for your review, consideration, questions, and comments. I believe that OCD may be first up, so that would be Ms. Willman. And I know that Marjoriana's on. She may just be unmuting her line. There you go.
I am on, and thank you for that. Let me just here. I am here with myself, and I also have Ziba Ballman, who's our fiscal director, and I also Tyra Johnson Brown is on as well.
Margiana, before you get started, can I say something?
Yes.
I've done it already, but I want to give you another shout out on the way that you helped us with the Hano Scattershot property. We had neighbors who were concerned about how that was being developed, and you all really stepped in and helped us bridge a gap there, and did it willingly and helpfully and thoughtfully. And I just wanted you to know how much that was really appreciated, not only by me, but by our residents too. So thank you all very much.
Oh, I appreciate that very much, sir. And that's my job, and that's what I'm here to do, the best that I can for the city of New Orleans. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and get started with our presentation for the Office of Community Development.
Thank you. Good. Go right ahead, Ms. Willman.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I'll just go right to the mission and vision for the office. Of course, you know, our goal is to provide housing make sure affordable housing is available throughout the city for all of our residents. And we want to make sure that not just affordable housing, but quality affordable housing. And as Ellen alluded to, we understand that housing intersects with infrastructure and economic development. And it's just a combination of things that come together to provide quality of living for residents of New Orleans. So the office, the organizational chart, the office is broken down. Ellen is the head, and then I report directly to Ellen. We have the director of housing, which is Tyra Johnson Brown, who's also on the call. She oversees the intake department, neighborhood services, which is Madeline Sanchez, and her section focuses on services such as NORD, HAPA, those with afflicted with AIDS and HIV households. So some of our special services and special populations. She's also over the affordable housing section, and most notably, I think that she's most valuable is her homelessness drive and effort. She's definitely committed to that area, and that's been an area that she has mastered. And then we have our planning department, and we're doing a lot more with planning. One of the things that I think I'll just step back and say, with this administration, when I first came in, one of the goals was to build a pipeline and get projects moving. And that's what we're doing. So we have projects, and I'll go into detail about that, but we have projects that have been funded all over the city, and they're in various stages of development. But one of the things we wanted to do is we wanted our planning to come ahead of, not, for lack of better words, not be drugged by the program. So not the program dragging us along, but us getting ahead of the program, us understanding what the needs of the city, what are those needs, what resources we have to match with those needs, which are most imminent, and they're moving forward. So we have done a great job. We've been recognized by HUD headquarters for that just last year, about getting ahead of the programs and planning ahead and making moves that are best suited for the city. So we're really excited about some of those changes. We have our asset management section, which is head by Richard Bozeman, and that's our construction unit and our environmental unit. Shirley Smith, who's over the environmental section. She does environmental for Hano, some for Nora, several different areas throughout our partners, several of our partners, and she does a great job with that. Our construction unit does inspections. You know, this has been a very active hurricane season. They go out, not only do they have their normal routines, such as properties that are under construction, moving folks, making sure units that folks move into are habitable and meet the minimum housing standards. They also go in after there's been a storm and help assess the damage for city-owned property and any property that has city investment attached to it. So they do a very great job. And actually, it's just an entire great, awesome team of people here, but they do a good job. And then lastly, the Director of Administrative Support, that position is vacant right now, but we do have a person, actually two people that have been working. STEP has stepped up greatly to fill that spot. We had a person that left, retired, and Ziva Bauman, who's here with me today, and also Crochery Allen have really stepped up in that area. So Ziva's over the fiscal department, we have human resources, and we have our disaster unit. And that's where we handle funds. We have the National Disaster Resilience Funds. I know that Ramsey and Joe Threat talked about that program when they were at Budget Council a couple days ago. But we manage, also we work with them to help manage the administration of those funds. And I know that you guys are aware that those funds had not, prior to this administration, really weren't moving at the rate that they should have been moving. So Koshari has really stepped up there, and we're getting out of just pre-development. Now we're actually into development, and we have projects that are moving forward and trying to fall in line with the timeline for that program. And then the State Office of Community Development, those disaster funds that we have, just as evidence of some of that work. Normally, we have to send requests for program income use to the state. They are training us so that now we can approve those in-house. And they've also been kind enough to back some of our multifamily projects that we had in our pipeline with piggyback CDBG funds, so that we could redirect some of our funds for COVID disaster relief. So even with the state OCD, I feel like that relationship, as well as LHC, has greatly improved, and we're seeing the benefits, the fruits of that. We're seeing funds coming in, and we're seeing ourselves working to them and having more flexibility than the city had before when it comes to that program income, that CDBG program income. So we have the monitoring, that's our compliance department. They are, that's the department that makes sure that our projects that we do award maintain compliance. You've heard a little bit about that, talking about the MIZ and making sure that once that is underway, those properties maintain compliance. So we'll be holding those, working with permitting, code enforcement, and making sure that those projects as well remain compliant and rent restricted as they are supposed to throughout that affordability period. Labor standards, and then auditing. We definitely, that's another area that I believe that we have improved upon and we're continuing to work on, is reducing the number of findings and just questions. Sometimes it's just concerns. Not to say that things were wrong, but maybe just laying them out differently, or just showing HUD that we can be responsive, and this is how we're monitoring our projects, this is how we're monitoring our programs, and this is how we're ahead of our program. So I do believe that the office is also improving in that area as well. So if we can move forward, please. Okay, and then the next slide. Okay, it's just some of our 2020 accomplishments. And I'd like to just say that in 2020, of course, we had to pivot and refocus as a result of the pandemic, but I am happy to announce that work never stopped. The office remained open, and many folks still came into work every day. Right now, we're on a staggered system, but the work never stopped. So we have $10 million that we awarded in 2019 for affordable housing developments. Those projects are in our pipeline right now. Our pipeline is composed of 24 projects, and out of that 24 projects, we have 11 projects that are, just forgive me, please. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I have someone helping me. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we have 11 projects that are currently under construction in New Orleans, and we have 8 that are expected to begin construction in the next 90 days. So our projects, we're seeing them moving forward, moving along. We're very proud about that. And these are projects that are all over the city. So we do not have them isolated in one area. We're not concentrating poverty. There's not just one cookie cutter project. There are all types of projects. We have new construction, redevelopment, rehab, market rate and mixed rate, just a combination. And they're just all coming online, moving at different paces, but continuing to move forward. One of our projects, St. Anne, we just received an announcement recently that project is now complete. So we're really excited about the movement there. I mentioned earlier about $10 million that was committed from the state OCD for multifamily development. So we were able to move some funds that we had planned to put in multifamily development and move those over for COVID-related response. And that's very helpful. We did do an ordinance for that, so you guys are already familiar with it. And then we have our waitlist projects. These are projects that applied for funds through the NOFA. However, there was still a gap even if we did award them. And then in some cases, we just ran out of funds to fund them. So those projects remained on our wait list, and we plan to award $13.5 million to those projects using general obligation bond proceeds. So that is the list, and I have the more specific list as Councilwoman Palmer asked for within the presentation. $7 million available that we just recently made available through our NOFA. We received those applications about a week ago, so we're in the process of reviewing those and expect to make awards before the end of the year. $7 million to expand and rehab area shelters. That is something that actually we talked about prior to COVID, but it's very timely because in the post-COVID world, we do know that there's still going to be a place for shelters, but we do need to have shelters that we can observe social distancing. And then also we found that several of our shelters had a lot of deferred maintenance, and some of them also could benefit from generators. So we are using COVID money, CARES Act money, to develop those shelters. The low barrier shelter has been expanded to provide about 150 more beds. It's already under construction, and we expect for that to be completed around the first quarter of 2021. So that's moving along well. You may be familiar with Ozanam Inn. That's a shelter as well that they were having some trouble with the location that they're at currently. They will be closing on a new structure that's off of Poydras around the 1st of December. So as soon as we could get back the clearance from HUD, they'll be able to move forward with their closing. And we're really excited about that because that's going to bring resources to a concentrated area, so people can go. We have other areas over there, the CRRC and some other areas that provide resources and to homeless individuals. So I think it's going to be great. And Ozanam Inn has a very nice plan of how they plan to serve people. So we're excited about that. And I think that they'll be providing services rather soon once they close on the building. And then we have our down payment assistance program. And let me just, this is to clarify, I have 4.9 million here, and that is since the Cantrell administration. But in 2019, there were 51 soft seconds, and we expended about 2.1 million. And that program is continuing to do very well during the pandemic. I think largely because of the very low interest rates right now, but we are making awards every week, and we're very pleased about that as well. And then we have our small landlord emergency assistance program. We received about 200 inquiries, and we have 17 applications that have been preliminarily approved and ready to move forward. So that's around 250,000. So we still have funds available. And honestly, I think that's good. We want to pace ourselves because we have received inquiries of people saying, listen, I'm not behind on my mortgage, but I'm worried, it could come to that. So we want to have funds available if it comes to that for those small landlords. So we don't want to change the program and just start putting out money for people who are not necessarily behind on their mortgage. I think we want to make sure that funds are there for any units that could possibly be lost to foreclosure. And then there was $2.8 million set aside for the rental assistance program. That program has served 1,423 individuals. There's currently a balance of 533,000. We're not getting as many calls because of the moratoriums, but we are still happy that there's funds available. There's still opportunity for assistance for individuals that need it. And then the imminent danger rental assistance program has served 171 clients. These are people who were in imminent threat of being displaced, put out of their housing units, and we still have about 150,000 left in that program. So there is still opportunity to help individuals, but we have still served quite a few already. And then lastly, I just want to say that the Office of Community Development has been working very closely with FANO. As you know, the city has entered into an agreement with FANO and Louisiana Housing Corporation for FANO to be able to issue multifamily revenue bonds and developers to still be able to go to the Louisiana Housing Corporation and receive 4% credits. It took some work to get that done, but I'm very proud of that as well because it reduces some of the uncertainty for developers going to LHC board multiple times for approval. It streamline the process. And also it allows us to get acquainted with the projects and direct resources much earlier on in the process, as opposed to waiting and aligning resources better. And then next, the next slide just talks a little bit about our down payment assistance program. Again, we have expended $2.1 million this year. That program is continuing to move forward. We're serving all sorts of people at different levels in their lives, but they're very appreciative, and we're really excited about the program. One of the things I do like so much working here compared to my last job is that I'm much closer to see the impacts of our work. And it's just a wonderful thing as opposed to being more on the development side and the financing side. I actually see the impact, and I feel that the staff sees that too, and they understand the importance of us performing every day to make sure that housing becomes available to everyone. Next, please. Okay, and this is just a slide about the homelessness work that was done this year. 389 individuals, unsheltered individuals, were placed in temporary housing and hotels. This was a combined effort between the city, Louisiana Housing Corporation, State Office of Community Development, as well as Unity Continuum of Care. We worked together, and I don't want to miss also HANO. We all came together on this effort. 389 individuals were housed in hotels, 248 have been rehoused, and 140 were discharged. Now, different reasons for those. Some were moved on to rehab, some moved to get more intensive services, and some were reconnected with family members, but all of them are better off than they were before they were picked up. And these are just pictures. These are not stock pictures, even though they kind of almost look like it. These are actual people that were actually moved into housing. And so it's just a wonderful thing. And we're continuing to work with them. Not only have they been housed, I do want to also add that they are receiving assistance, those necessary resources. The mayor was very adamant that folks receive the resources they need to be successful. So not just a matter of housing them, providing physical shelter, but making sure that they're connected to the resources that they need to be successful in their housing. And next, the 2021, some of our department goals. Of course, we'll continue our ongoing assistance dealing with the COVID and the pandemic. We're looking at things, and some things have come to light as a result of the pandemic, and the mayor has said this, that she expects for us to come out of this better than how we went in. So we do try to take that approach and look through that lens moving forward as we design our programs and direct our resources. So we'll continue with that, and we'll continue working with our most vulnerable populations and helping people that are displaced workers, and trying to work closer with OBES and Workforce Job One. As Sine said earlier, you know, there are a lot of people that we know now, they're, because of the working wage, they're just in a vulnerable situation. Anything that happens could just kind of throw them over the edge. So we want to work closer with Job One moving forward. I feel that in the last year, we really increased our partnership with HANO, NORA, FANO, LHC, State OCD. Now we do want to also branch out with some of our other partners, even within the city, and try to help folks in just some areas where we see some gaps that we might could shore up. We want to start tackling those. Going forward, we want to now be more precise and directed with our resources as we align them, looking at neighborhood placement. I spoke earlier about in the beginning how important it was to build a pipeline of projects, having projects. You know, there's such a need for housing. We need projects moving. We need units on the ground. Now that we have that pipeline, and we'll continue to develop it, let me just say, and we don't just build it and leave it. We build it, and we also are constantly monitoring these projects. We want to make sure they're moving forward. If there are hiccups, we want to help. But if there are issues that cannot be overcome, then we need to redirect those resources. And so I just want to assure you that we are doing that. We are not letting funds sit in any way or holding back at all in this office. We want to address any procedural barriers, continuing to work with code enforcement, OBES, and making sure that when a developer runs into a snag or issue, that we can help them as best we can, not averting any processes, but trying to help if we can. And then the only program that I will say that did suffer as a result of the pandemic is our owner-occupied rehab program. That program was placed on hold just due to the complications or safety issues related to going into someone's home. So that program was placed on hold, but we do plan to start it back up once the city's open. We are still in contact with some of our homeowners that we told that we would be working with them. So we are continuing to keep them up to date on where we are with the program. We are doing, if there's imminent danger, we are still working with our nonprofits as well through that program. It's kind of, I don't know if you recall, it's a combination of nonprofits that we're working with who provide that soft touch to folks that may need a little bit more assistance going through the process. And then also we have the in-house program, which is designed for us to go in where we can just easily go in and make updates and assist.
Margiana, do you mind if I interrupt you for a second? So how much, I'm talking about the owner occupied rehab program. So are you just moving the money from your program then to nonprofits that are doing owner occupied rehab since y'all are not doing it?
No. So the nonprofits aren't doing the program either, only in in situations where it's an imminent danger. So we're continuing to work with them. Those funds are still there. They still have funds available to them that they haven't utilized. So those funds are moving over. There is a variance, and I'll go into that. But those funds are moving over into the 2021 budget, and they will still be available for nonprofits as well as the city. So we will remain on that concurrent dual path.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and then lastly is, well, two things. The affordable housing, we want to do a better job tracking our rental units. That was something that came to light as a result of the pandemic and trying to place folks, homeless folks who were able to get vouchers and were able to get assistance, but where are the housing units? So that is something that we plan to tackle this year. I don't know, I think it's going to be a large tackle, but I do think it's something we want to work together on and just be able to track what's out there, what's available, and then build upon that. And just making sure that the units that are available meet minimum housing standards. So that is something that we're going to wrap our arms around and we're planning to focus on moving forward. And then lastly, we're talking with Hanno about home ownership. We do have our down payment assistance program, but as you know, it's a challenge with home ownership in high opportunity areas because you're talking about the costs of the acquisition costs, you're talking about taxes. So we're looking at some different models. We're looking at permanent affordability, just different models that might work here in New Orleans. Hanno has properties in high opportunity areas. Maybe if we can marry those properties with the city's down payment assistance, there may be a way that we could provide home ownership opportunities and broaden those areas.
I'm sorry, Margiana, though, to talk about the down payment assistance program, but I'm assuming you have a wait list of more people that want down payment assistance.
We do not have a wait list. So once we receive applications, we process them and we award them. So it's all done within about a 30-day period. They do have to, before they come to us, homeowners have to go through a process that's Tara, what's the name of the process? Yeah, the home ownership counseling process. Yes, I'm sorry. So they do have to go through that process, but in terms of has not been a waiting list. Once we receive requests, they've been approved, they meet the minimum requirements, they have secured a mortgage, we move forward with those awards.
So there's no wait list and there's still money available. Is that
yes,
what I'm?
That's correct.
And how much money is available still?
About $500,000. It's about $500,000 this year, and then we've also funded the same program again next year. So it'll start up again, but there is not. We have not.
That would be like the $5 million for next year.
That would be 3.5.
Because in 2020 conference, you had 4.9 million in down payment assistance.
4.5 last year.
I'm looking at slide 6.
Okay, let's see. Let me go to. I'm sorry. You're talking about 4.9 here. Oh, no. Okay, gotcha. And you may have missed it. I did make a correction there. That 4.9 was actually the amount of down payment assistance it didn't make it to the slide, but I did speak of it since the Cantrell administration. So,
so it's a cumulative number. It's not.
Yes, yes, only on that one, that was an error, and that was a cumulative number, but it was actually 3 million that's available last year, and then in 2021, we'll make available 3 million, and whatever is left over, because we still have down payment assistance in the process right now for being funded, but whatever is left over, it'll be moved into 2021.
Okay, and then how are you getting the word out about the program?
Well, we have lenders, we have social media, we have partners that we work with to get the word out.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thank you. Okay. And then the next slide is just our project pipeline, and it lists the projects that we currently have in our pipeline, and it tells you the different area, their statuses, where they are in the development process. I mentioned earlier that St. Anne, and I think I have a slide on that as well, but that project is just completed earlier this week. So, but these are the projects that we currently have in our pipeline, and they were awarded through the 2018 and 2019 NOFA. And then on the second page, there's a few projects at the bottom that were already in the pipeline. So that would have been Jane Place, Habitat, the two habitats, and SBP, L9, and that one is now complete as well. And REO, those 5 projects were already in a pipeline before the Cantrell administration, but the rest of them are all new projects. Next, please. Okay, and that's this next slide. Okay, and these are just a few overviews of some of our projects. The Winn-Dixie development is now underway. That's been about a month ago, so it's even farther now. It's moving along very well, and that is the project that's on St. Louis Street, and it's in the CNI footprint, and it's going to have a total of 76 mixed rate units. Lake Forest Manor, that's one of the projects in the east. That project had been blighted. It's going to be a senior housing development, and it had been blighted since Katrina. It's now currently under construction. And this is the St. Anne project that I mentioned earlier. This is on Ursuline. It's 59 units. It's a combination of multifamily, doubles, duplexes, kind of like a little bit of a scattered site. And it also has a senior housing component as well, and it's now complete. And the next project is the Leona Tate McDonough groundbreaking, and that occurred prior to the pre-COVID gathering. That project is under construction now, and it's kind of ironic because I think also right now I saw it being showcased on the news this morning as Miss Leona Tate is coming up on the anniversary of integrating, desegregating the McDonough 19 school. So that's going to be a civil rights institute and also have some affordable housing there as well. So really excited about that project. The next project is St. Peter's. It's a veterans housing in Mid-City. This project has 50 veterans units. It's mixed rate, and it has the net zero energy efficiency model, which we want to learn more about that and find out how we can spread that model to some of our other developments. Tenants will not have energy electric bill because of some of the technology that was added to the development. So that's something definitely interesting and something to look into. That any type of technology like that helps to make units more affordable. Maybe something even we can do on single family homes. Okay. And the next slide is the list of affordable housing projects from the sale of the general obligation bonds. It's 9 projects. These were all waitlisted projects that we expect to be funded with that bond sale, which is expected to occur in March of 2021. We do have some flexibility there. So as you know, some of these projects, there may be some changes moving forward. Sometimes they lose site control or the costs go up or down. Some of those developers have requested funding from Louisiana Housing Corporation through their last 9% round. So depending, it's a possibility that we may be able to squeeze another project in. We do have that flexibility as well. And then $1 million will be available also through those proceeds for the Housing Acquisition Fund, which is through the asset management section under Ellen with Nicole Heyman. We're working on moving projects on through to NORA for sale and development. And I think that pilot is coming towards the beginning of next year. Next slide, please. Okay, so this shows you the amount of resources that are available to the office. And these are all through federal funds, CDBG, ESG, HOPWA, Shelter Plus Care Program, and home funds. So 56 million will be available. It's more than last year, and that's because of the CARES Act funds that we received, about 19.8, about 20 million in CARES Act funds, and we're hoping that there is additional stimulus funds that come along, but that's where we are. There was a small decrease in personnel services, and that is due to retirements, basically. We had some individuals that have retired, and also we have combined some of the duties and positions to help offset the budget. Okay. And then lastly, the NIF proposed budget, and you'll see that there is a $5.3 million variance here total, and that is because we have some projects that have started, but there's funds still there. So like the Reveal, that's a NIF funded project. It started maybe about 3 months ago, but they have not started billing us. So there's funds set aside for that. We have the Burgundy project that's also under construction in Bywater. I think we may have been invoiced once or twice on that, but that one as well. And then we have 2 other projects that have not yet began a construction on them. One of them, the development team did struggle with the COVID. Some of their members did receive COVID, and that did push that project back, and that's the St. Bernard project. And then the second project is the ITEX Bywater project. That project has not moved forward yet, but we do plan to have a meeting in the very short future with Hanno and some of the other stakeholders that have resources attached to that project. Perhaps what we might do is pivot with those funds, so not necessarily use NIF funds, but a later year of HUD funds. So maybe 20.
What's going on with that project? Why is it not moving?
They're still dealing with some historic issues. We have a meeting next week, and I'll be happy to give you some
Just update us after your meeting, just so we know what's happening.
Yes, yes. So I will provide an update on that, but we are meeting with the developer and some of the other offices that have funds in that project next week, just to assess where that project's going and what are some of the barriers.
Right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And that's it. We have, I did also just briefly speak about some of the funds that are still available, NIF funds that we used for the landlord program. So that also accounts a little bit for that variance, but that's where we are. I have nothing else, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Willman. Can you answer back to the roughly 150, I believe, the graph, like 150 homeowners for the down payment assistance?
Yes.
Program?
Yes, and I apologize for that. Let me just explain again. So that was a cumulative amount. So this year alone, we have awarded 51 in down payment assistance. So that 4.9 and the 150 new homeowners, that is since the Cantrell administration. But in 2020, we awarded 51 for down payment assistance and 2.1 million. And then in 2019, there were 53 homeowners down payment assistance, and the balance would have been was 2018.
Mm-hmm. And you have a list of not a list, but a demographic of as it relates to the city and our neighborhoods. Is it all over the city?
Yes, and I'm happy. We do get requests for that information all the time. I will say there are quite a few that are in the New Orleans East. There are lots of people who are excited to live there. It's affordable, and they have lots of nice neighborhoods over there. So we have requests for all over the city, but that there are a good bit from there. But I am happy to provide that information. We do maintain that list.
Thank you. I'm just trying to make sure that the affordability is spread throughout the city, not just one particular neighborhood, but that these homeowners have the opportunity to seek, their first time home ownership in various parts of our city. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
The Small Land Emergency Assistance Program, that 1.5 million, was that in conjunction with the Louisiana Housing Corporation?
No, that's a different program. The Louisiana Housing Corporation program was a rental assistance program. And we have been talking to them. They have made some progress with the program. And they have asked the city to assist. So the plan was for an employee from Louisiana Housing Corporation to come to the city of New Orleans and be placed here at Office of Community Development and work so that they would be able to have that local access. We felt like that probably was the missing piece. But that person was offered another job and they're leaving. So they're looking for someone else who can fulfill that role at Louisiana Housing Corporation, but also we do have a couple of staff members that we can assist with that. So we are working with them to come up with a plan to help them better dispatch those resources.
Gotcha. And Ms. Willman, as it relates to, and it's a little bizarre or wild that we're asking this question in the year 2020, but as it relates to monies left over from Hurricanes Katrina at Louisiana State Office of Community Development, are there any opportunities to apply and draw any money down to local government to assist, whether we talk about more money for down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, rehabilitation, affordable housing.
Yes, I do think the opportunity will present itself because the State Office of Community Development, so they do still get program income. So they were very wise when they awarded those funds, those CD disaster funds years ago. And now they're getting program income because instead of awarding them as grants, they were actually loans. So they do have a continuous supply of program income that's coming in. And as I said earlier, they are working with us to train us so that we can make decisions about program income on the local level. Some of the program income that Nora has, will be able to make some decisions. But also, I do believe as we continue to work with them, just as they committed the $10 million for projects that we had previously awarded, I do think there will be the opportunity going forward where we'll be able to receive funding from the State Office of Community Development for other activities. They have been great partners and they really stepped up with the homelessness efforts. And then also looking at our awards list and saying, yep, we like those projects, we'll back them up. So they've been great partners and I have no reason to think that we won't continue that. And in fact, I think it'll improve.
Thank you. Council members, any questions?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you. Hey, Mariana, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the work that you guys do in our district. I think the review is on track. I drive by it all the time, as well as Lake Forest Manor. I'm loving their construction. And one thing I really appreciate about them is that they keep the area clean, even though it's a construction site, because they are on a very busy boulevard where there's residential areas. So I appreciate Mike for being very compliant with that. I'm reviewing your project pipeline. Can you tell me a little bit more about the Chef Mentor Apartments, LP New Orleans East? For some reason, that does not ring a bell for me.
That project is actually in Gentilly, the Chef Mentor Apartments.
It's in where?
Gentilly.
Okay, so that's why I wasn't familiar with it.
And that project, they're planning to close and begin construction early next month. So it's moving along
okay,
very well.
Okay, that's a congratulations for Councilmember Set then.
It's close to the, it's in the D.
I hear you. I hear you. Mariana, Habitat Lower 9. Does that mean that that's the Habitat for Manatee that they're doing homes in the Lower 9?
Yes.
Okay. And they have scattered site, yeah, because I know that they are building in the Lower 9, and that's in St. Bernard projects. And I know some of these groups have been building homes for the community for years. Have we received, or have your office received any concerns in reference to the quality of their homes as we're funding them more opportunity?
No, not at all. I haven't heard anything like that. No complaints at all. The only complaint that we did get once before was SBP on their rehab, owner-occupied rehab. They were asking people to pay for other things in addition to the grant. So we came in and we stopped that, and we're not letting them do that. So other than that, I have not received any type of complaints from anyone.
And do you guys look at their past record as well and their performance as we continue to work with them?
Yes. Yes, yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay. All right. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think part of your presentation, one of the program, you guys still have money in there, like 150,000. Was that the landlord program or that was the rental assistant program?
The rental assistance program still has a little bit left. That is the one with the smaller amount. And then the landlord program has a little bit more left in it.
Okay. Are you working with other nonprofits that are providing rental assistance to residents? Like I know, like Armstrong, I think Armstrong Family Service is one that comes to mind. I know they submitted a Harris grant to us where, our Harris grant is very competitive, it's very small. We try to fund them as much as we can. And so was just wondering, making sure that we get those funds to help families that are still in need. And so maybe there's some relationship with other nonprofits that they're serving that maybe we could connect with them and really making sure that people are not double dipping.
Yes, we do make sure that there is no duplication of benefits. So that is definitely something that we are required to do using the federal funds, but we do make sure and we do keep an eye open on some of the other funding that's available.
Okay. Is there a deadline for the landlord money?
No, there's no deadline. It's until funds are exhausted. And we may, hopefully, we may get additional funds, but there's no deadline. So we'll continue to help landlords as long as there are funds available to help them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Hi, Marjana. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for providing the breakdown of the bond projects and the stuff in the project pipeline. I really appreciate it. I want to say I really think this administration is doing a smart approach in terms of providing like this little bit of gap funding, because you can see how much you can leverage that money with other monies to get more units in the ground. So thank y'all very much for that. I am a fan. I do want to echo with what Councilmember Nguyen was saying about some of the programs in her district, if you don't mind, Councilmember Nguyen. Are you also paying attention to design? We had that wonderful presentation by Nora the other day, and they had some really good, thoughtful designs for new construction. And I worry about the lower 9 that they should have the same type of really good design. And are we making sure that when you give grants to developers, be it nonprofit or for-profit, that they're not just doing the same design over and over again, and that it's thoughtful?
Yes, yes, we are, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, and we do want to make sure it's thoughtful and also that it fits in with the neighborhood that it's going into. So we do. There's been a lot of work already on the Cano Scatter Sites deal, and that deal has not even broken ground just to make sure that the neighborhood is comfortable with the design. So we do assist with that, and we take that information into consideration when we review applications and proposals.
Okay. Let's see, I know you answered my questions about the owner-occupied rehab and the down payment assistance. I'm going to just say, I echo what Councilmember Brossette was saying about geographic areas. I'm sure District E, I'm sure New Orleans East and Algiers are both getting a lot of these, the homeowner assistance, because we have affordable housing in our districts. I want to restate the importance of funding City Planning Commission fully, because they're working on programs and they're working on a study, especially their affordable housing study, that will show us how we can redevelop land in desirable neighborhoods so that we can have choices and more diversity in our urban core. And I think what also underscores what I'm saying are these number of projects translate into conditional use permits. They translate into permits at safety and permits. These units have a direct impact, and we have to be able to service to make sure that we're not that the city's not an impediment of getting these jobs done, right? And that we can actually get them moved through the system quickly. And we know we have not been able to do that because of our limited resources in safety and permits and city planning commission. And my concern is that all of these wonderful projects, if we don't fund these other, and HDLC and VCC, if we don't fully fund some of these positions, that we could stymie some of these very important projects. And I know that's not on you, Marjane, I'm just using my little soapbox, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, but I would like to say is I do think that we are doing the footwork and the groundwork to be able to expand home ownership inside the city. We have that redevelopment framework that we're working on and planning on rolling out a pilot next year of it. I think about 20 is maybe about 20 units, but that's Nicole Heyman is working on that. She's heading that up, so I don't want to steal her thunder, but I will say that I do believe we're laying the groundwork for that.
Great, and I just want to say thank you for including those photographs of those home buyers and that housing assistance. That to me is the biggest thing that we can do. I really believe that we lost a substantial amount of home ownership after Katrina, especially in our Black community. And we really need to increase it any way that we can, because that's really is what's going to promote long-term wealth in this city and sustainable, sustainable life in this town. All right, and then of course, I'm gonna just be remiss. Have we heard anything from HUD and the feds regarding the project in Bywater, the naval station? I know that, do we have any ideas on that?
No, and I know Jeff Schwartz has been doing some work on it, and I know they put in an application for some funding, and we want to see it move forward. I do not know where they are with their HUD application, but I'm happy to look into it.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your work on this. I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you all so much. And I appreciate the opportunity to tell you about some of the work that we're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Wellman. Thank you, Ms. Lee. We look forward to working with you all in OCD through the rest of the budget process. Next, we have supplier diversity. Ms. Lee, you staying on?
I'm going to stay on, yes, sir. Thank you. But Ms. Hazur is going to take the lead on that one now.
Thank you.
Ready? Ready, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Camille Hazur, and I am the Director of the Office of Supplier Diversity. And I have with me for a short time, Matthew Cullinan, who is our one of our compliance officers and also our computer guru. And we have Natasha Ramsey, who is our compliance officer and also the person that heads up our B2G technical program. And we also have in the room Sonia Oliva, who is our certification specialist. So those are our three senior people. And of course, the Office of Supplier Diversity is responsible for the certification and ultimate oversight of the Disadvantaged Business Program or small businesses that wish to procure with the city and are able to do so more easily, we believe, by being certified and therefore being on our list of small businesses that act as subs or as primes on city procurement. So that's who we are. I would like to start out by thanking the council for giving us 2 positions last year. They'll be on the slides later. They are both compliance officers. They're doing a great job. Well, one's a compliance officer and one's a certification specialist. So they're doing a great job, and we're really appreciative of your support. You can see from our mission and vision statement that we are the office that tries to make sure that small businesses in the city of New Orleans have an opportunity to compete for projects that are led by the city. Can we go to the next slide, please? Organizational chart. It's at the end of the program. I didn't get this. Anyway, let's look at the accomplishments. Next slide. Yes. As you can imagine, like other departments, this has been a year that started out a little strange for us, but has ended up, I think, being really wonderful. We, first of all, executed phase 1 of the Build NOLA training program. And some of you may remember that the Build NOLA program, which is designed for small businesses to come in and sit through classes to learn about starting a business, to learn about back office support, to learn about financial support, and to learn about bonding and those kinds of issues that make them ready to successfully bid for projects in the city. We started, this is a HUD grant, the Build NOLA, this phase of it is a HUD grant. And we started with a CEA with Delgado Community College to do the training program, the actual classroom training program. And we got sidetracked by, of course, the COVID, because all of those classes were going to be in-house. So we had to redevelop the program to make everything virtual, and that has happened. And I think we're in the last week of classes. The Bond Ready program, which is the third track of 3 tracks, the startup track, the contract ready track, and the bond ready track. Over 200 people applied for the program, and we've split them into their needs, and it has really gone well. We are in the process, we started in 2020, of executing phases 2 and 3 of Build NOLA, and phase 2 is our speakers program, which is designed to help small businesses engage with other DBEs and primes to learn about how they get over some of the hurdles in running businesses, in contracting, and those kinds of things. And also, of course, to establish relationships between and among them. Our kickoff speaker for the Build NOLA Speaker Series was Les Brown. And as I recall, the mayor was not able to come to that because I think that was the day the city or the governor announced that we were dealing with a pandemic, as I recall. But over 200 businesses participated in the kickoff series with Les Brown, and it was a great success. Our second speaker has been former Mayor Mark Morial. He spoke virtually to a group of about 200 people about 2 weeks ago. We've since had other speakers, mostly DBEs here in the community, who have volunteered to speak to our small business community. And that will go on until the end of the grant, which we're hoping to continue on to next year with other technical assistance. Phase 3 of the program, which is the one I'm most excited about, is called Build NOLA Connects. We have not yet begun that program, but we've fleshed out what it will be. And that will be a technical assistance program done through providers. In other words, we have a lot of DBEs in the community and other small business people who are very, very, how can I put it, knowledgeable about the bid process in the city, about the DBE program, about compliance. And so these people, we're going to send out, of course, an RFQ and select from the RFQ people like that who can serve as what we're calling coaches on call. They will be paid an hourly rate through the HUD grant, and they will provide one-on-one, perhaps virtual, but one-on-one assistance to our DBEs who need assistance. So that's very exciting because these people will be able to help folks. They will be able to act almost like back office personnel to some of our very small businesses in terms of bidding for contracts, showing up at contract bidding meetings, and then applying for contracts. So we're hoping that that will be extremely just full of energy. My staff is giving me words. So, so far this year, we have 50 small businesses certified as of October, but we have 58 now. And we have, as a staff, participated in about 20 personal and virtual outreach activities with our partners, including the city's industry days. And we probably reached through that about 200 small businesses. Next slide, please. And the next, these are just some pictures of Sonia participating even in our virtual world. Next slide. Typically what we would do, council people, is we would participate in lots of outreach activities. And of course, those have been limited this year because everything has to be virtual, but we have participated in as many as we can, and hopefully going forward, we'll be able to conduct our own ones. This slide just gives you a detailed idea of what's going on with the Bill NOLA program. We're very excited about this because this is a teaching and training program that we think our small businesses will really benefit from. Next slide. And here are some pictures of us at activities, also some pictures of our certification site visits. You see that some of the ones on the left are home visits because many of our DBEs are home offices. So we, of course, visit every one of our certification applications through a site visit to make sure that they are the business they say they are, to avoid any pass-throughs or fake businesses. So it's pretty much impossible to do that. Next slide. Next slide. Our goals are to continue, of course, to engage small businesses and to market the certification process. We also are refining, and this is the exciting piece of this strange year, we're refining our procurement process by working closely with procurement and finance and communicating these processes to the DBEs on multiple platforms. Now, this is just beginning to happen physically. We're working with Norman, and we're working with Kim and Julian. We're engaging all together in a series of meetings, and Norman has been good enough and kind enough to allow or to purchase an additional program for BRASS and B2G, which is our statistical program, to communicate so that we can all know the processes as they go along, the financial processes. We're also, of course, talking about how we're going to engage our department heads and project managers more in this process. And of course, we'll use the Bill NOLA training program to continue to prepare DBEs for participation in the city's procurement opportunities. We are also engaged, since we can't do as much outreach as we'd like physically, we're engaged in looking at all of our procedures and processes so that we can be clearer and have everyone else be clearer about what this office does. And we're also considering, because many of the community groups have complained, and we have too, that we need to see the clause of the program. In other words, what happens to primes and or DBEs that violate our processes? That, of course, is a big legal question. I can talk to you more about that during the question and answer period. But we are engaged in these. We're engaged with finance, we're engaged with procurement, and we're engaged with our legal counsel. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. We will continue, of course, our services with Bill NOLA and our disadvantaged certification program, as well as our compliance. And as you know, compliance is a big piece of our program. We currently have roughly 665 DBEs, and we are currently monitoring, about 661 contracts. Keep in mind that contracts are not just for 1 year. Even though you have your new annual report, contracts can be from a year ago, 2 years ago, and carrying on, sometimes 10 years ago, Matthew is saying. So we are always in the process of analyzing data and looking at data and then tracking down the DBEs and tracking down the primes to make sure that we're meeting, to the extent that is possible, our 35% aspirational goal for our primes to reach. So as you can imagine, that is a case-by-case situation. We have some primes that can reach a higher goal than 35% because of the kind of work they do. And we have some, of course, prime contractors who cannot reach the goal simply because we don't have the DBEs to fulfill that. Okay, we also, of course, are monitoring our waivers, which I know all of you are very concerned about. We have statistics on our waivers. We approve all the waivers actually, and we do have some contracts in the city, particularly with the police and with health services that are sole source contracts. So that continues to be a source of focus because, as many other people have discussed with us, including the community, we would like to continue to analyze our waivers because I'm reading notes that are being sent to me. Yeah, CAO's approval and all that. Because we would like, as I'm sure you would, to analyze that data to see if we can actually begin developing the kinds of businesses that we are always giving waivers to our sole source. And that brings in our how do I say it, relationship with SUNE and workforce development, as well as with Lisa Alexis, who's going to present next, I think, in some of the really small businesses like our artists and our other kinds of community people who could be DBEs if they're serving a useful purpose in the community. So that's what we're doing. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is our budget. You can see that we did our cut. The variance for personnel services, 111,000, and that is the actual across the board cut. And for operating, we cut by 124,000, which mostly included a couple of travel trips and some other things that and equipment and things that we already have that we probably will not need. We are a staff of 8 altogether. We have 6 persons who are being funded through the city, and we have 2 people who are compliance officers funded by FEMA. So we're very grateful for that because they are, of course, the ones tracking our street projects and all of the FEMA projects that we have. Next slide, please. Next, I think our organizational chart should be on here, isn't it? It was. It's not on the slides.
This is the last slide we've got.
Yeah, that's the last slide. Oh, boy. So I'll just tell you because I've already introduced, we have in this year, oh, I can hold it up. Can you? No, I don't think so. That won't work. Anyway, I'm the director, and of course, I'm under Ellen Lee, who has been tremendously supportive of us and very helpful, as was everyone else who was here. Under us is as I said before, our compliance coordinator and compliance officer and coordinator of our B2G program is Natasha Ramsey, and our certification coordinator is Sonia Oliva. Our compliance officer, AKA ITT person, is Matthew Cullinan. And our new compliance officer is Monique Bourgeois, who came from us from Texas. Our certification analyst is new. These are the 2 positions you funded. Alexis Luna Walker, who is a young person who came to us and is doing tremendous work with Sonia. And then our 2 FEMA compliance officers, Latoya Martin, who came to us from the port, and Andre Brown, who came to us right out of SUNO. So we're thrilled. We also have Veronica Christmas working with us from the Sewerage and Water Board as part of a longstanding agreement as this program moved from the Sewerage and Water Board to the City of New Orleans. So she provides assistance to us. She is a certification specialist, and so she works with us with certification. So that's our presentation, and we're already here for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Azua. Thank you for your presentation, your leadership, and the work of your department, Supply Diversity. Council colleagues, any questions?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Hey there, Ms. Azur, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you,
It's been a
Councilwoman?
minute. I haven't seen you for a while.
I know. Last time I saw you was at the Convention Center Appy thing that Roshan Spencer put together.
Oh, wow. It's been a
Yeah.
minute.
It's in a
Well,
minute.
thank you so much for your presentation. So can you tell me a little bit more about the Bill NOLA Mobilization Fund? How you guys are using it and what type of result you guys are seeing?
Oh, no, you mean the, wait a minute, let's, all these acronyms have my head spinning this afternoon too. Ours is the Bill NOLA Training Program.
Okay, so you're the training program.
Yeah, BillNOLA2020.com. I think you were saying something about NOLA BA.
No,
So there's the Bill NOLA Mobilization Fund.
Mobilization Fund. All right, Ellen, you want to step in on that one? Because we don't mind.
I do. If you all can hear me, the Bill NOLA Mobilization Fund is being administered through Nucor. That is one of our local CDFIs. The city's made a contribution to that, as well as several of our philanthropic and other lending institution partners. We're happy to get a report from Nucor to provide us. We had been able to get a report, I believe maybe in time this past year for the Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting, which happened in the summer. But we can get a report from Nucor on how many businesses have been able to take advantage of that program. That's a program, as you all you probably know, Councilmember Nguyen, and for others who may not know, it does provide that capital. We've talked a lot about access to capital for our small and minority businesses. As the name implies, it had intended to be used to mobilize, so that when one of our DBEs did receive a city contract, they were able to get the capital resources that they needed to buy a critical piece of equipment to start a job, or to be able to start paying their labor force and their workers, while they were awaiting on the payment on city contracts, which, as you all know, is cost reimbursement. And so we can get a report on how many businesses have been able to take advantage of that mobilization fund, some just details about the size of those loans, those kinds of breakdowns. I know that it has been expanded a little bit to not just look at businesses who are, getting city contracts. So we can provide you with some of that information, but it was a way for us to grow. And really, I want to say the fund started off as a $5 million fund, and it's at least, I believe it was on track to double in size of its lending capacity.
Okay.
Ellen, excuse me, Councilwoman,
Yes,
Nguyen, we have data. We received an email, and it says, since the launch of the Bill NOLA Mobilization Fund in April of 2019, Nucor has approved and funded 17 DBEs totaling 2.7 million in lines of credit. Let's see, and over 3 million have been dispersed and revolved. So they're paying that money back.
Yeah.
The fund is still available and operating. So that's the latest on that. And Natasha said she got that report about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So that's good.
that would be, thank you.
You're welcome.
Another question I have is, I really like the Bill NOLA, I think Connects, that's what you guys call it, with the coaches on call. And you guys are waiting for, I think you mentioned, is it a HUD funding to fund
It is
that?
HUD funding. We have it. We're waiting now for an RFP to be approved so that we can, consultants can come on board.
Got it. And how long is that program is gonna last?
We're gonna run out of HUD, well, we'll probably, I'm sure Marjorie will be asking for extensions, but a year.
A year, okay. And
So
how many do you anticipate to assist?
How many coaches?
I guess DBs. How many coaches you're gonna be able to get or hire?
I think we're going to probably be able to hire 25 coaches because we have to pay them hourly. So we have to stay within that. And we may not need that many. It depends on how many DVEs take advantage of those services. So as I said, we're going to put an RFQ out to get those coaches, those qualified people standing by, and they'll be hired on a case-by-case basis.
Are you guys going to be looking at specific types of DBEs, those that are actually, so, I mean, how are you guys going to monitor the program to really show out some outcomes? What are you guys going to be tracking?
It's going to be tracked by our consultant who actually executes it. And of course, they'll report to me. So one of the things we're also thinking about, if we can, in terms of finance, is that we wanted to involve the Hispanic Chamber, the Black Chamber, and the Gulf South Chamber, and the Asian American Chamber in this some kind of way. So I don't know if we'll be able to have them actually execute the program or somehow participate, because we're trying to do a lot of things at once. The primary thing is to get the coaches to help our DBEs get contracts. That's the primary. So we're not sure exactly how we're going to execute it, except we know we're going to do that. So either my office will monitor it directly, or the consultant we have to work with me will have a template for keeping up with that and keeping track. So, and we have not sent the Councilwoman, we haven't sent the word out yet.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
We haven't sent the
We
word
have now.
to solicit people who need these services, but we think we have enough community connections, you know, through some of our community-based programs to get the word out. So I have no idea. It could
No,
be.
and I think sometimes having this conversation in public gives those that may feel like they are struggling, that the city is working on. And it does take some planning and organization and collaboration, and then seeking for funding to piece a program together. So it's not like we have a money tree in the back of City Hall and say, hey, today we need to do this, and the money is right there, and all the parts are there. So I think that having this open discussion, letting people know that, hey, we hear you guys, we know what you guys are going through. You know, we're trying everything we can. We gotta, you know, collaborate with this group, and we gotta piece it together. And you just can't just roll out something without not having the steps and how that's going to work and who's going to do what and stuff like that. And I think most importantly, you got to have the resources. And so, but I'm pretty sure that people will be excited. And like it's such a great need and is needed that, of course, you know, people is going to feel like, well, I got to get in first. You know, and that's one of the reasons why it's something that the city continues to work on, is to make sure that we continue to support our DBEs in all sorts of fashion. It's great that you guys certify 50 new small businesses as of October the 20th. Are we doing, as we're certifying them, are we also monitoring or guiding them? And I don't know if these should fall into your program as you are building out the Bill NOLA Connects, to make sure that they feel the incentive of becoming a DBE and going through the certification program. Because sometimes I hear, well, I've gone through the certification, but I'm not getting anything in return.
Yeah, and we're very sensitive to that. You know, we blast out, of course, everybody who is registered on BRASS, and we've been hounding our DBEs to make sure they're registered on BRASS, because we send out blasts for every contract that goes through BRASS, so they'll have an opportunity. And this is where we're happy that we have Bill NOLA, because they can learn actually when those classes are taking place. The consultants who did that actually walked the participants through registering with the state of Louisiana, how to go and get an occupational license. They actually had all of that on video so people could see it. So we're hoping our coaches on call can back that up, because the idea is to get more small businesses involved in the procurement process. You know, we also have pre-bid meetings, and one of the DBE complaints is that we just can't get to those pre-bid meetings. So hopefully we'll be able to give our coaches on call permission to represent them at those pre-bid meetings so that the DBEs can meet. And one other really positive thing about the Bill Nola Speaks series is that we're not paying these speakers. These are people who are volunteering to talk to our small business community about this or that. And they, in turn, can be consultants of a sort. They will not be paid, but the 3 DBEs that spoke last Saturday were, everybody will know who they are. So if they have specific problems or issues with any part of the procurement process, they can go to those people. So it's a matter of connecting people so that they have the help they need.
Yeah.
And behind the scenes, our work with finance, procurement, and the departments, and linking brass to B2G will be very, very helpful in moving and making our procurement process more accessible. So we're thrilled.
Yeah.
Thrilled. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just one last comment. I just want to thank your office, Ellen, and the administration for working with my office in reference to legislation around DBEs. I know we've been at it, I think since I've been in office, and I think we're finally getting somewhere despite all the interruptions that we have faced as service provider. But I'm getting word from Victoria that we're getting somewhere, and we're hoping to really introduce something very soon, and that could really put DBEs on the surface of getting equal opportunity just like everybody else. And I think that you guys want the same, as well as the mayor, as well as my office as well. So really appreciate you guys being at the table, having those really hard conversations and moving things along.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. I'll also say that, it is certainly, it starts with city contracts, but the ultimate goal is to build the capacity of these businesses so that they're able to compete, for contracts beyond city contracts and public contracts. So that's the ultimate goal. But starting with city contracts and making sure we expand access there is our, everyday focus.
No, I get you, because city doesn't always have all the money,
right?
Right. So, but I think if we lead as an example, I think that would show other areas as well. So, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Thanks, Ellen. I want to thank you for saying that too, because the goal is to have them competing in the private sector as well, and to get as much business as they possibly can. Which also kind of leads me to question, how much are y'all focusing on the primes? Because I know that's what I hear too. Is how do we foster our DBEs to be able to compete for to be like the prime contract, to get the larger ones?
Our DBEs are aware that they can compete as primes, and our engineering DBEs are doing quite well, I think, as a whole. I'm sure there are individual issues because they have a very specific and expensive offer. Right. So they're doing well. Our contracting people, one of the things we're trying to do with the DBEs is for them to think larger by doing joint ventures, et cetera. And of course, we hold our primes to the fire in terms of meeting goals and talking to them and having particularly our department heads standing over them saying, you've got this. They are clear that the expectation is a 35% aspirational goal. So when they falter, one of the things we're on the table right now with legal counsel is what can we do if they do? We don't have, and my staff can correct me, a huge problem with violations. And when y'all are looking at me, so we don't. And from our perspective, the primes are aware of and not thumbing their noses to our aspirational goal. And they're not even using excuses like we don't have DBEs who are competent to do that, which has been the history of the program. So the relationship with between the DBEs and the primes, it's really where we focus, because so they can't say they can't find a DBE. And of course, our DBE person, our certification people in here just about know the whole 661 DBE. So there's no way to just say blanketly we couldn't find anybody. They have to, if they can't, produce good faith efforts, a form that we require where they have to tell us where they looked, how much they looked, what did they do before we will issue a lesser goal or no goal or a sole source. So it's quite rigorous. We are very aware of our primes. You know, the big ones, Durr, Woodward. Woodward has a DBE liaison that we work with, and the other primes. So short of them being design build, you know, where they do just about everything, they are adhering to our requirements. The problem is still that when there's an electrical contract on a big building or another kind of skills kind of job, typically our DBEs can't be primes and can't take on that by themselves. So in addition to trying to help them develop wealth going down to generations, we're also trying to push them into thinking about joint ventures so that they can be, so that the skilled workers can be primes, but they have to be big to take on one of these big buildings.
Because I do think that's where the multiplier benefit is, right? Like the contractor I hired to do the most work with is a DBE, and I know that he hires subs that are DBEs.
Yes, we have that.
It's like a multiplier benefit. And so I'm always comfortable when he's building my new construction houses because he hires, you know, the HVAC guy is a DBE or the welder is a DBE. And so I just feel that if we can just try to increase our capacity as much as we can for our DBEs to be bigger contractors, they wind up getting more of the share of the entire building process.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that does. And that's what we're encouraging to do. We also, particularly on our street projects, our big FEMA projects, and other big construction projects with the city, we've asked the departments to, and encourage them to break those big projects down into smaller projects. And Joe Threat and that group has been really, really responsive to that. So rather than have a street project that's, you know, 10 blocks and requiring that kind of concrete, we're breaking them up into blocks so that DBEs can apply as primes to carry out that work, to do the curbs, to do the street, and to do the ADA curb cuts and those kinds of things. So we're trying to reduce the big contracts down to smaller ones. That's the city. Of course, that's not private contracting.
Right. That's, yeah, no, they're doing a good job with that. Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome. Matthew, anytime you want to talk, you can.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Colleagues, are any more questions? Ms. Azud?
Yes.
Ms. Ellen Lee, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you presenting the proposed 2021 budget for the Office of Community Development and the Office of Supply Diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, I want to thank the council for those two positions because they've really been helpful.
You're welcome. Next, we will have the Office of Cultural Economy.
I'm sticking around for this one also, council member.
All right, Ms. Lee.
Good afternoon, council members and colleagues.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alexis.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brissette. Thank you for this opportunity. I am happy to present the 2021 City Council budget hearing for our Office of Cultural Economy. I would like to start by saying that through this pandemic, it has been very challenging, but there has been a silver lining, and that silver lining has been the fact that I have seen such a great collaboration of the cultural ecosystem, community, artists, artisans, and the like. And so this has been a great time in which we've been able to really hear and understand what the needs are and to work to address them. So with that, I am ready to present. Next slide, please. Thank you. Starting with our mission statement, in summary, the Office of Cultural Economy is established to create opportunities that will stimulate our economic growth for the cultural economy and the city of New Orleans. In doing so, also preserving our traditions. With that, we have created our vision statement, knowing that there is still much to be done in the realm to support our cultural producers. We have broken down our vision statement in 4 areas. Film industry. We'd like to invest in programs that support our local filmmakers, partner with nonprofits and unions to create workforce training programs, as well as expand the local crew base. Research economic impact of filming activity that is taking place. Secondly, have more culture bearer engagement, create vehicles for advocacy, invest in events by culture bearers, research economic impact of indigenous cultural events, and hold seminars to familiarize culture bearers with aspects of business. Third, special events. Enhance partnerships and incentives to grow the number and successes of events here in the city of New Orleans. And finally, leveraging opportunities for New Orleans artists. Create new opportunities for local artists to participate in exchanges and performance opportunities nationally and internationally. Next slide. Our organizational chart. I am Lisa Alexis, the director, and we're supported with an administrative manager. And then to the left in orange, we have a deputy director of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund and a program director that would support that aspect, which is separate as a part of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund. Then with the Office of Cultural Economy, we have a deputy director of programs, policy and development manager. Then we move over into our arts and culture, a deputy director of arts and culture, cultural affairs coordinator, and then we have our director of Film New Orleans, all things film, and there to support is our film project coordinator and film compliance manager. Next slide, please. Department accomplishments. We have, with a great team we have here, small in number, but mighty in intensity and results. We have erected the Embrace the Culture virtual series COVID-19. At the onset of the COVID pandemic, we were directed to ensure that the culture does not die out and that we continue to find a way to support and showcase artists so that creativity would not die out. So with that, we created a virtual platform and we have premiered to date over 200 local artists in culinary, design, fashion, literary arts and humanities, music, theater, visual arts, and crafts. With that, we also working with our purchasing procurement division, as well as our supplier diversity and economic development, we have registered as a part of the Embrace the Culture series as they onboard with the opportunity to showcase their art. We've also registered artists in our brass system as suppliers. Some of our artists thus far have received notoriety, as well as we have had great response from a social media standpoint of interaction of 100,000 social media interactions, as well as international acclaim, of which I will speak to in this presentation. We have partnered thus far with Live Nation and had artists who have performed at the Fillmore over by Harris, the House of Blues, Louisiana Philharmonic Orchestra, the Downtown Development District, Jazz Museum, Jazz Orchestra, and our Preservation Hall, just to name a few. We've also established the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund Corporation. We hosted at the beginning of the year, prior to COVID, the first Cultural Economic Forum, and we partnered with several of our departments and colleagues to do so. There were 100 of artists and artisans in attendance, and they were afforded at that workshop to have direct registration into the BRASS system as a supplier, and then also learned benefits of where we had our supplier diversity office there, Camille and her team. We also had our IT department, Kim LaGrue and her team was there, along with coming out of just the cyber compromise, had laptops available where artists were able to register on site, and our procurement department, purchasing division, who also explained and provided insight as it relates to procuring and contracting with the city of New Orleans. Then we've also issued Film New Orleans, our film office, has issued our COVID-19 health and safety guidelines for the city of New Orleans to allow filming to return to the city on July 1st of this year. And in doing so, these safety guidelines are very stringent and very restrictive, and requires plenty of testing and accountability as it relates to sectioning off areas in which filming, talent, production crew are all aligned. They're more restrictive than our current guidelines, and they have been working well because to date, we have 131 projects, film projects taking place. 16 of them are TV series, 10 are film, 16 are documentaries, and 89 are temporary productions, which equate to music videos and smaller type commercials and the like. The projects that I have just mentioned total to date a local spend here in the city of $414 million currently taking place. Next slide, please. We have also leveraged international cultural exchanges this year, pre-COVID and currently as we're doing now. Orléans, France, we hosted a show here in Gallier Hall in the Ty Tracy Theater, the Professor Carnival Show, short for Carnival. And what that show did, it provided much of the history of Carnival. And we were able to provide that series not only to local schools and individuals who attended, public audience attended, but we're also able to share that history with a school and a class that visited us from Orléans, France. We also had the virtual connected to the capsule. On last year, we partnered with France to provide a wonderful fashion show. This year, that was not possible in person. However, a great virtual connected show was convened and very successful. We also have partnered with Jeonju, the Republic of Korea, with their Lean on Me collaboration in song. And we also have, through our Wellness Wednesdays, through our Buddhist monk, Minh Nguyen, and Dr. Leah Legault, we have also partnered with Vietnam, Turkey, and the Maldives to also provide wellness in partnership with those countries as well. We've also launched our new Film New Orleans website, and that website is now going to include an awesome, robust crew and resource base, along with location directories. We've also partnered with the Louisiana Economic Development Department, State Department, GNO Inc., and NOLA BA, and our Economic Development Office with Jeff Schwartz, and have created pitch proposals to Netflix and other streaming services for long-term lease commitments and interest in infrastructure here in the city. We've also established parking restrictions and location-specific restrictions to address stress in neighborhoods that have hosted film activities on a consistent basis. We understand we must be neighbor friendly, and our Film New Orleans office has worked to make that happen. Next slide, please. Giving examples of how we have worked in partnership this year, our Wellness Wednesdays. It was produced by Stephanie Osborne, and the goal was to promote health and wellness through the challenging times here of our pandemic. We've had storms and all of the like. And examples, Stephanie also procured Susan Welsh with Tai Chi. We've had teacher Min Wen, who did guided meditation and mindfulness, and Dr. Aaliyah Legault with Namas Nola. And just to share with you that Dr. Legault travels, and she has traveled to the Maldives. She just recently did a wellness in Dubai, and we are doing live stream broadcasts with Dr. Legault as a part of our Embrace the Culture Wellness Wednesdays there in the countries that she is visiting. So it's been a wonderful experience. Next slide. We've also had Motivational Mondays. We've featured Josh Kegler. Josh had a wonderful experience, and it was filmed here in our Ty Tracy Theater at Gallia Hall. His appearance from the Embrace the Culture series received notice from entities in Chicago, and it afforded him an opportunity to do a live broadcast from Chicago, as well as he landed an opportunity and premiered in a series as a part of Filthy Rich. We also have Motivational Mondays, in which we are also interviewing artists to get their perspective on how they're making it now during this time, some history about them, how they've come to this point, and future goals and plans for artists and producers as well. Next slide. We also have partnered with Go Live NOLA, and the Embrace the Culture series has also featured artists, as I've mentioned, at the Fillmore and also at the House of Blues. In doing so, we featured Casmay. Casmay actually took her performance from the House of Blues that you're seeing here, pictured here, and used it as her audition for The Voice. And it landed her on the season of The Voice. And her premiere on The Voice was about 2 weeks ago. John Legend spun around, and she has been selected by John Legend. And so the series continues with one of our own New Orleanians again on The Voice. Next slide, please. We've also featured our visual artist. Lionel Milton has also showcased at the House of Blues, and he really enjoyed being on that stage. And I would like to say that he has an interesting story in history, and he has an exhibit at the Contemporary Arts Center titled Social Distance, Social Justice. And he shared with us that he's never had a plan B. He always knew he was going to be a visual artist, and he is very thrilled to have the opportunity to have his work showcased in a museum such as the Contemporary Arts Center. So we're just happy that we can create opportunities or make the connections that help uplift our artists. Next slide, please. We've also had featured the Kids Corner, and that was produced by Rise My Child Foundation. The director is Tonya Boyd Cannon, who also appeared on The Voice a few series back. Here she worked with youth, and the pictures that you see before you, the students gave a production on The Princess and the Frog here at the Ty Tracy Theater. And it was virtual. It allowed our youth to express their creativity. And she works with youth from very small, I'm not sure if the age is as young as 2 or 3 years old, through high school. And she has an awesome choir as well, but she utilizes all forms of art to ensure that our youth have an opportunity to not only be exposed to art, but to express their own creativity. Next slide. We've also featured our culinary. We featured Chef Toya, who was also at the House of Blues, and you will see that the meal there is scrumptious. And with all of our artists, we feature them and we have them on our webpage. So at any point in time, you'd love to go out and support our artists, please do. Next slide, please. Connected to the capsule that I've mentioned earlier on, this is a picture of the virtual fashion show that was provided, and there were models that were filmed here in New Orleans as well as models in France. And so a very good feature and show to keep our fashion world alive and well. Next slide. We also featured Robin Barnes and Pat Casey. She's a Billboard charts artist, our local own Native artist, and she performed live with her husband, guitarist Pat Casey, at the House of Blues as one of our Embrace the Culture series. Next slide. Our own artist, Terrence Osborne, created a frontline painting to honor our medical professionals and first responders that have worked so hard and continue to during this pandemic. So his artwork as well is available. So if you're interested, please support. Next slide. Furman Sabalas, he performed as part of our Embrace the Culture series. And he reached out to us and said, hey, we have so much talent, so much art, and we would like to have a series for our Hispanic Latino community. Can we make that happen? Yes, we have. So we have launched the Hispanola that is also in partnership with our office and Go Live NOLA. And this series is live streaming presently at this time. It starts at 3 o'clock on Fridays, and it is being live broadcast from the Jazz Museum. So it's another way of supporting our artists and keeping their art form alive so that we'll be aware and we can always support. Next slide. The Embrace the Culture series began with the Mayor's DJ Lunch Mix. And you have here a picture of DJ Raj Smooth, who was the producer of the Lunch Mix, as well as working in several other sectors as it relates to ways in which we've worked to uplift our artists through music. And also shown is DJ Kelly Green, who also performed as one of those DJs as a part of the DJ Lunch Mix. Next slide. Film New Orleans, our director, Carol Morton, spoke with WWL News early on when we first started our returning of film, starting in July. And since that time, one of our episodes, Project Power, that series has done so well that it has received worldwide acclaim, where it was the most popular Netflix movie in the world on August 17th. And so that map just shows how that series that's being filmed here, that is employing our local film workforce. We have a union workforce of about 2,000 crew base. And due to the fact that the city and through the mayor's leadership has been and through our health director, Dr. Vigno, has been so diligent in the work and efforts of ensuring that we follow guidelines, the film industry has been very impressed and has reached out to us and have not only returned those features and films and documentaries that were already in progress, but we've received new projects as well. And it just speaks so well of the leadership and the support of each of you in supporting and returning our cultural industry back to work. Next slide. We've also have our international engagements and partnerships I was speaking of. At the beginning of the year, office traveled abroad to Ghana and to Cap Haitian. And there on the first picture, you'll see our Madam Mayor there in Ghana working and speaking with some of the cultural artists there who weave and have different businesses in which we're going to connect with and speak more on economic opportunities that we may share. And then the center picture is Dr. Laborde, who, along with the support of several people, and he is the band leader of Support and Supplies of Cap Haitian, filled an ambulance with medical supplies and PPE gear, and also shipped the ambulance along with the medical supplies to Cap Haitian. So it was just a great achievement that was done and shared just recently in Cap Haitian, as well as the picture on the right shows another picture in Ghana with those travels. Next slide, please. Hurricane Katrina Memorial, our office was involved with the honoring and recognizing of our 15th year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina Memorial that took place in August of this year. And everyone was at the area in which, the site in which all of the victims' graves were placed, and the honor took place at that time. Next slide, please. We've also partnered with other great artists and curators. The creative producer, Gia Hamilton, participated in an Embrace the Culture from a literary humanities side, and she is the director of the African American Museum, and we met with her on a discussion on Ground Zero, along with other writers, as well, to discuss not only Ground Zero, but the current standing of our city, where we stand from a literary standpoint, and how we may move forward. Next slide, please. Mardi Gras 2020, as you'll see, of course, we know that was pre-COVID, but the picture here, just to emphasize, the picture on the left where we see Mayor and we see Miss Barbara Layson Keller, that was Mardi Gras under the Bridge on Mardi Gras Day. But not only was that a time of festival and entertainment of music on stage, but there was a new component added this year, which was an economic component whereby the businesses and vendors in that area also set up underneath the bridge an area in which they were vending, and all of the people that you see there were there to support their businesses. And so that was just a new component that began, and it afforded those businesses just to get more support, and different ones to be aware of their businesses and where they're located. And then you see our staff, Roland Sunnybor and Miss Barbara, who he's Mr. Mardi Gras, and Miss Barbara is our custodian of the culture. And then again, the other picture is just showing the staff for a moment, taking a break to just enjoy ourselves as well. Next slide. Again, Mardi Gras 2020, the picture on the left that says Little Mardi Gras. The reason I just like to bring to your attention that we also have a sister city agreement with Matsui, Japan, and they celebrate Mardi Gras each year in honor of the way we celebrate it here in New Orleans. And so we had their signage just to show them that We are sister city, and we were bidding them a safe celebration as well. And then the picture next to that is with the Muses that has their annual judging contest of all of their floats and shoes. And then the other picture is just staff during Mardi Gras Day. Next slide, please. We also celebrated this year the African Ball, and that took place during the Mardi Gras season as well. Next slide, please. We also met with our Essence leadership to plan and prepare not only for the 2020 virtual initiatives that took place, but also to speak to future planning for years ahead as well. Next slide. And we also honored at the beginning of the year our big chiefs, Indian masking chiefs who have masked for over 50 years in partnership with Southern University at New Orleans and the African and African American Studies with Dr. Clyde Robinson. We were honored to support and celebrate these gentlemen who have been doing this since they were children, and it was just a very nice opportunity and time to honor and learn so much more from our Black masking Mardi Gras Indians. Thank you. Next slide. We also, as a part of Embrace the Culture, highlighted one of our sons of the city, James Andrews, who you see pictured here. Next slide. And here pictured is the Professor Carnival show, the Carnival show, which I mentioned early on, where we hosted students in a class from Orléans, France, here in our Tide Tracy Theater, and everyone learned the history of Carnival. Next slide. Moving to our departmental goals. Our goals are broken down to leveraging opportunities for New Orleans artists. We want to create new opportunities for our artists to have exposure to economic growth locally, nationally, and internationally. We want to really undergird those opportunities. We want to utilize best practices to expand operations of Film New Orleans. We'd love to enhance Film New Orleans business development initiatives by leveraging current production activity to attract more filming, plus infrastructure investment. Also increase local and national communication regarding the success and benefits of the New Orleans film industry, and highlight economic development accomplishments of the Film New Orleans Office of Cultural Economy. They're working with Jeff Schwartz and his team, with NOLA BA, with GNO Inc., and with the state level of LED. There has been a great opportunity that has come our way due to the fact that we have been so diligent as a city in following COVID guidelines. Our film director has really led the charge in really seeking out those opportunities. People are seeking us out, and we have hosted some really prospective opportunities that we trust will be able to provide good news, not only from a newsworthy standpoint, but from an economic stimulus standpoint of dollars that will be spent here in the city. And I would just also like to note that not only is the film dollars that are spent here in the city goes to companies that offer film equipment and caterers and the like, but it is also a benefit to the city of New Orleans in permitting, also in streets and the like, where also in the rental and leasing of city property as well. And so we're wanting to increase those opportunities as well. We want to also increase cultural partnerships, which we have been doing, and we just want to build upon that with our other cultural organizations, nonprofits, private businesses as well. and facilitate cultural engagement, advocate for, serve as a resource to our culture bearers, artists, and artisans who undergird our cultural ecosystem and build great bonds and relationships with those who are already in the advocacy business and in policy making so that we can strengthen policies that support the monetizing and cultural work of our artists. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. In our core services, our support services, we serve as external communications, management, and administrative of ensuring that the opportunities we speak of are created and implemented. So our core services are cultural event coordination, working with cultural stakeholders citywide to ensure that we're able to support, fund, or facilitate activities that take place, cultural community support, helping our cultural artists and hospitality workers better their marketing and economic standing by providing public platforms of interest to our artists, direct financial support through grants in our office, and comprehensive information by partnering with our colleagues within other city departments, as well as private agencies, marketing firms. We work well as well with New Orleans and Company as it relates to marketing and how we move forward collectively to message the greatness that we have for our city and our artists, but in a safe way to really increase tourism moving forward. And then film production permits act as the official film permitting office for the city of New Orleans. We issue all film and local location permits. We manage the film shoots at the community impact, and that's from the minute they submit the application through the film shooting to wrap up. Film New Orleans handles all aspects with that, coordinate the productions with our city agencies, establish film policy, education and training opportunities, working as well with our workforce development office for more training opportunities that will then have a return on investment to have more people have their foot in the door and start working in film production as well as film business investment and infrastructure, which is a key focus at this time as well for our office. Next slide. That brings us to our proposed budget. As we'll see, our personnel funds, we have taken the necessary cuts and without filling positions, have taken the overall reduction of $329,000 going into next year. We do believe that we will be able to service our core services and move forward. And as we work to help stimulate the economic for our artists and artisans, we're also going to be working from a fund development side to bring in more funding and resources as well, so that we're able to expand opportunities in all sectors of art and culture. Next slide. Then our special funds of music, tourism, and film. We have also prepared a budget that will enable us to execute the plans that I have set forth in this presentation, and it does reflect a variance and reduction of $235,000. But as I said, we are constantly looking for and seeking out opportunities in which we will increase our fund development side so that we can offer greater opportunities for the cultural ecosystem. Next slide. That wraps up my presentation. Do I have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Alexis. Council members, any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to share with Lisa that I really enjoyed the Embrace the Culture. So thank you so much for doing that. I think that concept really hit everybody virtually, from small to older, different languages. So I really appreciate the diversity in that. But I also wanted just to thank the department for working with us. I know we have a big event tomorrow at Galliot Hall for the New Orleans For Legacy project, Proclamation Day. And so just really appreciate you guys' commitment in working with us to honor these 4 ladies tomorrow. Means a great deal to me and to my district, and for the mayor to take it upon, and also will be celebrating with us. So just thank you so much. I know a lot of work was put in reference to coordination, especially, with all the hurricanes that we've had and the response. Then you guys are moved to help respond to those issues, but still having to deal with, the department requests as well. So just want to say thank you, and I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Council Member. And our Embrace the Culture was born of Elena Harris, our Deputy Director. And we have now diversified Embrace the Culture to here locally. And we also have an Embrace the Culture abroad. So we have an international launch as well as taking place.
I know Elena, but I also know her daughter too. And so I wonder maybe a little bit from her daughter as well.
Yes,
So.
yes. That's our intern or our boss.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. Hearing no more other comments or questions, Ms. Alexis, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Brissett.
Jared, let me say one quick thing, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. I just want to thank Ms. Alexis for her work. I know it's been challenging, especially with the, not just with COVID in general, but I know there's been a lot of restructuring going along and meeting with all the different stakeholders, and you really have worked so hard to make sure everyone's at the table. So I just really want to say thank you for your work on this. I know it's been challenging.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, and I wanted to chime in as well that, we had an issue with filming in a particular neighborhood, and I think have reached a close, successful mediation with that. But really it took bringing everybody to the table, having a conversation, your participation, Carol's, the teams. And, it was late at night. It was not during the day. So people had to stay after hours and get it done. And it just showed a real commitment to trying to make things well for everybody in the city. And I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso, and thank you for your support and your support of our office and our film office as well. And I want to say thank you to Ellen. She has been there, backing me up and keeping me standing straight whenever things seem like it gets tough. So I thank everyone for your support and guidance.
Thank you, Ms. Alexis. Thank you. Next, we will have the New Orleans Business Alliance.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
And rest of the council. I want to be thoughtful. First of all, I want to thank you for your continued answering the call to public service. I also want to thank our board of directors, our board chair, Gilbert Montano, the city CAO, doubles as our board chair. I also want to thank Councilmember Wynn for her service on our board and the others on our 20-person board of directors. I also want to thank my colleagues. I want to introduce members of our executive team who are also on the call, our CFO, Norman Barnum IV, our Chief Strategy Officer, Victoria Adams Phipps, and our Chief Solutions and Engagement Officer, Nolan Marshall III. Really, I want to ask Mr. Board Chair your preference. I know that the hour is long. You've had a long day. I'm happy to go through all the slides. There's a lot about which we're proud, but I also want to be sensitive and suggest if there's a time you want us to come back later because of the hour, I ask you however you want to proceed, sir.
I would ask you to hit the high points, and I would concur with my colleague, Councilmember Nguyen, who is on the board.
Yeah, and I think Quentin, NOLA BA has been coming before the Economic Development Committee as well. And so I think a lot of the information you guys are sharing, I think it's valuable, but you guys have presented before. So I think hitting some of the highlights would be appropriate. And then if other council member has any question, they could chime in or ask as well.
It sounds good. So what we'll do, we will, just for those who are viewing, I will, based upon that guidance, thank you, going to skip around. But if we can go to the next slide, please. I would like to play a video for you that I think frames out economic development.
When economic development is at its best, it gives people a belief in the possibility that they can achieve their wildest dreams.
Economic development to me is small business opportunity that gives people like me or women in business or any other minority group the same rights that it gives anybody else.
Our objective at NOLA BA is to create enough opportunities, enough good jobs.
That means for the families of New Orleans, a thriving community that will help them create wealth. We're all intermingled and working together to create this beautiful city of New Orleans.
We need to have access to opportunities and to think about not just an urban area, but to think about suburban areas and to think about rural areas.
If we do things right in the realm of economic development, our kids and our grandkids can choose to stay here because they're going to be able to find a good job, have an excellent quality of life, and raise their own families.
When businesses hire my firm, I intentionally hire other people and use local resources, and that's when businesses in the community win.
That is the spirit of our city. We are helping each other. We are supporting each other. You know, being able to get any type of financial relief, we're putting it right back into our city.
With the support of the New Orleans Business Alliance, we've doubled not only our team, which comprises both scientific researchers and business professionals, but also our capacity.
They gave me a platform to be able to speak and tell my story and just pitch to different people what New Orleans has to offer.
Being from this city 4 generations, to put people from our community to work, where they have the opportunity to take care of their families, it means so much.
Economic development means all of the people who fell in love with New Orleans get to stay in New Orleans.
That is the essence of what we're trying to do. Whatever your individual aspiration is, there's somewhere in New Orleans you can make that happen, no matter how big or how small.
Yeah. Thank you very much. What we want to do, and some of this was also previewed by our great partners at the City of New Orleans in the Office of Business and External Services. I want to quickly talk about accomplishments since January. And I really, so if you could go to slide 4, please. Thanks. But before I go into that, I do want to make sure, I think all of you are aware of a major announcement that Mayor Cantrell, the city, UForce NOLA, and other community partners, along with the Business Alliance, announced, which was a $5 million 3-year investment from JP Morgan Chase. New Orleans won a very competitive competition, one of only 7 cities nationally to receive fundings from Advancing Cities. This will help strengthen our economic and climate resilience. This was just announced yesterday, so I wanted to give you that bit of good news. It was announced at UNO, and so you'll be hearing more about the impact of this over the next 3 years. So quickly to talk about industry attraction retention, the Business Alliance pursues its goal of trying to enhance economic mobility for all New Orleans, especially members of the BIPOC community, not only job candidates and entrepreneurs, by really trying to focus on industry attraction retention. And so you can see some of the accomplishments. This was mentioned earlier in Jeff Schwartz's presentation, but you can see our efforts to diversify. You see with the Game Camp from Microsoft, as well as a fintech company, Raystone Capital, and Advanced Manufacturing. So this shows our focus on making sure that the economy is less, that helps people be less economically vulnerable and puts more money in the hands of New Orleanians. Next slide, please. Small business growth, obviously the essence of a growing economy, a vibrant economy, particularly in a majority person of color city, a city of small businesses, is to make sure that we are doing what we can to help small businesses grow into medium-sized and eventually large companies. And one of the things that we did, among a number of things, was first, we had our first Invest NOLA cohort. This was through a partnership through JP Morgan Chase, where we worked with Tulane and Xavier universities to provide free of charge 13 high growth entrepreneurs of color, their businesses with opportunities to receive executive education. And then secondly, I believe this was previously mentioned, $500,000 to support local CDIs. This was also part of a JP Morgan Chase investment in the city. So we could not be more grateful and pleased with JP Morgan Chase and their efforts to continue to invest in New Orleans. Next slide, please. Talent and Workforce Solutions. You heard from the Office of Workforce Development, with whom we work closely. But what I really want to focus on two things. First, we finished the year of the Youth Demonstration Project. And if I can make a humble brag, we have, as I mentioned before, or have mentioned previously, we're part of an international body of economic development organizations, the International Economic Development Council. And our efforts for the Youth Demonstration Project received a silver award in the category of economic equity and inclusion. So I'm very proud of all of my colleagues, but particularly the point person, Monique Robinson. This silver award was one of 8 awards that we received at the most recent annual meeting, including receiving almost like the best picture or song of the year if you're going to the Grammys. We were best in show for our work on COVID relief. We're going to talk about that later. And we received a silver award as Economic Development Organization of the Year. And also, one of the things that you'll be seeing continued focus for us for next year is really talent solutions, working with companies that are either here in New Orleans or desirous of coming to New Orleans to help them identify not only talent, but really making sure that that talent pipeline touches and reaches all New Orleanians. And that's what we did with Testronic. They hired 4 young people for entry-level opportunities. And Testronic is a quality assurance testing company in the video gaming space. This is really a pathway to opportunity for young people to realize opportunities in more advanced high-tech fields. Next slide, please. Strategic neighborhood development. All of you, there are 5 of you that represent districts. All of you are focused upon neighborhoods, and that neighborhoods really underscore the richness of New Orleans. And so we've basically created a focus on strategic neighborhood development. You'll be hearing about some of our initiatives on that later, but working with the CID marketplace, we're really continuing to ramp up efforts on our New Orleans East Art Project. And we're thinking about other creative placemaking projects. As OBES and the Office of Community and Economic Development mentioned previously, the quality of place matters so much when you're in a global competition to attract financial and human investment to your city, particularly in this time of COVID. And this is just only a sampling of the neighborhoods in which we have focus. I want to just mention we continue to be working on hosting neighborhood convenings in the Lower Ninth Ward, New Orleans East, Holly Grove, Grotown, Algiers, Gentilly, and the Claiborne corridor. We're going to talk more about some work in which the council has been as a part of subsequent to this work. Next slide, please. So obviously the world changed, or else we would be in person. It had happened in March. And so I'm very grateful to our response. And I think the power of a public-private partnership is the ability to be innovative, responsive, impactful, and nimble. And one of the things that we were able to do was raise $1.5 million in relief that directly went to New Orleans residents and business owners. And so I want to talk about that because I think that's something for which we've received kudos from our International Economic Development Council. We raised $900,000 for a gig economy worker relief fund. That was a fund, if you recall, prior to the CARES Act being passed, employees who were 1099 employees, so many of our musicians, our artists, visual as well as cultural artists, folks who break down festival stages, people who rely on the festival season for a lion's share of their income, who are not employed by anybody, they're 1099 freelancers. There was nothing for them pre-CARES. So we had identified that as a gap, and we were able to raise $900,000. I want to say that $900,000 represented a 9.9% leverage on an initial investment through private funds that the Business Alliance had raised. We also raised $350,000 with Gift Shift Done. We will talk about that a little bit later, and $100,000 for Project HVAC, which is focused on providing bridge financing to small businesses. And then we were able to procure over 52,000 masks to small businesses with the City Council's help. Next slide, please. These are just some of the testimonials. I just want to read one of them. Thanks so very much. As a lifelong resident of New Orleans, I'm both proud and warm that an organization exists such as yours. There were over 1,200 people who received $500 grants through the Gig Economy Worker Relief Fund, and these are but a few of the testimonials. Next slide, please. Get Shift Done, I mentioned this earlier. This was through our abilities to leverage relationships we have with national philanthropy. We were able to raise $350,000 from the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation, as well as Capital One, to provide $350,000 in opportunities for residents who have been displaced by COVID. Typically those in the restaurant industry could go and work with food organizations that were providing food to residents who were either unable to get to food banks or to the elderly, or to provide food to young people during the summer. This provided needed opportunities for people to earn money, often between $11 and $15 an hour, doing what they love, serving the public, but also serving a good. Next slide, please. You can see that the distribution centers were throughout Orleans Parish and touched into Jefferson Parish and were part of a number of your districts. Next slide. Perhaps in the interest of time, I'd like to go to slide 13, please. So technical assistance for small businesses. I'm sorry, okay. Yes, thank you. Technical assistance for small businesses. This is something that we did in partnership not only with the City of New Orleans, its Office of Economic Development, but you can see the partners locally with whom we worked. And this was basically a chance to help technical assistance providers, provide them with the financial resources as they continue to staff up and provide greater capacity in order to respond to the deluge of requests to help with filling out applications, loan applications for PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, or the SBA's Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. And we were very grateful to do this in partnership with the City of New Orleans Office of Economic Development, as well as with the technical assistance provider that you see pictured on the screen. Next, let's go to slide 16, please. Tracking the impact of COVID. One of the things that we have been very focused on doing as an organization is really getting the data that can help you as policymakers make decisions, help small and medium-sized and large businesses make decisions. And this has never been more acute than as we deal with this pandemic. And so through our efforts of our Associate Vice President of Data Analytics and Performance Management, Omar Stanton, we've been tracking the impact of COVID. And on a monthly basis, we produce this tracking the impact of COVID-19, and we send it out as a newsletter, and we have it posted on our website as well. Our website, by the way, is www.nolaba.org, www.nolaba.org. Let's see, where do we want to go next? Let's want to talk about, if we go to slide 17, the Invest NOLA and Fall Training Series. Thank you. This is, we talked about Invest NOLA earlier. It was a cohort for 13 entrepreneurs of color. What we've continued to do because of the need to make sure that companies have the information, particularly small and medium-sized businesses that are very focused on just making payroll, trying to provide them with information and tools to prepare and how to live in a world post-pandemic. Because as we all know, COVID-19 attacked socialization, and no city knows how to socialize better than New Orleans. So it really affected us very much. And this is something that's been led by our VP of Small Business Growth, Lynette White-Colin. And we've been hosting a 5-part fall training series since September the 10th. And that's what you see on your screen. Next slide, please. The Outdoor Dining Program is a program that we've been working with in partnership with the City of New Orleans. As you heard earlier, the City of New Orleans was able to redeploy some funds for business attraction and retention in order to provide a grant program to help restaurants to prepare and figure out how do you safely allow people to enjoy cuisine, allow people to come out, get out of their house safely, and do it so that it's safe and it meets with public health guidelines. And we administered this program in conjunction with the city's Office of Economic Development. Next slide, please. I talked earlier about strategic neighborhood development. One of the things that we were able to do, we were able to secure through the same business attraction and retention fund through your good work and your feedback and thoughtfulness. We were able to find $350,000 to support businesses and commercial corridors within 7 neighborhoods that were part of our strategic neighborhood development strategy. Again, New Orleans East, Delord, 9th Ward, Holly Grove, Gerttown, Gentilly, Treme, and Algiers. This program is going on currently. This is in addition to direct support for businesses. We have been able to also invest $100,000 into projects to advance commercial revitalization efforts. That was in conjunction with the art projects and other things that I discussed earlier. This is something that will be going on for the remainder of the fourth quarter. Next slide, please.
Quentin, what are the kind of response you're getting from that program?
We are getting response. We're getting pretty good response. Let me also ask Nolan to comment since he's close to the program. Nolan, please.
I can answer that. Councilmember One, we got over 65 applications for the program. We'll be evaluating those over the course of the next week. in order to announce the full 40 business cohort and get them paired with technical assistance and get them the $5,000 grants. We also, as part of the program, as you know, partner with 10 community organizations, and my colleague Greg Lawson is working with those community organizations to do the place-based work of building the capacity within those corridors, doing things like strengthening the business associations, establishing business associations where none existed before, based off of some of the community meetings we've had, doing things like banners, other place making projects that would benefit the corridor as a whole, while we're also helping the businesses in those corridors.
Going back to the program with the 5,000, what type of business are you guys getting? Like restaurants, shoe store, clothing store? You know, it's a mix.
It's a mix. And if I would rather not kind of go through all of the different types of businesses, but it was intentionally designed to be open to all businesses. We had conversation about whether or not we would narrow the program to a certain type of business. We know that these corridors are all very different and they all feature very different types of businesses. In your district alone, New Orleans East and Lower 9 have very different types of commercial corridors. In New Orleans East, you've got everything from manufacturing to retail. And we wanted the program to be open to all types of businesses that might apply. So you've got the kind of mix you would expect when you have Algiers, Tremaine, Lower 9, New Orleans East, and Philly all in the mix.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions regarding that? If not, I'll continue. As we deal with a global pandemic, we also had to deal with a racial pandemic as well. And one of the things that at the Business Alliance we talked about is in our tagline, culture, equity, and prosperity. And we realized the importance of focus on and making sure that we get more resources, financial and others, in the hands of BIPOC job candidates as well as entrepreneurs, in addition to all New Orleanians. And so this is just a statement of our response to the racial pandemic. We understand that this is not something that is only for a season. This is going to be for a lifetime, and it's been a part of the Business Alliance since it was founded in 2010. Next slide, please. Future focus, alignment, and beyond. You heard from the Office of Business and External Services, particularly the offices of Economic Development, Office of Workforce Development. We're in the process of entering a new CEA with the City of New Orleans, building off the successes and lessons that we've learned. And this will make sure that the work that we do is complementary and additive to the generational economic development strategy that the City of New Orleans is leading. I would say parenthetically, that's a strategy that the Business Alliance was part of seeding, and we look forward to continuing not only to work with the city on their economic development strategy, but also producing a complementary vision that serves to think about a 3-year ambitions and 10-year, 3-year goals, I'm sorry, and 10-year ambitions. As Mayor Cantrell talked about at the announcement for Advancing Cities, the beauty of the public-private partnership is really having an organization that can be focused, that allows a longer-term time horizon, that allows us to really think about how to create greater economic diversification, but also greater economic mobility and growth for all New Orleanians, particularly members of the BIPOC community. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the summary of material changes. Like everyone, we have been impacted by COVID-19 and the changes. What you'll see there is we anticipate a 40% reduction from the City of New Orleans, from 2.5 million annually to 1.5 million. But we also have been out fundraising, not only through national philanthropy, but locally. But as you can imagine, we expect to have a significant reduction in our fundraising, our ability for fundraising, over 50% reduction in corporate sponsorship. because of the challenges and stresses on local businesses. From a staffing perspective, as you can see, we have reduced staffing by 32%. I want to, at this point, always thank our colleagues. They're doing more with less, just like you've heard everyone discuss, but we've taken our medicine throughout the year. 15 of those FTEs are tied to the CEA with the city. 7 of those are grant funded and are tied to restricted national foundation funding, such as the Advancing City grant that we got from JP Morgan, but we have other national funders, whether it be Kellogg or Kresge or CERTNA or Conrad Hilton Foundation, who was part of Get Shift Done. What we can also show is on the expense side, we've reduced expenses by over $40,000. We were able to renegotiate our lease, but we've also been making sure that our facilities are clean and available for the city and other partner affiliate entities like Nora to use, but do it in a safe manner. So we've been able to do that, but we've been able to realize current year savings by renegotiating our lease. And we've also reduced significantly travel and other expenses in order to prepare, but making sure that we can deliver economic mobility, growth, and inclusion for all New Orleanians. Next slide, please. Here's a budget breakdown year to year. I won't go through it line by line, but it basically talks about the high level work that we've done to be not only great stewards of the city's investment, but also stewards of the private business community as well as national philanthropic. And we do that, and we have a board that is responsible, that of which Councilmember Nguyen is a member, and the CAO, Gilbert Montano, is the board chair. Next slide. That's it. I apologize for racing through that, but I want to be sensitive to your time. I know that you have other presentations, and I certainly and my colleagues stand prepared to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Quentin, can you talk about the city incentive funds? And I see that it's rolled over from last year.
The city, and can we go back if possible to the penultimate slide there? It would be slide 23. Is that where you're talking about, Councilmember Nguyen?
Well, I'm seeing it in your budget report too, the city incentive funds. So it looks like you guys have money left over. It's been rolled.
Oh, okay. Yep. I will.
Over since,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me speak on that, and then I'll turn over to our CFO to provide further color. That is the business attraction and expansion fund that I mentioned. And what we were able to do, we used funds from that to support the outdoor dining program, as well as the Resilient Commercial Corridors Initiative. And so those are not funds that directly fund NOLA BA operations. Those are funds that are focused on business attraction and retention. Norman, do you want to comment further and see if there were other questions that the council member had?
Yeah, Councilwoman, when that fund was established initially with $700,000, we got a subsequent $500,000 allocation last year. And what you're seeing is the activity that has been encumbered against it. We had the outdoor dining, the commercial corridor, and we had the technical assistance that was all tagged against that fund this year. And that rollover balance is what we anticipate being left to move into 2021 from the 1.2 million.
Yeah, and I think there was I think there was a couple projects in my district. I think Nolan, we've discussed about it in reference to maybe that we could actually utilize his funds to help bring in a new business to the east off of Lake Forest and Reed by the old, I'm trying to be very specific, and I don't know if I want to share the name of the business.
Yeah, maybe let me suggest, if I may, Madam Council Member, perhaps if we, in the interest of the business owner, if we can discuss offline. But I just want to be clear with that fund, the Business Alliance administer it, but the allocation decisions are made by the Office of Economic Development at the City of New Orleans. So we administer it, we make recommendations, but ultimately the decisions for the allocations are made by that Office of Economic Development. But we happily will discuss offline.
Yeah, that's fine. And I guess my next part is that I'm hearing presentation today from Jeff from the City Economic Development and NOLA BA that we're going to be basically partnering, right? So how does that partnership look like? Are you guys going to be in the same building together so that, you know, that you guys are interacting together to really help move economic development and address some of the big picture? So how does that look like for the city?
So I would say this, I believe that the Office of Economic Development is part of the broader move from the Office of Business and External Services will be moving next door to us and in 1340 Poydras. I think both Peter Bowen and Jeff Swartz and Sune Villavaso and Ellen Lee and others can say that they are sick of talking to me and talking to us. We work incredibly closely together. We probably talk to each other multiple times a day, either via phone, via text, via email. The partnership is rich. It's full. I think that's why we've been able to achieve some of the successes that we've been able to manage despite COVID, as well as the Business Alliance has been able to prove and demonstrate that is a best-in-class model for public-private partnership focused on economic development. So we continue to work together. We'll continue to work even more closely as they finalize planning on the Generational Economic Development Vision. We seeded that vision and we continue to provide feedback and comment and market intelligence.
Right.
Do any of my colleagues want to comment further on that? I see Nolan has piped up.
Yeah, if I can just jump in a bit, because I know some of the members of this council weren't members of the council before when the CEA was executed between the Business Alliance and the City of New Orleans, but there will be a robust document, the CEA, which will frame out the next 3 years of work and partnership between the Business Alliance and the City of New Orleans. That we've had a number of meetings with the city to make sure that we've learned from the last 3 years and that we're being intentional about being complementary and not duplicative in terms of our work. And that CEA will come as a robust document from the law department, and I'm sure we'll all be meeting with you all when that CEA comes before you to go over the specifics of how we're going to approach that work in a complementary way that's not duplicative.
Thank you. And, you know, I also wanted to acknowledge, thank you, NOLA BA, for stepping up for many of our workers with COVID-19. I know that we benefited from the work shift program through sites that it was in District E, particularly around just meal distributing. And so I really appreciate the manpower in that. And then most importantly, keeping our citizen working during the time that is really hard for them. So I appreciate all the work, but I do definitely look forward to working with you guys in helping move District E. And I know Nolan and I have spoke about having a District EY about economic development. And so I know we've been a little bit busy with all the interruptions, but just to let you know that it's still in my forefront to make sure that we still get that accomplished.
If you can stop these hurricanes from forming in the Caribbean, we're welcome to do it.
It's done. Wait, you didn't get the memo? It's done. We're okay now. We can move on. And EDA shouldn't be that problem at all. So
looking
as long
forward
as the
to
power doesn't go out, we're straight. Thank you very much. Hello, Norman. I didn't get to say hello to you.
How you doing, Cindy?
Good. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Norman, if you could touch on, I know a while back you, along with my office, discussed the analysis along Old Gentilly Road in District D in conjunction with the area around Louisa and the education corridor. Can you tell me when I know the pandemic interrupted a lot of things this year. When you all expect to pick that back up?
Yeah, Councilman Brissett, We had the opportunity to move with our consultant, and Greg Lawson and myself, and we went focus between Press and Industrial Canal for a concept, a review to share with your office on reimagining that corridor specifically. We've got some geofencing with Buxton Data and look forward to be able to presenting that to you before the end of the year. We anticipate having a first draft to share with my strategic neighborhood team and my C-suite shortly after the millage. And again, then bring forward to your team to share the first thoughts.
Okay, thank you. As it relates to the outdoor dining program, how much is left in that fund? And my second question is, how many restaurants participated in that sidewalk program? Is that a Nolan question, Norman?
No, I'm sorry.
It's a
Go
Victoria
ahead.
question. Hi,
Victoria.
Councilmember. So we have supported 41 businesses thus far through the outdoor dining program. The program is still up and running. Once again, that's being funded out of that business attraction and expansion fund. The total dollar amount that the office of that OBIS dedicated to that program is $250,000. We have about $100,000 roughly, Norman, correct me if I'm wrong there, remaining for funds in that program.
Correct. And once how that ties forward, that's part of the amount that we roll forward in incentive at 780. And we fully encumbered the 250,000, just haven't actually expended it against all the potential grant recipients.
And roughly on average, Ms. Phipps, restaurant might have received between $2,000 and $5,000 per grant?
No, so to date, all of the grants have been $2,000. The $6,000 grants will come at further phases of the program that we expect to come online in 2021, pending safety and permits development of the full curbside parklet program and permit.
Thank you. And you said that's the curbside parklet program, correct?
Correct. They're sort of developing the formal guidelines for that permit. So on our last conversation with the Office of Economic Development, they're anticipating that coming early spring 2021. And at that point in time, that phase of the program will open up, which will include those larger grants.
Mm-hmm. And how are you all marketing the remaining $100,000 that's left over for the restaurant program? I know you all are marketing to bars as well.
That's right. Good question. So one, it's regularly featured, of course, in our social media and through all of our communication channels. But members of our team are also reaching out directly to businesses across the city to ensure that they are aware of the resources available to them.
Okay, thank you. Council members?
Yeah. Thank you. Can I piggyback on you, Councilman Brissett?
Yes.
I thought we just heard from the Office of Economic Development that the Parklet program is fully operational, and now you're saying that it's not going to happen until the spring?
There's two different phases of that. So the current program that's operational is the pilot. And I believe there's a formal curbside program that will be coming online in 2021. So that's the part that they are working out the formal guidelines on right now.
They said earlier today, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Brissett, I thought they said that it took them a while to set this up because they were getting all the guidelines and they rolled everything out in its entirety.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to what they said earlier, but the information that we have in the program we're currently working underneath is that we're at $2,000 grants with a pilot of the current Parklet program with further curbside expansion that will have new guidelines and additional permitting specifics that will come online in 2021. So I'm not sure what the discrepancy is between those two sets of information.
Okay, well, we'll try to get clarity there because it's taken an awfully long time just to put up some barricades that don't look very good. I hope that y'all are having some kind of design charrettes or design competitions because what's being rolled out and what it looks like does not look desirable from a consumer's perspective, at least.
They did, Kristen, you're correct. They did say that earlier.
Yeah, didn't they say that earlier? Thank you. I thought so. I think we need to huddle back up with this and figure out what's going on. Because it has taken an awfully long time. Other cities have rolled this out within a month or two of COVID, and we're still 6 months behind. Under the budget where it says grants that are restricted, do y'all have a list of what grants are those that are restricted?
Yes, Councilwoman Palmer, in our budget template, we have the breakdown on all our restricted grants. I believe that's template 5. Excuse me, Councilwoman, that's template 4.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say that's not, I looked at that one. Okay. So all of these are restricted, this entire?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you. And then you anticipate expending all of the restricted grants by the end of 2021?
That's to be determined. Some of it, possibly, we may have modifications. COVID did impact some of our metrics and the timing on these grants. A couple of them, the first 2 on that talent and solutions from Kellogg and Hilton, I do anticipate those fully. But we do have some multi-year grants embedded in that. Small business has multi-year. And then there's a possibility of new grants during the year also. So I'll hedge it a little bit, but I would tell you my forecast is half of those would be fully expended in 21, and I possibly have a carryover into 22.
Okay, great. I just want to thank y'all for really going after the grants. I think it's really important to leverage the public dollar. And so it's really nice to see that y'all keep growing your grants, and also that you pivoted so well with additional grants for COVID during this period. So I just want to thank y'all for that.
Thank you.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Joe, you good?
I'm good.
All right.
Nice seeing everybody. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Quentin, Nolan, Norman, and Victoria. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your continued service. Stay safe. Have a great weekend. Who dat?
You too. So next on the agenda, last item for today's presentation, Downtown Development District. And let me see who's going to be presenting. Hey there, Leo. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon. I'm going to start and pass it over to Anthony.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Anthony, is Kurt with us? Kurt,
Anthony, you're on mute.
Yeah, Kurt is on the line. I don't know if he's able to speak. He's on his phone.
Kurt had a doctor's appointment that we kind of thought we'd be out sooner, so apologies for that.
I just unmuted him.
Okay.
Leo, yeah, I think they found me.
Well, now I've shared your private business with the whole city.
All right, Leo and Anthony, the floor is yours.
I'm Leo Marsh, the treasurer and board member of the DDD. I want to thank the council for having us. We are looking forward to working with the council to face whatever 2021 brings us. I'm here with Anthony Carter, who is the Director of Finance and Administration, as well as Kurt Weigel, who is the President and CEO of the organization. I would be remiss in my duties if I did not say before I turned it over to Anthony that, as you all know, Kurt will be leaving us at the first of the year. So I'd like to say a special thanks to him for being at the helm of this organization for 17 years, is it, Kurt?
18. Almost 18.
Oh, almost 18 years. I do have some flowers that I'll bring you when we can get out. So Anthony, having said that, it's all yours.
I think I was going to jump in now, Leo. Then
Go ahead, Kurt.
Okay. Well, thank you, council members. Thank you, Leo. Thank you to our board chair, Michelle Craig, and our entire board, and to our entire management team and staff for getting us through another year. And we'll talk a little more about what that has looked like in just a moment. But it is a pleasure to be with y'all once again. It's also a pleasure to come after so many of our partners. I'm not even going to start naming them all, but many of the ones who have just presented are the ones that we work so closely with through the year and over the years. So thank you. I want to start out with our accomplishments, and I'll be shouting out slide at the appropriate time. If I don't know if Paul or somebody else is moving those slides. Thank you also to council staff. But I want to start out talking in the public space section about our COVID response, because of course most of this year has been dealing with COVID now. We immediately, upon understanding how serious the situation was, changed the way that we were doing things at the DDD. For instance, we began to sanitize all, using our pressure washers, we began to sanitize all public features downtown, the handles of garbage cans and transit stops and so forth, on a regular basis to make sure that they were clean and sanitized. We moved on the communication side. Anybody who's looked through the numbers knows that in 2021, but also in 2020, we've canceled almost every event except for a few that I'll talk about at Legacy Park. And we've moved those funds into promoting downtown businesses. I hope that everyone has had an opportunity to see the campaigns. There have been two that have run, one which was certainly somber at the beginning, but hopeful. The next one, which was a lot more upbeat, and then we will be doing a third campaign coming out not too long surrounding the holidays, all focused on reminding everybody of their emotional and their financial connections to our downtown businesses, especially restaurants, retailers, the ones who are at this moment most at risk downtown because of COVID. We also began work immediately on a COVID recovery plan, looking at economically and otherwise what it would take to bring downtown back. It will be a fact that we will lose businesses at street level, restaurants and retail. And so we have plans, for instance, in our COVID recovery plan for how to install temporary storefronts that are attractive, that sort of invite the future, that are positive, as opposed to seeing what could happen, which is just boarded up storefronts in some cases. We also, very early on, came up with an open air dining concept, which is sort of translated into what you all have just heard about on a couple of occasions. The city's outdoor dining concept, whether it be at the curb or on the sidewalk. And we've taken the extra step. I noted Councilmember Palmer's comments about the barricades, and one of the things that we have done is that we have at the DV provided to those of our downtown restaurants in particular, because that's who's taken us up on it, planter boxes that create some creature comforts in these seating areas, some rope and stanchions to help to define the space better, and some string lights in order to create a sense of ambiance, because we do believe that that's going to be important to keeping people downtown who are already downtown and attracting and more back. So those are a few of the things, certainly not everything that we've done related to COVID. But with that, just let me finish up a couple of other things. One of the things in public space that we did in 2020 was we revised our pressure washing schedule and approach for Canal Street. We've got new equipment, new ways of doing things. So Canal Street and the 100 blocks, we're just not honestly meeting our standard. And so we've revised that approach and have seen really good results. We're pleased with the results. So we'll be continuing that and continuing to look for new ways, particularly on pressure washing and the washing of sidewalks. We also placed 60 new trash receptacles throughout downtown last year. And in the area of parks and open space, which has been, as you all know, an important priority for us over the last number of years, including Duncan Plaza planning, But the one I want to talk about today is Legacy Park. And if you have not been there in the 700 block of Barone, if you were to put it into your GPS, it would be 730 Barone. Legacy Park is really, it's a beautiful story of us cooperating with the New Orleans Public Schools, with the International High School of New Orleans, whose parking lot we partially took over for this park, and with the city and a number of other partners in order to build a really beautiful little pocket park. We just had an event out there with the Multicultural Tourism Network just last Thursday, and the positive comments that we've gotten on this park have been really gratifying and fun for us to hear, because we put a lot of love into creating this park. So if you haven't checked it out, please do. But that park includes free Wi-Fi. It includes very soon an unframed mural installation, thanks to the Hellas Foundation and the Arts Council, and it includes lots of small scale, because of COVID, programming. So Footprints to Fitness, for instance, is putting on exercise classes amongst other providers, other vendors to us. Has been in the morning. That program is actually coming to a close for autumn. But like I said, we've partnered with Multicultural Tourism Network, with Creative Alliance of New Orleans, on a variety of events to enliven that space safely during the COVID time. And we will continue to do that, because our stakeholders have told us that one of the things that we lack, we all know that we're known for restaurants and bars and all sorts of other amenities, galleries and the like. But we really do need more and better parks and open space downtown. And so this is a really important step for us, and I hope you all get out there to enjoy it. Now, moving past that second public space slide to the third one, to public safety. Just so far this year, and we expect to, as we have always, finish strong throughout the year, we've housed 58 homeless people using our homeless outreach team at the DDD, headed up by a social worker who is just outstanding at what she does. She works with our public safety rangers, several of whom have received additional special training to work with her. All of the rangers do some level of homeless outreach. But we, on top of what all other agencies that are responsible for homelessness in the city have done, have housed ourselves through Travelers Aid Society, I should say. This is a contract through Travelers Aid Society, who's been an outstanding partner. 58 people just through September. We also just recently donated our third vehicle to the city for use by our NOPD police detail officers, so that they can be seen as not only NOPD officers because of the markings, but also that they are in a downtown development district vehicle. And so we're happy to continue that partnership. It creates additional visibility on the streets and gives our detail officers top-notch equipment to work with day in and day out. Moving on to the next slide, economic development. We're really happy with how upper-level development has come around, or upper-level building development on Canal Street in particular has come along. When we started on Canal Street, there were 2 million square feet of vacant space on upper floors and throughout Canal Street, most of it on upper floors. We now have put approximately 75% of that back into commerce, some doing entire buildings, some bringing the upper floors of buildings that continue to be used for retail on the ground floor, but had long since not been used, except for maybe in some cases storage on the upper floors. This year in particular, in the 600 block at Exchange Alley, there's a beautiful new redevelopment that includes residential up above retail. The 900 block and especially the 1000 block, I should point out, have been some great successes. 1012 and 1016 Canal, which both burned in the 5-alarm fire from I think over 3 years ago now, are now back in commerce. They're beautifully redone with those upper stories that had been completely vacant now used for residential use. I also want to mention, go back to Duncan Plaza, because like I said, our stakeholders have told us that more and better parks are important to them downtown. I want to thank Tulane University for its extraordinary leadership on Duncan Plaza in particular. I think many of you are familiar with their statements about their future being downtown. Downtown is where they have an opportunity to grow. and we are more than happy to have them. And so it's been an outstanding working relationship with Tulane, with the city, with the Greater New Orleans Foundation and others to advance Duncan Plaza in two ways: as a really outstanding park, but even before we get there, as a place to store substantial amounts of stormwater so that it does not stand above ground and create flooding in buildings and on streets. So I'll say more about that, but in just a moment. Moving on, a couple more slides to communications. Actually, I'm gonna, in the interest of time, I'll skip over that all the way up to public affairs, if you could. Infrastructure and land use. Here, I want to talk about this extraordinary new agreement between us and the city to install underground storage of stormwater and increase drainage throughout several blocks downtown over the next 2 years, at least as a starting point. With the funds, the DD has committed to this. I want to thank John Pusho, Mayor's Chief of Staff, in particular, for being an outstanding negotiating partner, helping us get this deal done. But this will allow us over the next 2 years to install 19 blocks, both sides of the street, of underground storage under parking lanes with permeable paving on top, and with increased drainage lines to actually get up to the city standard, which on many blocks of downtown is not currently met, which is 15 inches. So this is an important step forward from every point of view, from quality of life, from economic development. It's hard to attract investment if we become known as a place where the streets flood when it rains too hard. And so once again, it's an outstanding partnership with the city. Next slide, public affairs. I just want to touch on two things. We've talked to several of you, if not many or all of you, from time to time about the importance of transportation downtown. Bike and ped, for sure. The DD has been a strong advocate for improved bike and ped access to downtown and through downtown. But what I want to talk about today is the DD's involvement with some folks who've been partners for a long time. The Regional Planning Commission on New Links, who took the lead on that, as well as RTA and other partners. And then on the downtown transit terminal, RTA, I want to thank this administration that has made this a top priority of their time in that position, and are already starting to see the results of it. Not taking anything away from the previous administration, because there's some really excellent planning work, but now this RTA administration is out seeking matching funds to actually build what our transit riders deserve downtown, which is a transit station indoors with air conditioning and water fountains and maybe even a little snack shop, bathrooms, all the rest of the amenities that we need to really create a world-class transit system. And New Links, I sort of skipped over it, but I think many of you know that is a complete rethinking of transit routes in the city that is going to, we think, based on what we've seen and based on our participation, is going to create better, quicker, more reliable access from all over the city to downtown. And of course, we're concerned about access throughout the city, but we also know that downtown is not just the largest job center in New Orleans or in the region, but in the state. And so we take that responsibility seriously, and it's very much in our interest to get people downtown to work quicker and easier from places like Algiers and the East, for where it has been particularly challenging for a number of years to make that trip timely. Now I want to move on to some of our goals for 2021 before Anthony gets into the money and shows how we spend money to get there. On the area of cleanliness, we want to pick up on the success that I mentioned before on our pressure washing improvements, and start with 5 locations a week to do deep cleaning of areas, as you can see from the slides, around hotel service areas and restaurants, where we just see continually sidewalks that have grease on them or other sorts of things that we don't want on sidewalks. I'll just say that. And so this is just the next step in that process of doing deeper cleaning in order to create a better environment for everybody downtown. We also want to continue with Legacy Park expanding with those many partners that I mentioned before. We know that in the time of COVID, outdoor venues are at a premium. We know that from talking to, I will say, the brilliant Dr. Jennifer Vegno, that it is safer outside in almost all conditions, especially if you're following all the other rules and masking and keeping your distance. And so Legacy Park already has provided a really, really attractive release valve for people from downtown, from other parts of the city, to get out, relax in a really beautiful environment. So we're going to continue our work on Legacy and then continue, like I said, our work to work toward a world-class Duncan Plaza, working with the city and many other partners. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, our goal by the end of 2021 is to have 19 blocks with the permeable paving and the stormwater detention underneath the parking lanes. We're also, it's the item just above there I want to mention for a moment, installing or hope to install with DPW new cover plates on 100 downtown light poles. This is a project that we took to DPW at the beginning of 2020, asked how we could work together to make it happen. It's been a good partnership. They're prototyping now so that we can, these are unsightly and they're unsafe. And it's really important to replace some of these covers in a way that is going to make downtown look just a little bit better than it did before. Next slide. We also
slide 17, please.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, so this should be public safety objectives. In 2021, most people have probably heard of at least the Pareto principle that speaks of 20% depending on the situation. I'll describe what it means to us. In dealing with homeless individuals, it's often the case or close to the case that 20% of the individuals will take up 80% of the resources because their needs are so intense and deep. And so one thing that we will be doing in our homeless outreach in 2021 is identifying our top 10 list. Now it may have 9, it may have 11, but our list of the most, the folks who are using most of our resources, and making sure that we have a partner agency in addition to us who's working with them day in, day out to get them the services they need to get off the streets and to stay off the streets. Moving on to the next slide. As I mentioned before, we know for a fact that we are going to lose retailers. We're going to lose restaurants. We already have evidence of that. So the DV will be redoubling its efforts, and that puts it mildly, to attract new and better retail. And of course, we all know this is in a very challenged time of retail attraction all across the country. Retailers have been going under in droves of late. So it's going to take a special level of creativity as we make pitches, as we sometimes work with local businesses who maybe even may not have a storefront now, but are a good candidate for a storefront, to fill these storefronts with things that will continue to create a high quality of life downtown. I want to mention one thing that's actually not on here as a bullet point, but it's important for downtown. I've had some conversations with some of our larger employers lately. We need to encourage as quick as possible a return of downtown office workers to downtown. When you look at what drives our retail and restaurant businesses, you can see it as a three-legged stool. One, we all know is tourists, and lots of people are working hard to get that part of the economy back as soon as it can and as safely as it can. But there are two pieces of this puzzle that we control a little more. One is our downtown residential base. Our downtown residential base has more than doubled in the last 10 years, which is good because that helps to support, downtown grocery store and so forth, not to mention restaurants. But we really need the third leg of that stool, which is our downtown office workforce, come back. And once again, referring back to Dr. Vegno and what we know about COVID, it's clear that if people do the right thing in an office environment, wear masks, keep their distance, that offices generally are not places where COVID spreads if people are doing the right thing. And knowing that, we want to encourage anyone who has not returned, who is thinking about returning, to go ahead and do so in a safe way, because this is part of the lifeblood of our downtown business community, specifically the ones that are at the ground levels, retail and restaurants. And then I also want to note that we think that, just following up on what I said before, in 2021, we've got the opportunity to make major progress on the Charity neighborhood, which is the neighborhood surrounding Charity Hospital, of course. You all know that project continues to progress. But we think that the addition of a world-class park with world-class stormwater detention underneath it are important pieces of moving forward that Charity neighborhood, which is really, when you look at large swaths of downtown, is really the last frontier. It's the last major part of downtown that has not seen major redevelopment. And so we think that is very much accomplishable in 2021. I mentioned moving on to the next slide, upper floor development. We've got more to come. We've been working with the Hallam family on their properties in the 900, 1,000 blocks of Canal Street. We expect that the upper floor hotel development in the Rubenstein's property will come online in 2021. So there is more to come in that really exciting story about upper floor development along Canal Street in particular. I want to say, though, that COVID really points out to us the challenges of not having a diverse enough economy. And I think we've all talked about this for many years. One thing that the DDD has been pushing for a while, and we think that 2021 is the year to do it, is advancing the Louisiana Medical Research Fund. We recently had a very promising conversation with a member of the New Orleans delegation who understands why, if the state invests in academic and medical research, how that creates jobs across all the spectrum, from the lowest paid to the highest paid jobs. Healthcare is one of the few industries that do that to the degree that it does. And so we need to keep pushing. We need to invest in ourselves, like we've seen in places like Alabama and Texas, some of which sell bonds every year invested in medical research in their own institutions. And it is, as we see from places like Houston, is now driving their economy. We also have been working with the Creative Alliance of New Orleans on the Creative Industries Breakthrough Coalition. They in particular have had some, I think, really promising conversations with the Office of Cultural Economy. We think this is the year to put together a real cogent plan for how we invest in our local culture and artists to make that an even stronger element of our economy, so that we are now attracting more funds from outside. That's the name of the game in economic development, is attracting somebody else's money to your backyard. And we think that we're still leaving money on the table in that regard. So we will continue to work with a number of partners on that and related issues. And then just one more thing, we think also in the Charity neighborhood, because there's still a large number of square feet there available for redevelopment. There's land actually available for redevelopment. We think that's a perfect place for us to do a signature workforce and affordable housing development project that sets the tone for that neighborhood and for other parts of the city. We know that we need more affordable housing. There are some models out there that can help us get there. I think that we all need to come together with Greater New Orleans Housing and others in order to continue to develop more affordable housing downtown. I know there's conversation before about where we have affordable housing in the city. Downtown not only is open to, but welcomes more affordable housing. We know that our workforce needs that, and we want to create a model for how we continue to drive that forward not just downtown, but in the city. And then I think I'll just leave it there because the last item I was going to cover, I've already talked about in 2020. But I'll just say that we continue to be eager to work with RTA, with the city, with any other partner to get funding for and to build a downtown transit terminal. This, I think, is an important piece of the puzzle of creating a stronger and better transit network in the city. And we look forward to continuing to work toward that and hopefully having at least an announcement in 2021. So with that, I'm going to ask Anthony to express to you then how this appears in our numbers. I will say that we, like everybody else, are taking a major hit, 32% in revenue next year. We had to find a way through that. I think we found a way that works well to continue the progress of downtown and the multifaceted mission of the DDD. So I'll ask Anthony to say a little more about that. Thank you.
If you could advance to slide number 27, please. Yeah, right there. Okay, it's Kurt indicated, we're experiencing a 32% drop in our revenues. I believe most of you are aware that 98% of our revenues come from the ad valorem tax that's collected from our property owners downtown. And due to COVID, the assessor determined a valuation drop of about, on average, 32% for the district, primarily in hospitality-related entities, which left us with a significant hole we needed to fill. So what we've done is we've taken a three-pronged approach to making sure that we continue to provide the level of service that our stakeholders expect and deserve, while continuing to be a functioning organization. In addition to a drop in our funding, we also experienced this year that we had used in 2020 $1 million of our reserves to fully fund the infrastructure CEA for the stormwater, with the anticipation that our revenues would continue to grow at their normal pace going forward before COVID struck, so that we would not need to raise as significant an amount in millage funds to cover our obligations going forward. However, COVID happened. So we're having to make up that $1 million through an increase in our millage. So we're aiming to have an increase in our millage from 14.76 mils to 16.31, which will only help us to cover the additional $1 million that's needed for the infrastructure fund. So in addition to that, we've made approximately $1.5 million in cuts in our expenses. As Kurt indicated earlier, we've eliminated all of our events. We put in place a hiring freeze. We have a reduction in force of approximately 10% of our total personnel count. We've instituted no travel. We've reduced the amount of professional development our employees are going to be able to do in staff conferences and travel. So we've implemented a significant number of cuts. Something the board was determined to do their best to avoid was cuts to either our public safety or our public space programs. And I'm really happy to say that in terms of public space, we've cut nothing from our contractors who are doing cleaning and landscaping and those types of things. And in terms of public safety, we've done only minimal reductions, and that's been only in the area of our private patrol. As I'm sure many of you have seen, Pinnacle Security provides a private patrol both in the warehouse and arts district, but also along Canal Street. And what we've budgeted for is that we will maintain those services in the evening hours, each evening, from the time that our public safety rangers are no longer on the street until the time they come back in the morning, as well as we will maintain the private security throughout on the weekends. That's what we've budgeted to be able to do. All of our departments have taken significant cuts. We did cut personnel in every department other than public safety. But we believe we've structured ourselves such that we can move forward and do the things we need to do. We do have the funding for the infrastructure CEA. The third prong of what we're needing to do to make sure that we have the revenues necessary to continue with our programming is we're anticipating issuing debt in 2021 and in the form of refinancing our existing bond debt and issuing approximately $3.5 million in new bond debt, which would then be paid off by 2029. We've already started some preliminary conversations. We will be coming back to the council and also to the Board of Liquor as we must to finalize and to fully flesh out the plan for borrowing. But that, along with our $1.5 million in cuts and our need to raise our millage by $1 million to cover the CEA infrastructure, is necessary to complete the programming that our stakeholders expect and look forward to. If we could advance to the next slide, please. So you can see in terms of non-operating funding that the revenue is the source of the revenue, the 1.752 million, is primarily from the bond issue. The non-operating expenses of 2.65 is primarily the 2.5 million for the infrastructure CEA, and 150,000 as our contribution to help with the design work on Andrew Higgins Streetscape. We are anticipating that at the end of this year, we will have approximately $867,000 in reserves remaining, and that will be used also as a source to continue with our programming. So those are the basic numbers. Our millage percentages as they relate to each of our different departments is pretty much in line with the same place those millages have been funding through the last 10 to 12 years. And we'll now entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Anthony. And thank you, Kurt. Councilmember Palmer or Banks?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kurt, for your presentation. It was very extensive, and thank you for your service in this role for so many years. And I know you have seen a lot of improvements. I've known your passion for transportation, so I'm really excited that that finally, just like you mentioned, we have an administration that understands the importance of a downtown transit center, and I really hope that this project can get off the ground soon. When we talked about, real quick, do you have any idea when the charity project is slated to begin?
The latest news we have is within the next 6 months. But of course, COVID continues to make things slide back and forth. So but that's the latest information that I have.
When you spoke about the bond debt, Anthony was just talking about, and potentially bonding out more money, has the administration, are they privy to this conversation? And is there a specific project that you want to do to bond out?
Yeah, no, that council member, that those funds are specifically to fund the $2.5 million over that period of time.
Okay.
stormwater management.
Project, it's the existing project.
Right. Yes.
Okay. And then when I was going through your templates, did y'all include the DBE participation in your template? I didn't get it in my folder.
Anthony, can you? I don't know. I don't recall if we did, but we certainly have it.
Yeah, I thought I had included in the template. If I did, it was just merely neglect, because our DBE percentage is approximately 32.5 to 33%.
Okay, good. That's good. Thank you. And then I know we have been talking about, you know, the influence that COVID has had on everyone's budgets and how everyone has to really rethink and relook at how we expend dollars and how we leverage the limited resources that we have. And again, I'm just going to say publicly, it is to that vein, which is why myself and Councilmember Banks sent a letter to the DDD, to Michelle Craig, talking about the amount of funding that is derived from the District C side of the DDD and how we need to really leverage that money better. And that we have been spending an incredible amount of time in the past 2 years reimagining how security and cleanliness in the French Quarter can be improved upon. And we really feel that it needs to be under one unified command, which would include the 100 blocks of off of Canal Street. And so I know you've also received a letter from the French Quarter Management District to that effect as well. And we are really hoping that a CEA can be created between the DDD and the French Quarter Management District to ensure better leveraging of these limited resources.
Yeah, Councilmember, we had, just by chance yesterday, we've been having conversations with French Quarter Management District about this since before COVID. Of course, COVID slowed things down, unfortunately. But we just had a meeting previously scheduled for yesterday. And unfortunately, Carly Franke could not make it, but we met with Christian Pendleton, our board chair, Michelle Craig, and I, and several of our team members. And I will say that I feel coming out of that meeting, I feel like we have what I would say, still, nothing finalized, but the most potential for a path forward. Christian threw out some concepts about how, us pulling back on some things and them, pushing forward on some things could free up resources. And I think there's real potential there. So I'm optimistic that we can come up with a CEA to that, as you described, because, we all understand that, we've seen the report. We understand that there are too many entities, providing services in the quarter. I will say, and, I've been very candid about this, I do believe that our rangers are a very efficient and effective system. We look at what they do on a daily and a weekly basis in terms of reaching out to people who are sleeping on the sidewalk or homeless or what have you. And so I think that they work for us. They work well for us. But I think that we're also open to an approach that creates a more unified command. I don't think there's any reason to stand against that.
Good. Well, I appreciate that spirit of collaboration. As I said, this is not just we're dealing with the DDD, but also with the French Market Corporation and their security force, and then also expanding the use of grounds patrol. As you know, we're looking at having them have the ability to write citations for quality of life issues. And we just think this is going to be a much more comprehensive approach to security throughout the French Quarter. And I do want to state, this is not a dig on your rangers. I'm sure your rangers are great in your DDD section and where they're utilized. The French Quarter is just a different animal, as we all know, and we have an exorbitant amount of pressure on that neighborhood. And I just feel that we can better leverage our resources under a unified command.
Well, the one thing that stands out most in what you just said is the idea of being able to write citations, because you may remember this is something that the DDD has been working with for years with the city on, because we do think specifically from our perspective, we are focused on sanitation, right? People putting out trash at the wrong time, roll carts at the wrong time. things like that, that we don't have the ability to control. We know that the city has 2 sanitation rangers for the whole city. We're willing to help pay for additional resources in that regard because we think it's so important. So I think the idea of giving citation authority to a non, police force, I think has some potential. I think there's, once again, that it's kind of early in that discussion, but I think it does have a lot of potential from our perspective.
Yeah, I agree. All right, thank you so much. And and I do want to thank your work on paying more attention to designs for outdoor eating and for parklets. We need to get this right. And I know that y'all's outfit has consistently understood the importance of good design. And so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yep, Councilmember Banks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, folks, and thank you all for being here. Can you clarify for me on the 100 blocks over on the French Quarter side of the DDD, the amount of revenue that they remit over to the DDD, is that enough to cover the services that they provide from the DDD?
It is, and Anthony can get to more detail if he has it in front of him, but I would say the number is very close. We do derive a substantial amount of revenue before COVID. Let me say before COVID, roughly $1 million from that part of downtown. And by looking at where we spend, public safety and cleaning and all of our other resources, we spend about that amount in that area. So, Councilmember, it's really close to a wash.
Okay. Now I was concerned that we were not inordinately taxing them and them not getting the benefit of their taxes. But if you're telling me that they're getting what they're putting in, then I will go on a different track. And you may have talked about this, and if I missed it, let me apologize. But let's talk about the conditions underneath the overpasses with the homeless encampments and what progress or what's happening or what can we do to make that a better situation?
Well, I understand that is certainly a really vexing issue. It is certainly also, I've got to say, beyond the scope of the DDD. We have some of the things that we've done is that we, over probably 3-4 years ago, maybe longer, we started doing enhanced cleaning under there. Now, the DDD boundary doesn't go all the way to the opposite end, but we have still, despite that, cleaned underneath that, the interstate, because we understand that it's the entryway. But I will say that as long as there is homeless encampment there, the trash continues to be generated, and it's very challenging to keep on top of. I think, I will. If I may, I really feel a need to kind of expand the conversation a little bit because Council Member, that the DDD played an instrumental role in getting the new low barrier shelter beds built, the 100 beds. I think we need more beds. As a matter of fact, we knew going in that we needed more beds. We got what we could get in a moment, but clearly we need another 100 beds of low barrier shelter. I think that and some of the other really outstanding programs I think that we do not give enough credit to, like LEAD, for instance, in the 8th District, which is, especially in these days of reassessing the role of the police and how police respond in certain situations. LEAD is a beautiful example of using social workers. And it is it's very similar, I will say, to the way our Rangers operate oftentimes. Using resources like that to reach out to folks to get them the resources they need to get off the streets. It's going to take, I don't think there's a simple solution, but it's going to take more beds. It's going to take more outreach, and it's going to take more services. And we've had some, once again, we now have assisted outpatient treatment stood up in the city for the first time, which is services to the severely mentally ill. I think all these things coming together can make a dent. But if I had to say one thing, I think the most important is I think we all need to work together on more low barrier shelter.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The fact is, you're right. It does not necessarily come under the purview of the DDD, but I've said this many, many times, this city is not big enough to separate itself from itself. And it is right there on the border boundary. You cannot get to the DDD's regulated area without passing under that interstate if you're coming from uptown. And those folks are a part of this community. So whatever we can do to try to limit the detrimental effects from the encampments, I think we ought to be intentional in doing. So thank you for what has been done, but I want to encourage that we not take our foot off the gas, and any resources that that we have, we ought to be using to try to make sure that we get the quality of life, not only for the people that are existing under the bridge, but for the people that have to pass there. We need to make sure that we're doing all that we can do to try to make that situation better. So with that, I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman.
Right, council members, any more questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Carter, for presentation of financials, and thank you, Kurt Weigel, for your leadership. The citizens of New Orleans appreciates you running the DDD, your tenure, and we appreciate all what you've done to bring back Canal Street during your time as executive director, and want to thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you, Chairman Brissett. That means a lot, really. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we look forward to continuing work together through the 2021 budget. And y'all have a great day and a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
We will, Councilmember Druso, you had something?
Well, I just was going to ask, given the lateness of the day and that we're on Friday, if it was possible to stand at ease and then read public comment on Monday instead of today. But I wanted to broach that subject unless there was only like 5 or 6.
Council member, there are 5 comments submitted.
Well, let's roll. Then my vote is let's roll. That's one person. I'm only one. I'm not the whole body. I want to be very clear about that.
I can stick around, guys.
Yeah, same here.
I can stick around. I made it this far.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if we've only got 5 or 6, let's rock.
Hey, we have through the long haul.
All right, council members, the first public comment is from Patrick Dario, and it's on the Office of Business and External Services. Please restore funding to safety and permits and city planning to 2020 levels. The 40% cut to planning and the 25% reduction in funding safety and permits will not only hurt workers in those departments, but will further the economic backslide that this city faces in the coming year. I'm an architect who works here in New Orleans, and the underfunding and understaffing of these departments will lead directly to project delays that will impact the efficacy of small offices, undoubtedly costing time and money. These cuts indirectly endanger jobs like mine. Further, those who wish to do business and develop in this city will see the underfunded staff expect delays in permitting, and the city will lose viable projects that could help balance the budget down the road. As an aside, as an architect, it is often my pleasure to work with the people who work in the Department of Safety and Permits, City Planning, the HDLC, and VCC. They have been hamstrung at every turn since the cyber attack and COVID. These departments support this city in every way imaginable, and they deserve nothing less than full support from the city. Please restore their funding. Pavo Hinnon, also speaking on the Office of Business and External Services. Over the course of the past 2 years, it has become clear that this administration has taken on an agenda that involves the weakening of regulatory powers in the name of business development. Although this may be seen as a balm to the financial issues that currently burden the city, it invites long-term disaster through a lack of foresight and restraint in decisions that will not only affect the city now, but for generations to come. For these reasons, I urge you to reconsider the proposed budget for OBES as a whole and City Planning Commission in particular. The City Planning Commission is currently budgeted to take the biggest cut in its budget of any department in the city. This, when taken in concert with the hiring of Peter Bowen, former general manager of Sonder, the leading local company in short-term rentals, cannot be seen but an opportunistic realigning of city priorities away from the protection of the fabric of neighborhoods and vulnerable communities to favor pro-business interests. Business development is important, but a city does not exist purely to facilitate business and profit. And a city government should reflect these varied needs of its citizens. Without a robust city planning commission, a city thoughtfully weighing the benefit and cost of new development will give way to one that continues to allow laxer and laxer standards. It is hard to look at the New Orleans skyline and not see the cost of turning a blind eye to the will of business. Choosing to intentionally underfund OBES and City Planning Commission is a clear invitation for further disaster. Andronika Morris, speaking on the Office of Business and External Services. The Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance urges the mayor and city council to adopt a budget that is reflective of the most pressing needs for the people of New Orleans and gives the city the best chance for recovering in a fair and equitable manner once the COVID-19 pandemic ends. The people of New Orleans have made the sacrifices necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic, but our public officials have still failed to put housing first when it comes to allocating the resources the city has available. The city proposed to city departments and commissions like the City Planning Commissions, the cuts proposed to city departments and commissions like the City Planning Commission directly impact New Orleans' ability to implement policy and zoning strategies that will curtail the rampant displacement that has plagued New Orleans for the past few years. One of the reasons the 2020 Housing NOLA annual report card issued its first F in 5 years was due to the various delays in implementing effective policy. Another comment from Andronika Morris on the Office of Community Development, Supplier Diversity. Again, the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance urges the mayor and city council to adopt a budget that is reflective of the most pressing needs for the people of New Orleans and gives the city the best chance for recovering in a fair and equitable manner once the COVID-19 pandemic ends. The Office of Community Development relies heavily on federal funds, and more city resources should be dedicated to maintain, rehab, and build affordable housing necessary for New Orleans to survive and thrive. The last comment is from Cassandra Sharp, and it's on the Downtown Development District. Kristen Palmer et al. I am a resident of the DDD. Please stop holding our budget hostage because you want our DDD tax dollars to fund rangers for French Quarter and God knows what else. If your quarter, where I lived for 20 years before Julia Street, wants what we have in DDD, then your residents fund what we fund to keep clean and safe. Kristen Palmer, you have single-handedly rendered the quarter broken and unlivable. What is the city going to do? Take away clean and safe from DDD. Back off, please. That is the end of public comment.
Thank you, Paul. And thank you, colleagues, for a long week and sticking through today. Would entertain as we have finished the business of the day, would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. And second and third.
So Member Jeruso has been second and third by Councilmember Banks. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays, and we are adjourned. Have a good evening and great weekend. Thank you all.
Take care. Bye-bye.